Every Trek mountain bike is loaded with features and details that will make any ride on any trail more better. Again, thank you to Trek. We also want to thank MTB Composites. They are located at the foot of the Wasatch Mountains in Ogden, Utah. MTB manufactures high-end carbon fiber cycling rims and components. MTB's wheels and components are chosen by the best cyclists on Earth, including Cannondale's Factory Racing and the Santa Cruz Syndicate. MTB is one of the only companies in the bicycle industry to manufacture in the U.S., and all MTB rims and wheels are handmade in Ogden, Utah. In fact, MTB is up here today with their super swanky MTB Mobile. They got the tent set up. I believe that they are checking tire pressure. So if you want to be able to know how your tire pressure is doing, you can get some recommendations from them. Drop on by. They've got a really cool tire pressure system set up, so you can go and check that. Make sure that you are all dialed in prior to your race. Yeah, in fact, I was listening to a podcast by my man crush Brad Copeland, who is Kate Courtney's mechanic, and they actually are running in the teens for their tire pressure. You're also a lot lighter than me, Sarah, so thanks for bringing up a sensitive topic. But no, you're right. Like, lower is better, and a lot of these top riders are running with inserts in, really lightweight foam inserts, just to make sure that if they do bottom out, they're not going to crack a rim or blow a tire or sidewall. Yeah, it kind of conforms almost, right? Like, that's science. Now, been for real, like, rolling resistance is weirdly lower when your tires are somewhere around 18 to 20 to 22. So, yeah, do drop by Envy. They'd love to check that out for you. Make sure that you're dialed in. Looks like we got staging happening with those advanced Junior Devo boys over there. It looks like our intermediate 8th grade and intermediate 7th grades are all lining up. So we should have racing here in approximately 3 minutes. I'm stoked. I think it's going to be a great day, folks. Absolutely. Well, and this is a really great place to, like a great venue to watch your racers, because you can see them coming down the hill at 3 different spots. We just remind you, if you do head up on the slopes, do be extremely careful. Make sure that you're looking both ways at least 5, 6, 7 times. I don't care how many it takes. Make sure you don't interfere with any riders. We want to make sure that all those kids get back here safe and that you don't end up with a rider in your lap. Yeah, we've already got some smart spectators up there. They're clearly in the know. So welcome. You guys are smart. We also want to thank Pivot Cycles. They are one of our Platinum League sponsors. They are a mountain bike, or a high-performance mountain bike, performance refined. From its ultralight LES hardtail to the blazing fast Phoenix downhill bike, Pivot sets the bar for race speed and performance in every category. Sarah, I do believe we have racing afoot. Looks like we got about 20 seconds before we get going today. So, as a pro racer, you've had lots of experiences at that start line, Sarah. What is that like? What are you feeling at that start line right about now? We have racers off. Those are our advanced junior Devo boys. They will be doing 1.5 laps today. So we'll be able to see them come through this finish line one time and then head out on a short half lap. But yeah, good for them. They're out, they're off, and they get the nicest part of the day. It's cool. Yeah, that stupid single track, it only lasts for just a minute, and then I think that second road climb may be the worst of the two, but then at least you get into some phenomenally fun single track. Yeah. There really isn't a place to hide, right? Like, you get a little bit of flat on that single track, but again, you really have to work at it every corner, and then guess what? You got more road climbs to come. So, yeah, there's no place to hide, but at the same time, it's a fun course. They're yeah, and it's been funny because in past years it's either been Velcro or absolute slime, and so I guess we'll see by the look of this or the state of the jerseys that come by us later today. We'll know whether or not they are slimy or whether or not they're Velcro. Again, I will make no commentary as to the dirtiness of any child's kit today. Accurate. You do want the dirty bum look. It is advised, actually. We got about another 33 seconds prior to our next wave going off. Again, this is going to be our intermediate 8th grade boy heat. There are 135 registered riders in this group, so it is simply massive. So we will cut this into two. It looks like 3, 2, 1. That first part of that intermediate 8th grade boys is off and rolling. And we're going to give it about 3 more minutes before we send off that second wave of riders. They seed these races according to previous lap times or previous race times. And so hopefully that second group of intermediate riders doesn't roll up on the first group, and we can keep those trails rolling smoothly for everybody. So what's it like, Sarah, to have to like immediately spike your heart rate up around your ears for 3 to 4 to 5 minutes before you get to that single track? Like, what does that do to a racer? Yeah, and that's really where the mental game comes in, is like it's going to hurt no matter how hard you go off that front line. And so, you know, it's a matter of being smart and holding it together and not going out too hard. But as a coach of a bunch of Nike riders, I guarantee you that not one of them had a proper warm-up today. So usually we'll find a place and I'll warm up with them, but I only work with 1 or 2 groups. But yeah, I probably overwarm them, but I'd rather them be overly warmed than underwarmed. But yeah, it's a tough challenge as a coach to get these kids properly set up to race. Yeah, well, in their minds, they're thinking, well, if I'm going to wear myself out warming up, like, they don't understand that they need to get those body, their legs and their lungs moving and getting things, kind of properly warmed up. If you're not at a little bit of a sweat at the starting line, you're probably doing it a little incorrectly. So what would you recommend for dress, Sarah, on a day like this when it's kind of chilly for these junior Devo riders? Are you recommending they go with knee warmers, arm warmers, a parka, beanie? What are we doing? For sure, yeah. We do that a lot as coaches. We gather a lot of clothing at the start line. It looks like we've got that second set of 8th grade boys headed out. So they'll be tackling that climb right away. Again, it's a pretty punchy climb. It mellows out for just a few seconds, and then they hit another steep climb right away. So again, that was our intermediate 8th grade boys split number 2. In 3 more minutes, we got our 7th graders. These spicy little enchiladas headed out. Again, they'll be doing 1 lap. This is a split wave as well. We have 91 registered riders for this JV intermediate boys 7th grade group. So they will be split into 2. At least I think so. Yeah, luckily enough, that half lap that those intermediate or the advanced boys and the advanced girls will be doing doesn't encompass the full first climb, but they will get a good portion of that first climb under their legs before they hit that descent for a second time. So we are pretty lucky here at Snowbasin. This is one of the few places where we actually have the ability to put together a half lap. So we're stoked about that. So this course is really close to 5 miles. What do we think, Sarah? I'm putting an over-under at the winning time, or the first lap coming through at 27.5 minutes. Over or under. What do you think? Okay. And for entertainment purposes only, you're not gambling on your children. Oh, yeah. No, if you got a camera, you best be feeding it. Seventh grade boys intermediate group is on their way. Again, that's a split wave, so we will have that first wave headed out right now, obviously, and then we're going to have that second wave of those intermediate boys heading out here very shortly. We're not great at math, but I think at this point right now, as soon as the second wave of of seventh grade boys heads out, we will have the most amount of riders on course that we will have all day long. You know, that's one of the things that I've always been really impressed with the league is they do have the ability to get a lot of kids out on course. In fact, just a quick side note, the North region is the biggest region by a couple of hundred riders. And so putting on these races is no small feat. Like, this takes a tremendous amount of planning, a lot of math that I can't do, and a lot of attention to detail. So well done to those league officials that make this happen. In fact, I believe the league as a whole, right now we are split into 4 different regions. We have 6,300 riders registered, which is an increase of, I believe, 20% over last year. And last year was a big year, too. So, yeah, you know that old adage they have of more kids on bikes? We may be eliminating that from the NICA. Just kidding. Just kidding. It's totally a joke. We want as many kids on bikes as we can physically handle. We also want to thank Velociracks. They are a patent-pending bike rack system, vertical tire-mounted bike racks with roll-in, roll-out loading, dampened hinging for easy loading and backdoor vehicle access. They have thick rubber straps for securing bikes with wheels of all sizes. Fat bike tires are also available. They have a built-in proprietary anti-rattle mechanism that keeps your bike from taking a beating. And all Velociracks come with a hitch lock, bike lock securing points, and all the hardware needed to mount that rack in your garage for easy bike storage. So thank you, Velociracks. And it looks like we've got our first wave completely out on course. That second wave of intermediate 7th grade boys just took off. So that first wave is entirely out on course. Up to bat next, we're going to have our second wave is our ladies junior Devo groups. Again, we'll be starting off with the advanced junior Devo girls starting at 8:40. The intermediate girls will head off 3 minutes later at 8:43. Beginner girls, that's a big split wave. That's 95 women that'll be racing. They will be headed out at 8:46 and 8:49. So we have a little bit of a break here, but girls should be staging at approximately 8:25 Mountain Standard Time. Looks like we are about 14 minutes in on those advanced boys, so they are more than likely getting to that second road climb, is my guesstimation. So they should be starting the descent here in probably about 4 minutes and 13 seconds. I'm thinking. 100%. No, they rolled 1,500 kids through here last weekend, so that rain last night was fully welcome. Yeah, there's a couple of rock gardens out there that normally roll pretty well, but when they get really dusty, those rocks get a little bit more slippery and tend to not. It tends to be a little bit more difficult to hold your line through there. So that rain last night would more than likely wash them off a little bit, patted down the dirt a little bit, so it just makes it a nicer experience for those riders going through. At least in the morning. I probably shouldn't even be mentioning this because it's going to jinx it, but I'm looking at our weather app. I think we may have a really good day of racing. We may avoid the rain. Just as a reminder, though, if we do have thunderstorms that do pop up, we will put a delay on, but I think we're going to be okay. Looking at the weather, it seems to be shaping up to be a wonderful day. Yeah, I've got my rain jacket sitting on the back of my chair, so guaranteed we're not going to have rain now.
I'm here for you, man. I just want drama.
Again, I do apologize. I didn't want to jinx it. We just run out of material to talk about occasionally, so we got to keep things going. We also want to thank Jorgensen's. Go to Jorgensen's, where they have a variety of power sport products, and they are second to none. In all of Richfield, Utah, there isn't a friendlier, more knowledgeable staff than theirs. They're happy to help you find either the perfect recreational vehicle or the part that you've been looking for. Check out their catalog and see what they have. If you need help in making your selection, call or stop in. Always willing to help. We also want to thank USA Cycling. They have a mission to develop the sport of cycling in the U.S. and to achieve sustained international racing success. USA Cycling supports cyclists of all levels, from those just beginning in the sport and participating in fun rides to seasoned professionals. We also want to thank First Endurance. They offer innovative nutrition that meets the unparalleled demands and requirements of serious endurance athletes, so they can train harder than ever before without compromise. With First Endurance, you don't need anything else. They designed the line to work as a system, so there's no more guesswork. The results? Breakthrough nutrition that is second to none. I am starting to feel a disturbance in the force. I have a feeling that we're going to be seeing racers coming down these switchbacks here relatively soon. Again, these advanced boys will be doing a lap and a half, whereas the rest of the intermediate 7th and 8th grade boys will be doing just a single lap. So we'll be doing our best when these groups get kind of entangled. It's tough to keep track of who's who, but we will do our best to apprise you to what is happening in the booth here. But again, it's kind of nice, these advanced boys, they will head through first, but then they'll get kind of mingled in with the 7th and 8th grade boys as they make that second half lap. I'm betting that the half lap will happen in like 9 minutes at most. It's pretty quick. And there's only one punchy. I'll be totally honest. I've never ridden a half lap, so I don't know exactly what it's like. Maybe we can ask some of the advanced boys when they finish. I'm starting to get nervous about my 4-minute and 13-second guesstimation, Sarah. And there is quite a bit of area where we can see these riders. They'll be on this slope for 3 minutes about, and then you'll be able to see them. They'll go down just towards the actual lifts that are moving. They'll do a quick turn around, and then they'll head up this fire road to head through on that lap. Second lap. Again, riders, if you are looking to get super dialed in with your tire pressure today, we do have Envy here. You can drop by their tent. They've got their wear set out so you can actually check out, see what's going on. But in addition, they've got their tire pressure system there so you can get completely dialed in to ensure that you have great traction out there on this Hero Dirt today. So drop by the Envy tent and say hello. Yes, we see riders coming down, moving really quickly through those trees. Again, they're going to switch back a couple times here, so we'll be able to see quite a bit of them. Now I'm seeing in second place. No, that is first place right there. Quite a bit.
I can't tell if it's a white leader jersey or not.
For those of you who have mobile telecommunication devices, we actually have a streaming service here today. I believe we passed out some flyers at the head coach meeting with a QR code so you can actually stream, and I believe it's free. So find your head coach. It is free. I'm getting verification right now that you can stream this, portions of this race for free. Again, that's a huge gap, Sarah, that I'm seeing. That first place rider is absolutely crushing right now. Absolutely. And it's interesting talking to riders. Some riders just absolutely hate this course, and some of them are stoked out of their mind to race here. And I think it comes down to how ready you are, right? Like this is it's a punishing course, and it doesn't reward those who aren't quite ready to go. Oh, guaranteed. Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of fun. So that lead rider is into the trees. He's going to make a quick U-turn, and then he'll be coming down the fire road. We'll be able to see him for quite some time. We'll try to get a... Oh. Absolutely. You know, but this is mountain biking, right? Things happen. We got flats. We got mechanicals. Things happen, but at the same time, if all things go as according to plan, this rider out in the lead seems to be in very solid position. This Sarah with the win. We'll try to get a name here. It's a Park City rider. A little bit of an... That looks like that was Oscar Saddlemeyer out there in first place by a bit. So well done, Oscar. Again, he's got about a mile left. It's a really quick climb. It jumps back onto this downhill section, and then he'll be back at the finish. And I'm guessing around 7 minutes and 12 seconds, somewhere there in that range. And for the commentators, that makes it really difficult as well, because they do all get mixed in, so it's tough to know who's who and where they all are at on the course. So we will do our best to kind of keep things straight here. But again, we appreciate your patience in advance. So that group of 6 should be making their way through this finish line here pretty quickly, Sarah. Again, they can. This is going to make for some spicy racing. A group of 6 hopefully means that we get to see some high drama at the finish line when they come back through on that half lap. Yeah, we call it a half lap, but in reality, it's only about a mile and a half worth of racing. So it happens quick, and these guys look like they are ready to go to war right now. A couple of Park City riders. We got a Morgan rider in there. Well done. It looks like that rider off the front from Farmington is trying to make a move up that climb. Again, they've got just a short, punchy, not very fun climb, and then they're going to jump back onto that single track and make their way down those switchbacks one more time, and they'll be hitting that finish here pretty quickly. Big group of what looks like 7 or 8 riders fighting for position. And these riders, they have Oh, go for it. These riders have something to fight for. They may not be on the podium, but they line these kids up according to where they finished the time before. So it's important for them to get better start position. And if we have a couple more riders come through. Oh, 100%. We tell our kids, like, if you don't go full gas at the finish line and you get past, oh, there's something that's going to happen. We're gonna make the next practice less than desirable. So as long as they're giving full gas at the finish line, even if they get past, that's okay. We just want huge effort to that finish line. %. And for those of you who are gathered here in person to watch this, it would be borderline irresponsible of you not to cheer these kids on. They will be fighting super hard. And those vocal cords, if you have the ability to give them some superpower. So cheer every one of these kids on. We want them to feel like they're rock stars today. We should start seeing our intermediate leaders go through. Again, it's really tough for us to see here at the finish line who is who, but we will do our best to get those to you, like those leaders in advance. In fact, who do we have here? Really fast times by Oscar. Well done. So unofficially, we have Oscar Saddlemeyer on the top of that podium. And again, Ezra Christensen from Bountiful High School is our unofficial winner of that intermediate 8th grade boys race. Well done by those two gentlemen. Looks like Ezra had a pretty sizable gap. That was a lap time of 28 minutes and 18 seconds. Super quick. So it looks like our the winner of that advanced boys, it only took him 5 minutes to do that half lap. So we're going to put some heavy quotation marks around the half lap. Clearly not a full half, but maybe a mile or so worth of riding. Regardless, it is nice for those advanced boys to get a little bit more distance underneath them. Got a Bountiful rider. Yeah, as a coach, you'd want your kid to make a big move on that climb and see if he can crack that group so that he can have a free ride down the switchbacks to the finish line. We got a rider here cranking his bars, getting home. That is... Sorry, our update doesn't happen magically. Sometimes there's a couple of glitches, but that looks to be... There we go. We got riders coming in bar to bar. I smell a sprint finish on our hands, folks.
Shot and the two finish line cams.
Well done, Andrew. These riders are going to be coming in fast and furious here at the finish line. Bar to bar racing. I don't know if it gets a whole lot more exciting than this. You know, who do we have come through there, Sarah? We had Ryan Dimmick, we had Coulter Knight, Brigham Skinner come through the line as well. A couple of our advanced boys, a couple of intermediate 8th grade boys mixed in there as well. We're trying to compile our top 10 from these categories here for you, but in the meantime, Austin Black, Rhett German came through. Hayden Daybell from Fremont High School. We also have Talmadge Burt from North Davis Comp. Welcome back, Tage Yerman from Farmington. Great race from that young man. We had Nick Hennessy from South Summit, and Davis's Ethan Hillman come through as well. So part of the hardest parts in this course, Sarah, is this final finish, because you get moving really quickly on that fire road, and then there's just a punchy little uphill. And if you're not in the right gear, or if you're just fully gassed, it makes it really difficult to get across that finish line. You'll see a lot of strained faces coming across the line here today. Absolutely. So I've been asked by our volunteer coordinator, Mama Sherry, for some additional volunteers. We are short 5 course marshals for this afternoon. And news flash, if we do not have course marshals, we cannot hold a race. So if you have the ability to stick around for a little while, head down to the volunteer pen right by the NV van and sign up for that volunteer spot. We are 2 minutes away from our advanced girls starting, so they should be in staging as we see other riders coming through across the finish line fighting hard. We will have those advanced girls heading out here in approximately 2 minutes. We have 15 advanced girls racing today. After them, 3 minutes later, we're going to have our intermediate girls take off. There are 60 of our intermediate girls, and then a huge grid of our beginner girls. Clearly, the future is bright for women's cycling in Utah. 95 beginner girls today. We're going to have to split that wave up into 2 parts.
Let's go, Eric! Let's go, Eric!
Folks, we got a kid who's clearly had a mechanical and he's running it in. Let's get this guy in. There's no worse way to finish a race than running, but at least he's finishing. Give him a hand. Well done, Carson. That is, again, our intermediate 7th grade boys winner unofficially. Next, we've got Ogden's Eric Warren coming through as well as Owen Hawks from Morgan Junior High. For our Park City Riders, that was Lucas Raines, and then William Cruz right behind him from Farmington. Oliver McQueen from Weaver Junior High, trying to hold off Cash Roundy from Fremont, charging hard to try to pass at the end.
Get that same angle. We just need to get the camera a little bit closer. See what I can do.
So unofficially, we've got Jed Hatch in 5th place, Diggy Russell in 4th place. Looks like Bronson Argyle in 3rd. Down there, we've got Carson Owen in 2nd place. And somehow our 1st place finisher came through a little early. We're going to try to track that down. Again, more riders coming across the line. We had Nate Croft from Morgan just finish up. James Harris from Ogden finish up as well. But again, if you're here at the venue, cheer on every one of these kids. We want them to feel like a rock star. It's like Joshua Etui from Park City coming across the line. Looking strong as he finishes up his lap and a half. So got a Davis rider. That was Will Clark, followed by Gunnar Wade from Farmington. Cooper Roundy, also from Fremont, right on their tail. We have a bar-to-bar sprint coming right up this hill. We'll see how it shakes out, Sarah. Big group of riders fighting for every position. It looks like we had Nolan Connolly from Park City, Harrison Briggs from Farmington, Finn McGuire from Park City, Lincoln Maxwell, Wyatt Davis, Jamison Strainer, Jack Forsyth, and Parker Morley all furnished up in that group. Again, right now on course, we have a ton of different groups, so we're trying our best to track down unofficial winners. It's like Kane Becker, one of the cool kids of the cycling world, from one of our intermediate 7th grade boys just finishing up. As well as Parker Fox, one of our advanced boys. Will Fowler from Farmington coming across the line there, one of our intermediate 7th grade boys. Again, for these riders, it is tough to know who is in your category and who's not. The best practices are just to go really hard and pass as many people as you can. We had Fletcher Paulman from Ogden, Carter McIntyre from South Summit, Hiram Kaufman from Mountain Crest. We had Ethan Brown from Park City, and Dylan Gardner comes through from South Summit.
So if you see it, you can't get up. Okay.
We also had Joseph Cronley, Julian Bastic, Logan McNamee, and Logan Handy come through. And these riders are fighting so hard to get across this finish line. I love seeing sprint finishes, Sarah. These kids are going all the way. We got a bunch of Lakers across the way here making a lot of noise. So far today, they're winning the Spirit Award. Well done, Layton. We are the unofficial lost and found, so we did just have a rider hit a bump up on one of the switchbacks and blow out his entire pack. So we've got some goodies for you. We also have Nicholas Staton from Bonneville, Preston Hinckley from Farmington, Benjamin Cotter from Ridgeline, and Lincoln Dunkley from Morgan finishing up their day. We get a mixed bag of different groups out there. We're trying our best to track down winners from each one of those. We'll have an unofficial announcement as to who those are here soon. We got Davis's Camden McFarland finishing up his day, followed up by Tyler Powell and Graham Christie as well. We have our ladies. I forgot to announce that really quickly, but it looks like our Advanced Junior Devo ladies are out on course, as well as the intermediate girls. They have left just a few seconds ago. Right up to bat. In fact, right now we should have our beginner girls starting. That is a huge split. We got 95 riders in there, and they're going to be split into two different groups today. %. I'm stoked for the future of girls riding here in Utah. We also had Tyler Collier, Brigham Burns, and Aiden Youngsburg come across the line there. Yeah, you know, it's interesting when you look at the makeup of these teams. It's a sport that's heavily dominated by the guys as far as numbers go. But we have a huge group of girls coming up, and it is so much fun to see them out here cranking away and doing it right. Absolutely. I know on our team we're seeing so many more girls show up. It's such a fun sport. We love having all these kids here, but we love seeing these girls coming across the line. We got Brigham Burns from Farmington, Aiden Youngsburg from Davis, Chase Torgerson from Tooele Valley. We had Avery Turpin, Henry Bushman, Wyatt Larson, Cameron Weston. We got a runner, folks. Get that guy across the line. That advanced Hanson. I think that was Ty Wilcox running across there. Tough way to finish up your day, but way to finish strong. We got Owen Johnson from Weaver and Hunter Hill from Park City coming across the line as well. I'm expecting good things from these kids. I want high drama. There needs to be a sprint coming up here. Accurate. You can tell the course is still a little bit rough. I believe this is our third runner coming across the line here. Folks, let's get him across the line with a hearty round of applause. In the meantime, we had Aiden Gale, Urban Walker, Henry Phipps, Jaden Jacobs, and Jonathan Wright, as well as Blaine Brigham. It looks like our runner here is Gavin Johnson from Farmington. Let's get this dude across the line. That is a tough way to finish up your day. Well done, sir. So again, this is so tough to try to keep track. We have unbelievably smart people in the timing trail trying to get this all figured out. But for our advanced boys, as we see, we'll just call these dudes in. We got Austin Dudson, Cameron Lawson finishing strong. Unofficial results from our advanced boys. Again, this is a lap and a half. There were 43 riders. Oscar Saddlemeyer from Park City, I believe, is our unofficial winner, followed by Tommy Deeds. We had Sam Kirshner, Kyle Clark, and Andrew Butterfield. That's our unofficial podium. Well done, gentlemen. In sixth place, we had Nathan Croft, Isaac Lee, Benjamin Evans, and Ike Mitchell. That rounds out that top 10. Really hard fought race by those young men. Well done. Looking forward to one more race from those guys. For our intermediate 7th grade boys, unofficially on the podium, we've got in first place Carson Owen, second place Bronson Argyle, third place Diggy Russell, fourth place Jed Hatch, and fifth place Will Clark. So that's our unofficial podium. Well done, gentlemen. Just to read off some other gentlemen, we got Gunnar Wade in 6th, Zach Forsyth in 7th, Parker Morley in 8th, Kane Becker in 9th, and Will Fowler rounding out that top 10. Well done, gentlemen. For our intermediate 8th grade boys, we have Ezra Christensen. Sorry, I read that wrong, so I'm just going to reread that top 5 for the 8th grade boys. Ezra Christensen, our unofficial winner. Super fast time. We had Cohen Flatch, Carter Terry, Dylan Sagers, Will Christick in that top 5. Well done, gentlemen. Again, all unofficial. We got to make sure that they have time to sift through all of the results and make sure everything is well done. But good job, gentlemen. If you are here at the venue, we do have the timing trailer with TVs on it. Remember last year we had to take that away because of the coronavirus. We do have that up, but we do ask that you try your best to socially distance. Coming across the line, we got the likes of Urban Tueller. Zach Madsen came in just a little bit earlier. Austin Goodrich, Winston Mahir, Coleman Rogers, Eli Wilcox, Owen Simrick, Elijah Buckwalter, and Beck Campbell. So those gentlemen made their way across the line just earlier. Well done, gentlemen. Again, right now out on course, we have a few gentlemen from our 7th grade split, maybe our 8th grade split as well. But out on course right now for the women, we have the Junior Devo Advanced, Intermediate girls, and then that big old wave of beginner girls. We have 93 registered riders in there. I love seeing that. Again, we are so grateful to have an actual streaming service happening right now. See your head coach. You can scan a QR code. It's absolutely free. You can basically watch sections of the race. I believe they have a drone out on course so you can see from an aerial view. But there's lots of great views that you can see. In the meantime, we had Cooper Titus from Morgan come across the line. Max Skipping from Park City. McClay Skeen from North Davis. Jonas Fowler from Fremont. Porter Lewis from Ogden. And Bodie Dance from Ridgeline. Finishing up his day with a lot of vigor and vitality. Well done, Ryder Gaines from Morgan Jr. finishing up his day as well. We missed Huntley Gale. He came across the line, stuck in there somehow. Well done. He was moving too fast for the eyes to recognize. Well done, sir. We also, if you are here at the venue, one of our major sponsors is Hyper Threads. They were kind enough to bring up their trailer today to help us sell merch out of. If you want some really beautiful branded merchandise from the league, this is the 10th year of the league. They've got a bunch of Season X branded stuff over there. They've got a bunch of arm warmers if you need those, leg warmers. They've got all the goods. Stop by and say hello to them. We love our friends at Hyper Threads. Just coming across the line, we had Jackson Connie, Ryder Mosi, and Owen Clark making his way to the finish, pushing all the way to the end. One of our Park City riders, Reese Sargent, finishing up his day well. Again, this finishing straight is brutal. And really, if you pick the wrong line, If you choose the wrong gear, it gets a little bit hairy. So leading up to it, you've got a nice little downhill section, and I think a lot of kids think I can push this big gear all the way, but really, unless you're an extremely strong dude or lady, it's probably wise to shift up one or two to get you all the way to that finish. Looks like this rider is heeding that counsel. This, my friends, is Nash Ogden from North Davis, finishing up his day really strong. Well done, sir. But these junior Devo riders are fast. They're so excited to be racing. They do 3 races throughout the year. But they've got one more after this. We welcome back Nico Carlson-Smith from Park City High School. They've got one more race after this. And then they'll spend their days cheering for the high school teams with the 2 remaining races that we have for that. But right now, we've got Benson Madrid coming across the line from Ridgeline. We also have one of our Mountain Crest riders. That's Ben Wheeler, pushing all the way. Sam Koopman from Park City finishing up his day. And even though he's running, he is doing everything he can to hold that position. That Morgan rider is fighting so hard. Go, man, go. That's Bryson Farrell from Farmington, just holding off Spencer McMillan from Morgan. Well fought, gentlemen. That's what I like to see. These kids are out here giving it everything they have. I love it. That's Duncan Zollinger from Davis, North Davis. We got Quinn Vasquez from St. Joseph's Catholic. Max Zachary, Lincoln Harding. Those guys fighting it off. Couldn't tell who got the best of who right there. That was a good fight. That was easily the coolest thing I've seen all that day. That Morgan rider running in so hard, trying to hold his position. Looks like we got one of our Farmington riders. That, my friends, is Jack Landon. I'm guessing that they're probably up towards the last section of the biggest portion of single track on the track. They'll make a hard right turn onto a fire road, then they'll actually be right towards the top of that descent. And again, we haven't had any reports as to the conditions, but we're anticipating, since we haven't seen a lot of dirty jerseys, that it is hero dirt out there and that things are running pretty beautifully. We have seen quite a few kids running in with flats, so it looks like those rock gardens are still formidable. Make sure you drop by MTB to get that tire pressure checked out so you can avoid that sink. Looks like we've got Jonah Balls from Farmington, as well as Bryce Jeppesen from Green Valley. So sorry about butchering your name, Bryce. You're a good person, even though. We're doing our best to postulate as to where these flats are happening, but we haven't seen many runners running on the slope. We're wondering if there's some gnarly rocks in the tree section right before the finish. We got questions for you. If you flat it out, we want to interview you. First off, we want to congratulate for fighting really hard to get to the finish, but we also want to know what happened out there. All right, rider. We got a rider over here. He didn't flat, but he blew out his back, so we're getting that good stuff back to him. Again, we are the unofficial depository of lost things and lost people, so if you do find something, bring it either to the announcer's tent or over to the volunteer tent, please. So another quick reminder for those of you here at the venue, we are in dire need of 5 course marshals. Please do drop by the volunteer tent. It's the strike tent over near the giant pine tree near the finish line. So drop by, talk to Mama Sherry, sign up for a volunteer spot to be a course marshal. We desperately need those spots filled or we cannot run the races. We also want to thank Ascend Sportswear. They're continuing to support the growth of youth cycling and became a bronze sponsor this year. Ascend specializes in high-performance custom team apparel and prides themselves on family-style customer service and support. They've specifically designed a program for NICA teams. But more importantly, we've got...
That is Jameson Henry.
Well done, Jameson. But again, with the Ascent Sport, where they've specifically designed a program for NICA riders and teams to take them the burden off getting team gear and allow you to get back to having fun and making memories. There is nothing better than seeing moms and dads cheering their riders in, but moms and dads everywhere, I don't care who you are, you should be cheering in every one of our riders today. They are rock stars. We love our kids. I really dislike places where I have to run. Like, there's a couple of courses here where you can see riders in 5 or 10 different spots that you have to move. So I always feel really obligated to run after my kids. But here, we're a little bit limited, but you can still see a lot of them. Again, if you are crossing the course today, please be exceptionally careful. We want to make sure that our riders have free range on the course. We don't want any interference. We have a couple of altercations this year that we don't want to repeat. We also want to thank Nick Marchese Auto. They pride themselves on helping you find a car you love at the most competitive pricing and financing available. Whether your credit score is above 700 or below 550, we will arrange the best financing there is, or finance you themselves. So choose any one of their 80 point checks, fully certified and warranty vehicles. I know you're going to find a car that you love at Marchese Auto. In addition to getting your tires checked, we do have neutral support this year. And today, neutral support is brought to us by Guthrie Bicycles. We do appreciate them being here. They are located near the finish line. Folks, if your bike is just a little bit funky, if it needs a little bit of help with shifting, drop by Guthrie Bicycles. They'll help you out. New rule this year, if you happen to have a mechanical issue out on the course, if you can get back to the neutral support, there is no penalty for getting help. So if you blow a chain or you flat out to the point where you can't get it back on, you're welcome to stop by neutral support. They will get you fixed up as quickly as they possibly can and get you back out on course with 0 additional time penalties. So we want to thank Guthrie for being here. Stop on by, say hello, get your bike a little bit tweaked if it needs to be. But we strongly consider, if you're in the market for a new bike, they've got a great selection. Bikes these days are tough to get a hold of, and we've been able to get quite a few of these guys. So we want to thank them for being a sponsor. What we could do, Sarah, is listen in on the team's comings and goings to see what's going on. Maybe we can get some insight as to what's happening today with our found walkie-talkie that we just came in. We've got got more finishers coming in hot. Now that Weber rider doing everything he can to catch up. Looks like that is Lincoln Bird from Farmington holding off David Hicken from Weber. Well done, gentlemen. Hard fought race for you two. Go buy a bag of donuts and enjoy your afternoon, gentlemen. You've earned it. We also want to thank Squirt Products. They are a unique chain lubricant that contains waxes and water in emulsion form that stays clean, lasts long, and extends drivetrain life. It is 100% biodegradable and was rated by Bike Groomer as one of the top lubricants on the market. Squirt is currently offering 25% off all NICA riders and coaches. So remember, if you need lube on the move, think Squirt. By the way, we are on social media, as you might guess. If you have any pictures from today's race that you would like to share with us, please do so. You can use the hashtag MoreKidsOnBike, MyNICAY, or hashtag UtahHSMTB. Also, tag us in all of your photos at UtahHSMTB. We'd love to see how things are going. We'll probably repost your pictures. Folks, let's cheer this last Weber rider in. That's a tough day out on the trails, and he's made it look good. A little muddy out there, is finishing strong. That, my friends, is Owen. Well done, sir. I do believe you are correct. I'm betting on a 6-minute half lap for Addison. Those are really fast times. These kids are not here to joke around here today, and she's got a commanding lead on the rest of the group. But we do see some more of these ladies making their way down the switchbacks. I'm guessing they'll be through the start-finish line here shortly. We'll get lap times for these ladies. Again, with the advanced ladies, we have 15 registered riders. We anticipate that the majority of those showed up today. You can see there's a lot of bike skills on display here today. So again, out on course, we've got our advanced girls, we've got our intermediate girls, a much bigger group of about 60 riders, and then we've got our beginner girls, a huge group of 95 registered riders. They are all out on course right now. We've seen our advanced girls leader come through with a scorching time of just over 28 minutes, which is, to be blunt, like ridiculously fast. So well done by her. We should be set to see the rest of the group starting to filter through here. In fact, we can see second place making their way down the fire road, looking composed and fast. Third place not far behind her. Throwing down some big watts to go hit at that second climb, or that climb one more time. Looks like a box elder rider here. I just don't know that there's anything better than race day. Like, this is the happiest day of the year right here is race day when these kids are gonna come out and do battle. Super excited to see them out here racing today. Looks like we've got 4th place coming through right here. Headed out again on that. We're calling it a half lap. It's just 1 more mile probably worth of effort for them. Well-chosen socks by that young lady with the American flag socks. It's a good day to remember what has happened in the past. Well done, young lady. Coming right through that finish line, a Davis rider, that's Jackie Jacobson, unofficially 5th place, headed out on her half lap. By the way, riders, if you are looking for some new gloves, one of our sponsors, Grip It Gloves, is here. And this weekend they came out with some brand new models. They are spectacular. I really love those gloves. They give you a ton of feel without being overly bulky. Do drop by Grip It Sports. They're right here near the finish line, right next to the NV10. Again, drop by the NV10, get your air pressure dialed in before you race. And then if you need to, like if you're needing arm warmers or knee warmers, or you just want some neat looking gear from the league, drop by the Hyper Threads tent. So while your kids are out riding, you're nervous, maybe drop by and get some retail therapy with some of our sponsors today. Just as a reminder to all high school coaches, in 7 minutes, we have our high school meeting. So that's just down near the lodge, near the flagpoles. Again, high school head coaches meeting at 9:20.
Sophia Wachowski from Park City.
We got a couple of Park City riders working together to head out onto this second lap, or this half lap here.
Yeah, are these teammates going to work together, or are they going to try and...
Oh, never mind. This is our Advanced Girls winner coming through right there. Well done.
Addison Lundberg with the big win.
Well done, Addison.
You were right, 550 on that not half lap.
And Hadley Flatch also through.
Well done, Hadley. Hadley's going out onto her second little lap there. Again, it's about a mile. But again, when you come through this finish line, you are already gassed. Like you put in a lot of effort on a big climb. This is one of the climbiest courses that we have here on the Nike circuit. So they have one more punchy little climb, these Advanced Girls, before they turn around and head back towards the finish line. Right now, we got Libby Young from Weber out of the saddle and cranking away. That, my friends.
Jane Gompert, Callista Wright.
So those are a bunch of Advanced Girls. They closed that gap quite convincingly.
We have our winner in the intermediate category, Sydney Mellett from Morgan.
And again, we do apologize. It is so hard. We're like trying to land airplanes here at the airport. We got Sydney Mellett again, unofficially winning that intermediate girls race with a really fast time of 31:48. Well done. Again, we will keep eyes out on for the rest of those ladies coming through.
Tatum Flatch coming through for Park City.
Looking super determined as she heads toward that start-finish area.
We got a battle here, 3 girls.
Oh, drama. Here we go. It's a 3-up sprint at the
Wow.
end. These ladies are fighting for it. Well done. Looks like that was Aspen Bond, followed by Caitlin Scott, Madigan Wallen, and Addison Hogue. So right there, Addison Hogue is unofficially second place for our advanced girls. We also had Aspen Bond, who is unofficially second for Morgan with our intermediate girls. Also Madigan Wallen from Morgan High School, unofficially third. And Caitlin Scott from South Summit, unofficially fourth. And those are all intermediate.
That was such a solid sprint. Everybody held their line. Everybody was in the right gear.
Loving it.
Lacey Munns, Box Elder, unofficial third.
Again, that's advanced girls that Lacey's part of. Well done. That was seriously a really well-performed sprint by those ladies. They were fighting so hard, but they all stayed in their lines. All fought all the way to the end. Well done. It looks like we got another sprint developing here. Yeah, these ladies fighting for every position, looking back, trying to time that sprint. They are all out of the saddle and cranking. Well done, ladies.
That was awesome. Caitlin Scott, Addison Hogue, Lacey Munns.
Looks like that right there was Lacey, or let's see, we go.
Beth Loosley, Charlie Quayle, Alina Furness, Kaylin Nickel, Kate Gotterman, Clara Geddes, Naomi Hughes, London Orton, Gabrielle Morgan. So we have our podium in intermediate and advanced girls now. Ellie Horton, Sammy Bradley.
Oh, it's Jackie Jacobson, one of our Davis riders.
Molly Scoresby.
I gotta say, thus far, Sarah, I have seen 0 ladies running their bikes and perhaps picking better line than our gentlemen.
You can go, you can pick your line or you can kind of thrash your line. I'm going to guess the ladies are more picking their line.
Yeah, you can also pick your friends and you can pick your nose, but you can't pick your friend's nose. Science. Again, so unofficially at the intermediate girls, we have in first place Sydney Mellett. Second place, Aspen Bond. Third place, Madigan Wallen. Fourth place, Caitlin Scott. And fifth place, Charlie Quayle. That's our unofficial podium. Also placing really well, number 6 is Kaylin Nickel. So really well done by those ladies. We'll have more coming across the line here quickly. We're just compiling our advanced girls. We'll have those results here. And again, if you are here at the venue, you do have the ability to come to the timing trailer. We do have those results scrolling on the screen off the timing trailer. Or you can go to utahmtb.org, go to the race tab. We've got speaking of race, we got a sprint finish right here. One of our Morgan riders, that is Lillian Patterson, just holding off Bailey Barnes from Fremont, I believe. I believe this is one of our advanced riders from Park City. That, my friends, is Sophia Wojciechowski, unofficially 6th place with that Park City High School team. Well done. This is Ray Phelps from North Davis finishing up her day strong, one of our advanced girls.
Another sprint here.
Those shoulders bobbing up and down, willing those pedals to turn around. That was Hannah LeMay from North Davis, followed by Heidi Youngs from Farmington. These ladies are absolutely scorching the earth underneath them as they fly towards the finish.
Beatrice Richards and Hadley Flat.
Well done, ladies. It would be irrational not to cheer the sweep on. Come on, people. Help the guy out. Again, we got a group of 5 riders negotiating that final little bit of downhill before they hit this punchy, kind of cool uphill. They are out of the saddle and crank it away.
Kembry Sudbury, Izzy Crandall, Madden Silva, Callista Wright, and Jane Gompert.
Just a pro tip, the inside lane of that finish area is pretty loose, and they're loose, and there's a couple of rocky spots. So if you have to pick a line, choose kind of the middle area. It's a little smoother, it's a little bit more packed down, and there's not as much chunder to negotiate. So pro tip for all of you riders going a little bit later today, stay a little bit right of the inside line in the finish.
So we are already getting our next group on course. We've got 2 split categories, beginner 8th grade boys, the first split already on course. We'll have the second split at 9:23, and then beginner 7th grade boys, also split category 9:26 and 9:29. Big cheers for these riders. Megan Madsen, Sophia Cummins, Lucy Thompson.
We have it. We just can't have more than 4.
Libby Young.
All right, Sarah, as a coach for these junior Devo riders, what do you say about hydration? Do you even carry a bottle on a sprint like this?
You know, honestly, I would tell them to carry a bottle, and it's practice for the future. You have to learn to eat and drink in a race.
Valid point. They may not use it, but it's nice to have just in case. We've got...
Here is our winner in the beginner girls category, Ava Sargent from North Summit.
Well done, Ava.
Madeline Gardner also there, and Sophie Prescott and Macy Heslop, unofficial 2nd. Elizabeth Perry 3rd. In beginner girls, we got 2 more. Izzy Rupper, beginner girls. We got 1 more podium spot in beginner girls. That was a tight race. Those girls were within 20 seconds of each other, the top 4.
And Sarah, there are a ton of these beginner riders that are making their way down the switchback. So that's a really compact, tight race. Really, really competitive today.
Yeah, cool to see that kind of battle. We got another one. Georgia Hone, Ella Franklin. Nice ride. Tatum Flatch. Kelly Anderson.
Looks like she had a really low tire, finishing strong there, making it work. So again, I'm going to go through our advanced girls unofficial podium. We have Addison Lundberg in 1st, Addison Hogan 2nd, Lacey Munns in 3rd, Alina Furness in 4th, Jackie Jacobson in 5th, and then also right behind those ladies, Sophia Wojciechowski in 6th, Hadley Flash in 7th, Callista Wright in 8th, Jane Gompert in 9th, and Libby Young finishing out that top 10.
Clara Geddes.
Are you getting that, Jonas, now? No.
Tessa Matheson, unofficial 5th in beginner girls. So we've got our unofficial podium in the beginner girls category.
We've got a group of 3 riders here getting ready to duke it out of the finish.
Alexis LeMay, Brooklyn Painter, London Orton. Rosie Anderson, Ruby Derrick. And running her bike, Addie Speechley, Afton Lifforth. Isabella Barrowman, Ella Kelly. These sprints unfold, it's so interesting to watch them unfold because you come out of the single track with speed, the bottom part has kind of a different pitch, and then there's a steep pitch right before the finish line, so really room for everything to kind of get shaken up.
It really is, and it's tough because if you're not in that right gear, just like Sienna, who was actually in the right gear from Davis, if you're not in the right gear, you can get really bogged down there and not be able to hold that position. So gear choice, line choice, it's all in play here at the finish line at Snowbasin.
Aspen Smith and Cambry Henry. Stella Wheeler.
So as a reminder, right now we do have a few more of our girls out on course. We also have our beginner 8th grade boys and our beginner 7th grade boys. Those are both monstrous groups. We have 100 registered riders in the 8th grade split, and we have 121 riders in the 7th grade split. But in the meantime, let's get this Logan rider across the line.
That is Maddie Gardner. So unofficial podium for beginner girls, Ava Sargent, Macy Heslop, Elizabeth Perry, Izzy Rupper, and Tessa Matheson. So unofficial intermediate podium, Sydney Mellett, Aspen Bond, Madigan Wallen, Caitlin Scott, and Charlie Quayle. And we have a huge group.
Holy moly. I think we have a third of the beginner girls making their way, blasting towards the finish. There's no way we're gonna be able to get them all in here by name, but well done, ladies. Bunch of Ogden riders, Farmington riders, Davis riders. Again, that inside line proving to be difficult to manage. It is rocky. So just a couple of the ladies, we had Elizabeth Hansen from Davis come across the line, Evelyn Roan from Davis, Jane DeRue from Ogden, Sienna Jones from Farmington, Jane Tolinari from Ogden. We also have Ellie Egertson coming across the line from Morgan, as well as Zoe Venz finishing up a really strong day out on the course. Well done. Yet it's always fun to see parents out, probably more stressed than their riders are. I genuinely love seeing them running around, yelling at their kids, getting as stoked as can be. Well done by this Davis rider. That's Claire Anderson, one of our beginner riders, finishing up super strong. We have one of our volunteers in our tent who is maybe a little more excited than even the parents of these riders. That was Katie Beardshaw from Bountiful, looking strong and composed as she makes her way across the finish. Again, more ladies out on the mountain making their way back, but out on course we do have our 8th grade boys as well as our beginner 7th grade boys out on course right now. Lucy Bird from Bountiful High School just made her way across the line. Well done, Lucy. And my spidey senses say we're gonna have another sprint off right here. Looks like we got a Weber rider doing her best to hold off what I believe to be a Logan rider. Well done by these ladies. That is Ellison Fiddler from Weber and Kalei Lowe getting across that finish line. That's a tough race. Well done, ladies. What's up, Sarah Taylor, one of our intermediate girls, finishing up strong, as well as Tess Dunkley, one of our Morgan riders. Also, Box Elders Avery Hansen and North Davis' Sadie Carter. We also have Reese May from Farmington, Lene Sorensen from Park City finishing up strong as well. Again, mixed bag of different groups here. We have beginner, intermediate riders finishing at the same time. But again, best practice is if there's somebody in front of you, do your best to pass them, no matter which group they're in. Again, these riders are racing for something. They basically will start their next race based on where they finish today. Also want to welcome back Quincy Wright, Bella Reed. Well done by these ladies. So when they line up to race at the next race, they'll basically be put in the same position that they finished in. So by moving up a couple spots or two, it just leaves fewer people that you have to pass. So they will fight for position to try to move up in that starting grid. Looks like we've got another good-sized group of riders making their way through the finish. There's a little cruel little puddle out there that these riders are riding through. Just a splash of cold to make your day just a little bit more tough to manage, but
Maybe you get some mud in the eye of the rider behind you.
mess up your sprint. Looks like we have Andrea Ellertson from North Davis. We have Lila Higley from Davis, Aspen Shirtliff from Ridgeline, Molly Brady from Bountiful, and Hadley Stoker from Fremont, all making their way, grinding those big gears to get across that finish line. Well done, ladies. This, my friends and neighbors, is Zoe Nielsen from Bountiful. Was Ella Dilly from Park City. Got Stella McLean from Park City, Scout Steed from North Davis, and Amelia Welker from Ridgeline. Sarah, I didn't go to school to be a meteorologist, but it did just cool off a little bit. Right in time for Campbell Jones from Morgan to finish her race.
Wanna be the person that you call up when you're down. Wanna be the first who knows all of your deepest secrets. Can I be the one who wakes you up before you
Here we go, Taya Cheshire. Tia?
be close to you? And I wanna show you something new. You gotta know. Every day I got your back, yeah, you can count on me.
So we want to welcome Game On Live Studio as our streaming partner for these races. We are so excited to be able to have them live stream these races. Like they'll have, I believe they have 6 different cameras out on course. They've got a drone, if I'm right, that's coming soon. So you will be able to see a lot of action, and it is free to stream. You can see people like Kennedy Baird, Maya Miller, Carolyn Myers coming across the finish line. But it does give us, even here on the mountain, you have the ability to stream this for free. So Go On Live Sports, huge thanks to them. Oh, Game On Live Studio, my apologies. www.gols.co. And again, we passed out a bunch of flyers to your head coaches so that you can just scan a QR code and you can see people like Neve Bodden from Bountiful High School and Monica Shelton from North Davis finishing up really strong. Claire Tucker also came through from Farmington as well.
Keeping location with an umbrella now? Yep. There we go. Thank you. How's it looking from down there? Everything going fine?
We've got more racers coming in.
Thank you.
I think that's Lucy Nilsson from Woods Cross. We have Ruby Wilding from Morgan coming across as well. I love our junior Devo riders. There's so much effort. They love this. I think they get a little bit more nervous because this is still new to them, but man, I love watching them ride. They're such good kids. That's Madeline Nilsson from Farmington coming across the line.
Yeah, I mean, it's the cool thing when it is still so new, the learning curve is so high. Like, you make so much improvement from one race to the next. It's wild to see. I mean, like I was saying, watching those girls sprint, so impressive to see the gearing choice and holding their lines. Those are things you don't necessarily know the first time you race, but you learn.
Absolutely. That was Eden Evans from Ogden High School making her way across the line. Well done. Yeah, there's the learning curve. There's so many things that happen in a cycling race, and most of them you never even consider before you start. Layla Hoffman from Logan finishing up really strong. So the learning curve is steep. There's a lot going on out there, and these junior Devo riders have a long time in front of them where they can race, and it's so much fun to be able to see them develop from year to year. Lest my eyes deceive me, that is Shaylee Mills from Morgan coming across the line, and Lola Britton right on her heels from Davis. We've got a sprint, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like we've got one of our Layton riders charging by. Oh, she holds her off. One of our Farmington riders. That was Presley Peterson just holding off Edie Litchfield. Super brave effort by those ladies. I'm being berated right now because I said that the weather was going to look good. So just for you guys' knowledge, heated road and trail to ride on. So do be careful about that.
You know, when it rains for races, everything except the racing itself gets worse. Like the spectating gets worse, the warm-up gets worse, the hanging out and preparing before. But the race itself is such a treat.
For sure. Well, it's cooler. The trail just gets better, and so, yeah, I'm sure that our lady Lila Burgess here from Farmington finishing up would agree. But yeah, racing in the rain is amazing for all the moms and dads and grandmas and grandpas out here today. Maybe not as nice. Hope you brought a trash bag to jump into.
Just bring it back, Ellie, under the tent.
Of this particular course, we do have this. Normally we would do 4 laps for these varsity boys. We've cut it down to 3 laps just to make sure that we can keep that in the time limit that we want to keep them in, as well as the varsity girls. They will be doing 2 full laps. So that is just about 15 miles for those gentlemen, and for the ladies, they'll be going 10 hard miles out here today. Those races will be going off at 10:20 for the boys, 10:25 for the girls. And then just for your knowledge, at 11 o'clock we will be having those Junior Devo podiums. Looks like we've got Lucy Tater from Davis finishing up her day really well.
But Tommy, we do have the our next group, the beginner boys, that split category, beginner 8th grade boys. We should see them pretty soon. They're that may be them on the medal.
Yeah, we've got it starts off. I think the way that it starts is the meanest start that we have available. It goes up a huge low climb. It jumps right from Woods Cross, and LC trip from Morgan. Well done, ladies. That's a huge effort to go on across that good finish line. Well done.
My mouse on it.
Can you see the rainbow, Joey?
So again, we should be seeing our 8th grade. We have our streaming services, Game On Live Studios. So if you are welcome to watch that live feed, and maybe you can have some.
For this Fremont rider, Cole Wade. Cade Hart from Box Elder.
We are expecting to see some of our 7th graders making our way through the finish line here in the next few minutes. Again, we have several groups out on course right now, so it's a little bit difficult to know who's with which group. But again, we'll do our absolute best to get you those results as they come in again. Out of the saddle and cranking away is this North Davis rider. That was
Logan Bear and Benton James right behind. Strong finish for those guys. Devin Bowden, Quinn Goodridge, Spencer Gardner, Spencer Hacking, Jackson Preeter, unofficial top 5 beginner 8th grade boys. And we got a sprint here. Hudson Powell, Mason Murdoch, Jenner Fulton, Zane Post, Striker Stanger.
Those dudes were fighting so hard to save those positions. Well done, gentlemen. We do have, we had Spencer from Hyperthreads, not only an attractive person, but also really kind. Just dropped by the announcer's booth, and he did say that there are some umbrellas over at the Hyperthreads trailer. It's right near the finish line. It's a black trailer. There's also a blue tent right by that. Again, he's got all sorts of good gear, but right now umbrellas are probably a premium item. I would run now, buy your umbrella. And while you're at it, get yourself a new Season X hoodie, maybe some socks. Make yourself look stylish and attractive. We just had Simon War, one of our 8th grade beginner boys, make his way across from Bountiful High School. Well done, Simon. We also want to welcome back Skylar Wall, one of our Davis riders.
So riders, as you cross the finish line, I'm sure you're feeling nice and warm after your race, but keep in mind that you're going to cool off really quickly. So parents, bring a jacket, bring some layers to cover your riders up
no
when
doubt
they finish.
about it. Riders tend to think that they're supermen and superwomen, but it gets cold in a hurry when you've been putting out an effort like that and it's raining on you. Really strong finish by this Viewmont rider. That was Oakley Cox, looking like a pro coming across that finish line. Looks like he's got a teammate right behind him. That's Beckham Adamson. By the way, parents, neighbors, and loved ones, if you happen to see one of our league employees running around hustling, keeping things organized, give them a high five and thank them. These guys work so hard to make a really high quality event for your kids. They get here Thursday night and they work hard. But in the meantime, we've got to sprint off We got a Viewmont rider getting chased down by a box elder ride. That's Tucker Zierberg and Parker Latin. Zierberg. Tucker with a Z from Viewmont doing really well. Yep. Zarenberg. Accurate. Mr. Zarenberg, I do apologize for butchering your last name 47 times prior to getting it right. That is zero to do with how I feel about you. You're a quality person with a bright future. I think these riders have a little bit more motivation to get to that finish line quick. One of our Mountain Crest riders, that was Jake Brandt, out of the saddle, looking composed. He makes his way towards the finish today.
We got a 3-up sprint and a runner. 2-up sprint and a runner.
Oh, we've got a runner, people. We need to cheer this dude on. Also, Owen Woodall from North Davis with a strong ride. Box Elders Koji Mortensen and Portland Nate from Tooele Valley Comp coming through the line. One of our North Davis riders, that's Clark Lisenby. And let's get this runner across the line. This, my friends, is Cade Kasuda from Fremont. And Michael Patton, good job. That is such a savage way to finish up a race. Running uphill with a bike with a flat. You could tell he'd been out there for a little bit. That was Logan Fry from Farmington finishing up his day. Also fighting all the way to the end is Jono Sinone, yep, and Max Millard from Farmington. You can tell it's getting a little mucky out there. There's mud all over these riders' tail ends and mud all over the faces. That, my friends, is Elijah Broughton from Weber. We're calling it war paint, not bike splatter. War paint.
I love the look over the shoulder coming up the finishing chute.
Yeah.
It's like, how hard do I really have to go?
The sneaky look. I better not let Coach catch me looking this way. That was, I want to say Elijah, but that's not the truth. That was Mason Hansey with the sneaky look over the shoulder to see where he's at. Not looking over his shoulder and cranking away. That is Mason, or not Mason.
Oh, big sprint here. Group of 5.
That was Will Scott.
Right through the puddle.
Yeah, as Sarah's pointed out, we got a hardy sprint, a Bonneville rider trying to chase down that Fremont rider. I think he was able to hold him off. That was Will Scott from Farmington. We had Jack Pilkington, Brody Underhill. Actually, Isaac Schmidt, we just missed it. He came across the line. That is our 7th grade beginner boy winner, followed right by Ammon Bigelow. Also, Brody Underhill and Jack Pilkington were right there. Kind of a photo finish. We'll have to look at that. Also, Boston Pierce. So that's our 7th grade. I've not seen a group of 5 finish that close together in a dog's year. So well done, gentlemen. That was a hard-fought battle all the way to the end.
And we are staging our varsity boys riders in 5 minutes. It's 20 minutes till go time for the varsity boys.
Big sprint for this box elder rider. That's Jace Gardner finishing up his day unofficially 9th place. One of our 7th grade beginner boys. Great result for him. Out of the saddle with a little bit of war paint. That was Max Clapham. So again, weirdly, we had that huge group of 5 7th grade beginner boys come across the line pretty much all together. So again, unofficial results will be coming here, but that was Isaac Schmidt from Bountiful High School. In the meantime, we just had Kylie Bloom finish up really strong, one of our beginner girls. We also had Coulter Ferry finish. But again, unofficial results here for the 7th grade boys. We had Isaac Schmidt from Bountiful, Ammon Bigelow from Fremont. We had Jack Pilkington from Bountiful, Brody Underhill from Park City, and Boston Priest. That's your unofficial, again, wildly unofficial results for the top 5 of that 7th grade boys. Recently, we just had Coulter Ferry come in, Ivan Holt. We had Riley Anderson and Caleb Ripplinger come in from our 7th and 8th grade boys. We also have a bizarrely large spider in the announcer's booth that is causing a little bit of an uproar. Our volunteer Candice just had a mild heart attack. We think we're going to be okay. Coming across the line, it looks like we've got Lucas Nichols from Farmington finishing up strong. Got an Ogden rider sniping one of those last spots. We got a kid running. That's so we had Luke Nichols, Kean Knight from Ridgeline, and Theo Gardner. Kean running that bike across the line. We've got another runner right behind him. Things are getting rowdy out on course. But before that, we've got a Box Elder rider in a huge gear running himself across the line. It's so hard to finish that last finishing straight. That was update. Give me the update. Looks like we had Benjamin Philpott come across, Riker Taylor come across as well. Again, this finishing straight is savage. You get a little bit of taste of downhill, a little bit of momentum, but if you don't choose the right gear, all of a sudden, all of that momentum is sapped out from you, and you're left in a huge gear. Some of these kids are ended up running just because it's a little bit easier. But again, every one of these riders is fighting so hard to get across that finish line. Well done, gents and ladies.
So, unofficial top 5 beginner 7th grade boys: Isaac Schmidt, Ammon Bigelow, Jack Pilkington, Brody Underhill, and Boston Priest. And here is Ward Ritchie from Fremont finishing up.
We also had Carter Gee coming across from Beaumont. We had Jonathan Dean from Box Elder just earlier.
Austin Smith.
Fighting all the way to the end was Cash Merrill and Kai Sargent. Oh, the teeth are gritted. The bars are getting thrown around. That was Dylan Jensen, Andrew Martin, and Spencer Marriott.
Tate Nosher, Lincoln Shaw, James Champlin, Wyatt Grant, and Isaac Funk.
Ooh, photo finish right there between James and Wyatt there. Isaac Funk. Richard Cosmo Allard from Farmington. Running that Specialized across the line. Well done, sir. One of our Beaumont riders coming right up. This is Caleb Gee, looking pro as he makes his way across that final little stretch towards the finish line. Yeah, I love seeing these beginner boys working their way through the finish line. They are so enthusiastic. They're trying so hard. Tons of effort. These guys are developing a ton of skill in these programs. That was Kellen Shepard from Davis. You know, as a coach, we've seen, we got another runner. Let's help this dude in. Any rider that has a bike problem gets a little bit of extra cheering. But we also want to welcome back Broderick McFadden from Davis. Out of the saddle, cranking away is Parker Day from Bonneville. And our runner, one of our Bonneville riders, Parker Day. Bryson Knowles from Ridgeline. And our computer has decided that now is the time that it wants to rest. So we're Zach Whitesides, Bryson Knowles. There we go. So again, we have some of our varsity riders staging right now. Again, this is going to be 3 laps for the guys, 2 full laps for the girls. This is a tough course to race on, and last year there was a lot of strategery. There's a lot of gamesmanship with these riders in the varsity. A lot of fun to watch too. These kids have been in, most of them have been racing since they've 7th grade. They're racing races other than varsity or other than NICA races to kind of hone their skills. Let's get Grant Garf here across the line, but super excited to see these varsity riders go back in. So again, I'm going to read some unofficial results from our beginners 8th grade boys. In first place, we had Devin Bowden, Quinn Goodwich in 2nd, Spencer Gardner in 3rd, Spencer Hacking in 4th, Jackson Prater in 5th. That's our unofficial beginner 8th grade boys podium. We also want to give a huge shout out to Briggs Taylor in 6th, John Chugg in 7th, Bennett Chugg in 8th, Cole Wade in 9th, and Cade Hart in 10th. So well done to all of those 8th grade beginner boys. We also have our unofficial results for our 7th grade beginner boys. Huge group of 121 riders, so really competitive. First place goes to Isaac Schmidt. Second to Ammon Bigelow. Third place to Jack Pilkington. Fourth place to Brody Underhill. And 5th place to Boston Priest. Again, unofficial, but well done to those top 5. We've also got Lincoln Jones from Skyview scorching across the lines. Also a huge shout out to some more of our 7th grade boys. In 6th place, we had Jace Gardner. 7th place, Max Chapman. Clapham, sorry about that. 8th place, Ivan Holt. 9th place, Max Rupert. And 10th place, Brady Ripplinger. Well done to all of our 7th grade boys. We still have some of them coming across the line, just like Daniel Ekstrom, Chase Zundo, and Nick Hutchinson. One of our box elder riders here from Chase, making his way towards the finish. He's earned himself a milkshake. Go get it. One of our Ogden riders here, that's Jed Van Tassel. We also have Zachary Lomax, one of our Davis riders, out of the saddle and cranking all the way to the end, followed right by Evan Davis, another Davis rider. Matthew Hanley from Park City, wearing a little bit of that trail on that jersey. Well done, gentlemen. And so this is genuinely my favorite part of the day, is watching our junior diva riders, especially the beginner ones. I love watching year after year how they improve, and as they get faster and gain more endurance and bike skills. Like, it's just such a fun dichotomy to have these 8th grade and 7th grade beginner boys followed right up by our varsity riders. And you can see where these varsity riders were when they began, and see what could kind of become of these beginner riders as they work their way through their programs. We just had Kyler Duke from Morgan come through, as well as Keston Pilcher from Tooele Valley Comp. Sam Harris from Bountiful looking strong. Holden Brager from Box Elder wrapping up his day as well. Enoch Scalby from Mountain Crest, James Cosgrove from Skyview. Saw Kason Ekins from Box Elder Comp making his way across the line as well. Owen Nielsen from North Davis. Again, every one of these kids fighting their way across the line, no matter how they get there. Running it, riding it, whatever it takes. Carson Brown from Farmington, Hunter Hoops from Tooele Valley Comp, We also had Owen Nilsson from North Davis. Just a reminder to all of our spectators, please, for the love of all that is holy, do not cross near the finish line except for at the actual setup crossings where there are crossing guards. Only when they are allowing you to watch. Please be careful of our riders. Anders Goslin from Davis finishing up his day. Jack Bohr from Ogden High School hot on his tail. But again, please, the last thing that you want to do, I know this, is interfere with one of our riders. So please, moms, dads, brothers, sisters, other riders, please be careful. We can watch all these riders from the sidelines gutting it out. That was Jesse Johnson from Bonneville, Holden Karen from Logan, and Ridge Weston from Fremont, who just finished up strong. And no matter where you are, if you're up mountain, away from the tape, please be very, very, very careful of when you cross. Because we got riders like Cohen Nielsen from Park City who are just breathing through their eyeballs trying to find ways to get down to the finish line. So please be very careful of these riders. Again, on tap, we've got our varsity boys and our varsity girls. They will be starting here in about 7 minutes for the boys. At 10:25, the girls will take off. 37 riders in the varsity boys group, and we've got 17 varsity girls. We are going to see some fireworks right from the get-go. Tons of speed, tons of bike skills. We love watching these riders go off with these varsity groups. And low on the horizon, we see another Viewmont rider out of the saddle and cranking away towards the finish. Cranking his way all the way towards the finish line is Thomas Chamberlain. With a determined look on his face, looking very professional as he makes his way towards that finish line. We've got a group of 3 down there getting set, steeling themselves for a sprint finish up this final hill. Again, gear choice is a big part of what happens here. There's some line choice. The inside line is pretty gnarly. It looks like we got some passing, but a Viewmont rider wants nothing to do with getting past. It's a battle. We've got Kerman Comer and Will Karen all the way to the end, giving it everything they've got. We've also got some other riders right on their heels. It is so hard to finish this lap sometimes. We got a little pause in the computer, so I don't have names to give you, but you get Thomas Chamberlain. We had Kerman Comer, Will Karen working his way across the line, plus a gaggle of dudes right on their tails. There we go. We had Daxton Davis. We also had Ty Nguyen from Skyview, Lane Bushman, Adam Young, and James Manwaring, rounding out that last group of gentlemen. We just had Hayden Cantrell roll across the line from Morgan. Well done. And we were 5 minutes out from varsity, but in the meantime, we got Stein Embley from Farmington crushing that last hill. Cyclists, remember to stop by and see the sports medicine team from Intermountain Healthcare. They are happy to help you with any medical coverage, insurance, or injury or questions related to our race today. We got a runner. Help that dude out. That was Braxton Pratt from Fremont, getting almost chased out by Gavin Harris, but holding him off. Again, the most cruel way to make a kid finish a race is on this little punchy climb. Jacob Rowe from Weileman. We also had Ethan Wood from Viewmont making his way across as well. Xander Engerbertson, yes, from Woods Cross. Again, these kids are so determined. They will get to that finish line no matter how it happens. We want to thank Pivot Cycles. Since 2007, Platinum sponsor Pivot Cycles has been creating cutting-edge bicycles that bring your riding to a new level of speed, enjoyment, and control. Head over to the Pivot Cycles website. That's pivotcycles.com for more information. That's Logan Taylor from Farmington, cranking away at all the watts to get across that finish line. Another Farmington rider right behind him. That's Logan Taylor. Sorry, I missed Ryder Weingar. Ryder was cranking. Also, Logan was as well. Bunch of crankaholics we got here going today. We also want to thank MTB Composites for being here today. They're one of our sponsors. They are located at the foot of the Wasatch in Ogden, Utah, and they manufacture carbon fiber cycling rims and components. MTB's wheels and components are chosen by the best cyclists in the world, including Canadell's factory team, as well as the Santa Cruz Syndicate. MTB is one of the only companies in the U.S. To manufacture exclusively here, and their wheel sets are handmade in Ogden. Cranking away these two riders here. This is Andrew Hardley and Hugh Larson, finishing up their day with a little bit of style. Big effort from these gentlemen. We also have Lucky Jones, one of our South Summit riders, finishing up his day. Headed towards a warm beverage and maybe a sweatshirt to cool or to warm up. That's Morrison Poulter from Woods Cross out of the saddle and running it across the line. We got Enrique Garcia Batista from Weber and Mason Barnes from North Davis Comp, as well as Morrison Poulter in there fighting it out for those spots. Again, if you are here at the venue and you have a bike that has tires, it might behoove you to head on over to the NV tent. They do have some really dialed in tire pressure support. So if you want to be able to go over there and just see where you're at with your tire pressure, it will help with traction. It will help with speed. So do drop by NV. We love having them as a sponsor, and we do appreciate when they come across or to these races. That was William Bennett from Morgan Jr. making his way across the line, finishing up his day strong. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, our varsity boys riders are at, again, a huge 3-lap effort. They're going to be going about 15 miles. They're going to be covering around 1,800 feet worth of vertical climbing. I have a feeling there's going to be a little bit of a punch out going on here. So excited to see those guys out on course. And again, we will be having our varsity women heading out in 5 minutes. So 10:25 will be the start of our varsity women heading out soon. Again, we are still short on course marshals. So folks, if your child has wrapped up their race for the day, or if you just have some time, or if you're just a good person that wants to do a good thing, we are in need of 4 course marshals. Again, once these varsity riders are through, we have a new shift going out. If we don't have those course marshals out on court, of course, we cannot conduct a race. So please, for the love of a good drink, go over and volunteer at the tent. Go see Miss Shirley and help her to fulfill those spots so that we can continue to hold these races. So I'm anticipating that for these varsity boys race times, we're going to be looking at around 21 minutes for these lap times, maybe 23 depending on how the course is working itself out there. But be looking for them to be cresting the top of the hill at around 15 to 17 minutes, and then they'll start on that descent. They will be ripping these downhills, just like Mason Barnes from North Davis finishing up his day. William Bennett from Morgan Jr. We had Luke Nelson from Farmington. Jordan Spenlove running across the line from Viewmont. And then Axel Repeal from Bonneville finishing up their days. We got a big old group of those beginner 7th grade boys working their way across that traverse on the downhill into the trees, getting ready to make a couple more turns before they head to the finish. Again, stick around. We want to make sure that every single one of these riders feels a little bit like a rock star today. They put in a ton of effort. They're going hard, and we want to make sure that their effort is appreciated. So again, of this this beginner 7th grade boys, it is such a big group. It's 121 riders, including the likes of Kendall Miller from Farmington. Again, folks, you absolutely cannot cross the course at the finish line. If there is tape in front of you, do not cross. Aiden Barrett from North Davis making his way across the line as well. Cruz Sahin from Ridgeline and Noah Levitt from Fremont making their way across the finish line as well. There's Max Beacom from Skyview. What's up, James Mangelson from Farmington? Running it across the line. Again, for these young riders, this is a big day. They're covering 5 miles, over 600 feet of climbing. It's a tough day to be out there with mixed weather conditions, raining on them for part of the day. We got kids running across left, right, and straight. Park City rider, that's David Alderman. We also have Garrett Gooch from Ridgeline. We got Chance Choate from Bonneville working that big gear, making his way towards that finish line, looking pro. And it sounds like our ladies are out on course again. Varsity ladies are out. Way to go, Chance, battling all the way to the finish line. Love seeing these crowds out here cheering for everybody. We like our South Summit riders here, making some noise for every rider coming across the line. Again, a quick battle to the finish line. We have Aiden Babb, we had Alec Holiday, and Oliver Lowe finishing up their day super strong. Huge finish for Parker Robbins. We had Caleb Schill come through, Bryson Anderson. What's that? I believe Corey Halliday. I may have mixed him as well. So they're just missing like 100 meters worth of slime, right? Okay. More riders coming in. Let's hear some cheers for these guys. We got a runner. So just a quick update, because of the conditions out on course, they are altering the course a little bit. There's a section where the dirt has become bulletproof when it's dry, And so it's getting really slimy as it gets rainy. Let's welcome back Marshall Dillman first, though, from Wheelaman. But yeah, those varsity riders for the time being will be rerouted on the first section of downhill single track where that course is straight up bulletproof. It does get a little bit slimy, so they'll be rerouted by about 100 meters, and then they'll jump back onto the regular course about 100 meters down. I don't know why I don't have all of you people here at the finish line hollering for this Park City runner here. Let's light it up. Kid's a rock star. Finish any way you can. It is a bad day when your bike stops working and they need a little bit of encouragement. This kid's a rock star for finishing.
Jaron Jen. Yeah, man, nice work.
Good job, Jaron. That's a hard way to finish. That's a tough way to be. So this last rider that we had come in, it looks like the mud is starting to stick a little bit to those chains. Just a little bit. We're hoping that somebody brought the wet lube for the chains today because it can make a difference. Or Squirt, one of our sponsors. Happy to read a little bit about them. Yeah, right off the top of my head, let me tell you about Squirt. Squirt is a unique chain lubricant that contains waxes and water in emulsion form that stays clean, lasts long, and extends the life of your drivetrain.
Yeah,
it is
man.
100% dry biodegradable, and our man Lucas Iyer is cranking away, finishing strong. And again, more about Squirt Lube. It is 100% biodegradable and was rated by Bike Rumor as one of the top lubricants on the market. Squirt is currently offering 25% off to all NICA riders and coaches. So remember, if you need a lube on the move, think Squirt. So again, you varsity riders it's maybe too late, but smart to get things all prepped and ready so that mud doesn't stick quite as aggressively to those chains. We've got Gabe Estrada from North Davis Comp working those gears, getting his way towards the finish. Well done, sir. Again, we don't have that many riders out on course, which is why you should be even more careful when crossing. We just need to make sure that our riders have very safe places where they can ride their bikes. They get a little bit, well, let's call it what it is. Riders get a little bit stupid when they're absolutely at full gas. They're not thinking, they're not looking for you. All they're trying to do is pedal that bike as quickly as they can and not let gaps form in front of them. So please be extremely careful when you're crossing the course. And again, if you're anywhere near the finish line, only cross at the marked crossing guards and only cross when the crossing guards are allowing you to do so. So please be extremely careful of these riders, especially, as they're getting towards the finish. We want to make sure that they're safe.
Alden Clark from Bonneville with a strong finish there.
We've got bikes coming apart a little bit, and so these riders are trying to work their way through to that finish line. We got kids scootering. We got kids running. Make sure that they hear your voice cheering them on. We've got 3 runners in a row. It is a tough day at Snowbasin.
It's a running race.
Who knew we were going to be battling out cross-country running style? I mean, we call it cross-country mountain biking, but it has devolved into Runfest 2021. We got heads bobbing. We are pushing with all our might. Cheer these dudes on. They're giving it their all. Let's go, gents.
Yeah, man.
Seriously, I love watching the determination on these little dudes' faces as they work their way towards the finish. Tough day, guys. Go for it. Go for it. Give it your all.
Thomas Rudis, Tyler Sorensen, Wyatt Sheldon, Don Davis, and Bronson Barris. Strong finish for these guys.
Oh, my word. I just can't, like, it's so tough out there when things start going wrong on your bike and you don't know quite how to fix it and you run it in. Like, you deserve a warm drink and a donut. Get those coaches, get those kids warmed up and back to the tent where they can have a snack.
Yeah, these conditions do tend to be a little bit harder on your equipment.
And on the Junior Devo riders that aren't quite sure how to handle it. Again, these are new racers. This is a tough course, and they're battling it with their all. So good job, gents.
Here comes another strong finish. Alex Nielsen from Bonneville.
Looking super composed, choosing the right gear. Smile, Alex. That's a great effort you put out there today, bud.
So, Tommy, what's your prediction on varsity lap times?
Oh, I said before I got the update, I put it at 24 minutes and 15 seconds as my anticipated leader's lap time. But since
24?
Yeah, I don't know. What
I
do
was
you think?
thinking like 20.
Oh, you're thinking 20. Okay. So we're going to play closest to the hole. The loser between Sarah and I has to go out and stand in the rain for the rest of the broadcast. Just kidding.
Grayer Moss from Farmington there.
Okay, you're right. Now that I think about it, last year we had about 21 minute laps by the varsity leaders. I'm guessing with the conditions decaying just a little bit, maybe we're looking at 22 to 23. We'll see how it shakes out. But again, these are going to be some very fast laps by some very skilled riders. And we'll be keeping you, I don't know what I just witnessed, but we'll be keeping you apprised that there's a lap times to show you what's going on. And you can see these riders taking a little bit gingerly on these downhills. It's sloppy, it's soupy, it's rocky and ruddy. And so, you know, we're guessing that lap times are going to be a little bit shorter, but again, these varsity riders are not here to mess around. There will be some ferocious riding out there today.
It's also tough in general. We want to preserve the trails and not ride in the rain, so most of the time practice is canceled. So this may really be the first time these guys have ever ridden in wet conditions, and it's totally different.
Yep. Luke Nielsen from Logan High School. Big effort pushing that big old bike across that finish line. Well done, Luke.
Yeah, Luke.
Love seeing the effort. Looks like we got a Viewmont rider jogging it in. I think this is one of our fan favorites. What's his name again? This, my friends, is Logan, and I think it would be irrational if we didn't chant Logan, 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 Logan.
Logan.
Caden Murdoch and Jared Weller coming across the line right near Logan. Again, huge efforts in tough conditions. And Sarah, you're absolutely right. Anytime there's rain on the trails, we cancel practice. So I can only imagine that for these kids, this is a fully new experience riding in these sloppy conditions. So they are going to be a little bit more careful, and these conditions are going to be a little bit more challenging than what they're anticipated. I am being blamed for the rain, as I did look at the weather app and it said it was going to be clear. I will take your blame. I will also see if I can drive it away if you bring me a Dr. Pepper. We want to thank Hyperthreads for being here today. They've got their tent, so you might even seek some shelter. They had a few umbrellas over there, but again, guys, we got runners. Gather around this finish line. Let's get these kids in with a ton of noise. carrying
Yeah.
a back tire is one of our Morgan riders, I believe.
This
The
looks
top
like an
way.
especially destroyed bike.
On a scale of 1 to 10, that is really destroyed. Running it in, giving it his all. Let's cheer this young guy in. I love seeing the determination of these dudes as they absolutely gut it out. As soon as we have a name, we'll give it to you. But cheer this guy in. He's got a great smile on his face. I love seeing it. Charlie, get that man a warm beverage. Somebody carry that bike back to the pits for him. We are completely missing a back wheel. Oh, holy Moses. Charlie, what'd you do with your back wheel, bro? You might want to take that over to neutral support. All right, Dad. There we got a wheel over there. Things are coming apart at the seams, but we're having a good time. Holy moly. Oh, mercy. We want to thank Hyperthreads. I love looking throughout the venue here at the NICA races and seeing how unified each of these teams look. From the race kits to the casual wear before and after the event, all of these teams look so sharp. Since 2015, Hyperthreads has been a huge part of that. They've been a big supporter of the Utah League, and they help teams to get customized kits and improve the unity among these athletes, coaches, and support crews. So head on over to the merch trailer. But in the meantime, I want to get this kid across the line. We got one of our
Hammering.
Lakers working that big
Nash
gear.
Packard from Bonneville. Strong finish.
Well done, Nash. So again, folks, head on over to the Hyperthreads merch trailer, see some of their products up close. Give them a chance to produce items for your team, your business, or your personal kit. They can do custom pretty much anything. Jerseys, bibs, hoodies, hats, more, whatever you need. Hyperthreads creates custom apparel inspired by you. So again, we love the sponsorship, and if you guys are looking for next year's kit, which is always smart, drop on by and talk to Spencer. And again, I think as of earlier, he had like a handful of umbrellas for your umbrella enjoyment. You might want to drop on over there. One of our Park City riders gutting it out towards the finish line. Huge shout out for Breno Oliveria. Well done, my friend.
We've got varsity riders up on the ski slope there.
Absolutely. Still shredding, even in these gnarly conditions. They're making their way down. It looks like we've got a little bit of a separated pack, but typically that will come back together again on the uphills. But those time gaps should come down just a little bit once they hit the uphill sections. But
it does look like that white leader's jersey, Mint Niederhauser, kind of with a little bit of a gap in front, and then maybe like 4 just a bit behind. And you're right, Tommy. I bet it will come back together on the climb.
So as a coach, Sarah, what type of advice are you giving to your riders when it comes to dealing with conditions like this?
You know, when it was rainy and sloppy like this, sometimes it's like slower is faster, like just slightly more conservative, because you're a little more likely to wreck, and that's always going to be the slower option.
We've got scootering happening near the finish line. There we go. He's off. Let's get this rider in. I believe this is one of our last Devo riders. He's had a rough day. He's looking for some encouragement. Let's get this rider across. But again, we got these varsity riders about a minute away from coming through the start-finish line. We'll see what those lap times are looking like, but they are still moving quickly. Again, probably a little bit more conservatively since things are a little bit sloppy, but it looks like we do have Mint Niederhauser, our points leader, and leader's jersey out in front.
Lathan Keller from Morgan finishing up there.
Well done, Lathan. We got Niederhauser chased by, it looks like a group of 5 or 6. And hopefully these junior Devo riders that are just finishing up are able to move out of the way, but it looks like most of them are on the finishing straight, but we'll try to keep them safe. Again, folks, let's cheer this runner in. He deserves a ton of applause. By the way, well chosen on the helmet, Mom and Dad. That's way easier to see. All right, looks like we do have Mitt Niederhauser taking on a little bit of nutrition. These riders will head through the feed zone, and you can see those varsity riders screaming down those switchbacks. Looks like we got a good group.
Yeah, Mitt Niederhauser, and I'm going to guess that's Bryce Egley kind of just behind.
Yeah, and again, we got a group of 4 here, not too far apart, but these riders are going to make their way through the start-finish line. That's a lap time of not a minute 94, like it's saying, but again, we got groups. We got Mitt Niederhauser, Bryce Edgley, Porter Wilkins, all in that top 5. Joe Cochran from Bountiful.
Andrew Hogue. So, yeah, all within 15 seconds of each other. And you were right, Tommy, 23:05 on the lead lap time there.
Yeah, and we'll see how it goes. If this rain continues, the conditions will continue to degrade. Hopefully we can get a pause in this rain and let things kind of stay a little bit at stasis. But again, we've got our top 5 unofficially through, being chased down by Caden Lyman from Morgan. Really fast lap time. Looks like he's just about 24 minutes. So with our women's race, we had Abigail Prine last year as our points leader for the North region. She is currently our points leader again as a sophomore. Again, winning the North region as a freshman last year, and again, showing up in great shape, great form. Looks like she's got a full season underneath her. So we're excited to see where she's at, as well as the rest of that strong women's field. But again, we've got our top 6 through for the gentlemen.
Big group now of riders. I see Jake Allen there near the front of this group. I'm lucky enough to coach Jake. He's riding super strong.
We got Caleb Gardner. We got Carson Bohm, Jacob Allen, Brock Heslop, Charlie Malding, Bennett Yeager. We also got a big jump. Sorry about that. I don't know where we went. Ward Phelps, Trace Wallins, Stryker Melez, Reese Peterson, and Carter Moyer. So that's the top 22, all within 2 minutes. So obviously things will space out as the days goes on and as things kind of get rougher. But again, great lap times by the varsity guys, and the top 10 are well within striking distance of each other. So hopefully we have some fun racing, at least for my money. That's what I'm looking for. I'm sure moms and dads are looking for comfortable margins though. We just had Peyton Cox from South Summit, Blake Jacobson come through, Tyler Matheson from Weber.
Yeah, cool to see that huge group. That was like a group of 10. So, I mean, it's kind of anyone's race there in that kind of 10th or like 8th through 18th or so.
We just had Nick Kalin, Tyler Thompson, and Caden Wright come through. We had Skylar Barnes and Bodie Marska just working together. So, Sarah, when you've got these groups together, I know that there's some tactics that you can use, but how do you work together to go faster when you're in one of these groups?
I think you kind of take energy from the other riders. There's Rockwell Hansen. I mean, anytime you don't have to set the pace yourself, and you can just kind of follow a wheel and let somebody else set the pace. You know, it's one less mental task that you're managing in the course of the race. And then, especially if you get on the wheel of somebody who's taking good lines, it can really elevate your riding. If you get behind someone who seems a little squirrely, maybe you make an effort to come by them.
Essentially what I heard, Sarah, is don't follow Tommy, because I choose bad lines essentially every time. I totally agree. I make a lot of bad choices in life, but that's okay. I'm trying hard. There's a lot of effort. Yes. But again, we've got 31 riders through, and again, with this varsity boys wave, we have 37 riders total. So a few. It was Isaac Miller from Bountiful making his way through again. Really quick lap times.
Yeah, I think these wet conditions really kind of shake up the field. Some people really kind of come alive when the conditions degrade, and some people really kind of, it just kind of gets under their skin, gets in their head, and makes them uncomfortable. You kind of have to, it's a different sensation to just let the bike go where it wants, but if you try to steer the bike in the wet, you're just gonna fight the bike. You kind of have to let it go where it wants, and it may not be exactly where you want it to go.
Yeah, there may be some funky line choices, but in reality, if you lock on those brakes and start sliding, ball game, right? Like it gets really hairy in a hurry. So these riders are, again, tough conditions out there. They've rerouted a portion of the course because it was getting rather slimy and rather slippery. And so they will have about 100 meters of the single track that's been rerouted onto a fire road, and then they'll jump back onto course real quickly. One of our other beginner riders making his way through after a big day on the bike. That, my friends, is Graham Broadhurst. Well done, Graham. Chased down by Radko Rashida from South Summit. So good, strong effort from these gentlemen. Love seeing these guys out on the trails.
Asa Hart from Ogden coming through there. We got another runner here. Maybe a Weber runner?
I believe that is one of our Weber riders. Runner. I stand corrected. One of our Weber runners holding his steed, pushing it forward. Again, such a tough way to finish, but we love seeing the effort out of these kids. They're such champs. That is Charlie Drake from Ogden, making his way through, looking good. Way to go, my man. So we're anticipating seeing our women's leader coming through here fairly quickly. Yeah, and I'm guessing that we're going to have about a 25 to 20. In fact, I do believe, lest my eyes deceive me, is that our women's rider or leader right up there? I do believe we have a women's leader making her way towards the last switchback before they hit the fire road. And then I think I saw the leader's jersey of Abigail Prine right behind her. So we've got racing happening today. The ladies are out looking super strong. So again, it looks like we've got our women's first and second place out on the switchbacks, making their way through the trees. We will probably see the women's leader making their way through the start-finish line in about 1 minute and 17 seconds. Again, these ladies are fierce. They are out crushing incredibly fast lap times. They are, as they say, en fuego. Looks like the rain is letting up, and I probably, as soon as that exited my mouth, I probably should have just kept that in, because me saying that is going to bring the rain even harder. My apologies, but it does look like we've got our women's leader on the finishing straight, making her way to the start-finish area, looking super strong and composed.
So this is not the points leader. This is Morgan rider Ashley Hogue, I believe was second last time. So that's a bit of a shakeup. We're not sure where Abigail Prine is.
I saw her on the last switchback. She should be making her way here pretty shortly, but she had looks like Ashley had a really nice lead on second place there. So headed out again. This is still anybody's race. This is a long road to hoe. This is a 10-mile race for these ladies. They will be doing 2 full laps. Hopefully.
Here comes a Viewmont rider. Couple Viewmont riders.
This is Reed Money from Viewmont, making himself look like a pro, headed towards the finish line.
And Jaden Adams, his teammate. So that looks like Abigail Prine in sight now. So our points leader riding in second, chasing down Ashley Hogue.
Again, lots of things can happen out there, but this is Abigail Prine headed out onto her second lap. Super fast lap times. Just for your, just so you know, Ashley Hogue, currently first place, came through in 27:06 for her lap time. Looks like Abigail is just over a minute behind. Again, lots of things can happen. We still have a race on our hands here. And I think I see third place making her way down the finishing straight, headed out towards her second lap. So, Sarah, even though they're doing 2 full laps, like what type of nutrition advice would you give to these ladies since they're only going to be hitting that feed zone one time?
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, it's as much about practicing, learning how to eat and drink in races. But, I mean, you might even just grab a bottle and take a few sips and head out.
That's Samantha Naylor from Davis, looking really strong, wearing a little bit of the course on her jersey. Looks like the rain is making for some messy conditions.
Battle here with these Park City teammates working together, Summer McGuire and Mira Terry. So they can kind of match each other, pace each other, and possibly get up to Samantha Naylor. Only 30 seconds to get into that, to chase down that third place rider. Tommy, what do you tell your riders when conditions devolve like this? What kind of tips do you give them?
Weirdly enough, we have never raced in these conditions. But I think that the advice that I would give these riders is just close your eyes and take your hands off the brakes and just see what happens. Like, okay, maybe that's not the best advice, but it is in fact advice. Yeah, really in this rain though, it's so hard to know how to ride your bike because like you mentioned, every time it rains out in Eagle Mountain where we do most of our practices, we stop because we don't want to tear up the trails. But it's when we race at these venues like Snowbasin and Powder Mountain, they do have professional crews that can go out and repair trails, and so they don't mind when we race like this. But as a racer, it is a little unnerving, and you can see some of these riders taking it a little bit more gingerly than they typically would.
Here's another Park City rider. This is Jessica Sutherland. You know, the other thing too, there's some skill involved, but I think more than anything, it's like if you let the conditions kind of get in your head and make you nervous, then you kind of change your riding, and that kind of compounds any other issues. So as much as you can to just kind of relax and go with the flow really helps.
And it is counterintuitive because you're talking about relaxing, and really you have to let your bike do what it's going to do. And the more you fight it, the more you're going to end up, not feeling so great. So again, this is a tough way to race. We've got Lulu Georgie from South Summit making it look easy out there, headed out onto her second lap again. She's in that top, I believe she's 7th place, Lulu Georgie, headed out onto her second lap. These ladies are making it look good today, riding really hard. We'll see how it shakes out on that second lap. But again, in that varsity the varsity boys, for our top 5, we had Mitt Niederhauser, followed by Bryce Edgley, Porter Wilkins, Andrew Hogue, and Joe Cochran. That was our first lap. Again, they're going out for 3 laps. Rachel Sparks is making her way through, one of our varsity girls, headed out on her second lap. So again, we'll see how that second lap goes, but I anticipate some fireworks headed out into that second lap for the women and the men. By the way, in addition to sponsoring the league, our boy Spencer from Hyperthreads regularly finds himself on his bike chasing varsity kids as a sweep. So not only does he provide really, really great kits and gear for our teams and for the league, but an all-around quality human being, being willing to step in last minute to chase down our varsity riders and make sure that they're safe. Going through lap 1 and headed out onto their final lap again. Just a quick update on the top 5 as they went through. We had Ashley Hogue, followed by Abigail Prine, Samantha Naylor, Summer McGuire, and Mira Terry. That was our top 5 headed through. We also have Brooke Douglas headed out.
And here comes Layla Walker chasing hard. Nina Nider right behind. Layla coming off a little bit of an injury. I get to coach Layla, but Layla loves these conditions. She's not afraid of the mud. Here is Sierra Yerman from Farmington riding hard. So these girls halfway done, 1 more lap to go.
So according to our calculimentations, we should be seeing our varsity boys back here in about 7 minutes. Conditions permitting. Again, you'll see it looks like we have a rider coming through, one of our boys varsity, absolutely smashing it. May have had a mechanical. Looks like his kit is fairly clean, so it doesn't look like he stopped for a nap or anything, but he may have just experienced some sort of a flat or maybe a broken chain. So we've got about 7 minutes to go approximately for our, if their lap times remain the same, and typically they're pretty close. They should be here in about 7 minutes, which gives me a second to talk about our friends at NV Composites. NV Composites is located at the foot of the Wasatch Mountains in Ogden, Utah. They manufacture carbon fiber cycling rims, components, and by the way, road bikes, which are spectacular. Their wheels and components are chosen by the best cyclists in the world, including Cannondale's Factory Racing and the Santa Cruz Syndicate. NV is one of the only companies in the bicycle industry to manufacture in the U.S., and all NV wheels and wheel sets are handmade in Ogden, Utah. So they are here today. We love having NV here. They've got their tire pressure system set up. So drop by, get your tires checked so you can make sure that you have optimal wheel and tire pressure for the conditions out there today. They also have some of their wheels and their handlebars set up. I can attest that NV stuff rolls beautifully. We also want to thank Pivot Cycles. They are tested, developed, and designed in Tempe, Arizona. Platinum sponsor Pivot Cycles are owned and staffed by 67 passionate cyclists. just like you that strive to create the best performing bicycles in the world. Looks like we've got Sierra Yerman, one of our varsity girls. Or sorry, that was Brooke Mortensen. I do apologize. Brooke Mortensen from Weber heading on out. Again, not sure what happened there. May have had a mechanical. Moving really quickly though is Brooke. We also want to thank I Got Poop. And every time I read this, I realize I'm still a teenager, and they handle all of your waste disposal needs, including portable toilets, which we have here today, septic tank pumping and services, sewer inspection cameras, roll-off dumpsters, drain cleaning, video pipe locating, septic system repair and install, and many more services. So if you have septic needs, please reach out to I Got Poop. They've got several locations throughout Utah. They are ready and willing and helpful, and we love having them as one of our sponsors. We also want to thank Trek. To celebrate the 10th anniversary of the league, Trek has donated a brand new Top Fuel 9.8 GX for auction. This is a high-end racing bike, and 100% of the funds that were received from this auction will go to the Utah League Scholarship Fund. So thank you to Trek. We love their sponsorship. We also love Strike Visuals. They're proud to continue their sponsorship of the Utah League at the gold level. Strike Visuals has built numerous strategic partnerships which allow the ability to offer the best pricing on the highest quality equipment. Everything you need from tent canopies, inflatables, or truss archways for finish lines, promotional flags and banners, or a wide range of custom and specialty race and event products. With Strike, everything comes with a lifetime warranty. So seek them out the next time you're looking for whatever you need for your team, for your organization. They're here to help.
So, Neil Shirley here with Envy. Envy is sponsoring the league. Neil, tell us what made you want to sponsor the league to be out here at these races.
Well, we're really proud that we've actually been sponsoring NICA here for, I think this is our 10th season, so a really long time. Kind of been, Envy is only 14 years old as a brand, so our sponsorship with NICA has been a big part of who we've been. We're based in Ogden. All of our rim manufacturing is just over the hill from here, so it's just supporting the future of mountain biking and just the sport itself is really, really fun for us.
Cool, and you're getting ready to have your daughters out here racing too. That'll kind of add another element to watching the races.
Yeah, I think for a number of years, a lot of employees at Envy, their kids have come up through the racing here. Jeremy, our managing director, he has his kids that have raced and are currently racing. So it's really cool. It's like, having a family out here.
Cool. Well, thank you for being out here and supporting the league.
Thank you.
Again, huge thanks out to Envy. And it is so much fun to have such a high-end manufacturer here in Utah. My son races Envy wheels and can't believe how well they work. So huge shout out to them. I did see our varsity leader. It looks like it is Mitt Niederhauser still planted firmly in that lead with the chase group maybe 30 seconds behind. So he's put a little bit of a gap on the field, and it looks like that chase group of 5 has whittled down to maybe 3 or 4. But they will be making their way here to head out on their last lap just shortly. Well, I'm so excited to see how this last lap shapes out, but it does look like Mitt is looking strong. He's grabbing a little bit of hydration. He'll grab himself, I'm sure, a gel, maybe a quick swig in the feed zone, and then head out and hammer that one last lap out there.
Yeah, so he has opened up his gap a little bit. It kind of looks like he's just doing just what he needs to have a firm grasp on the lead without kind of putting himself in any real danger. You know, I've talked a little bit about being just a bit more conservative in these conditions, just to play it smart. So he's opening up his lead, but not being crazy aggressive.
Yeah, but still holding a really fast lap time. Under 24 minutes, he was at 23:55. And again, it's expected in that first lap. These guys go out so hard, and so his first lap, he came in at 23:05. Second lap opened up just a little bit of a gap there, but he's at 23:55 for that second lap. Again, these group of three back here still within striking distance. They're going to have to fight really, really hard to get back to Mitt. But again, the podium is up for grabs at this point.
Yeah, Andrew Hogue, Bryce Egley, Porter Wilkins. So a couple Morgan teammates going to be able to put the hurt on the Green Canyon rider, Bryce Egley. Or not. I mean, I'm pretty sure Bryce was second last time, so maybe he's just biding his time, letting these two teammates think they're working him over.
So again, that's our top 4 riders are through the finish line with our varsity men, and it looks like 5th place is making his way right along that finishing streak. Again, these are such tough conditions. You can see these riders are coming through. Their glasses have got dirt all over them. Their backs are probably getting really cold as they kick up a lot of mud. But again, fighting super hard, really fast lap times. This is Joe Cochran out of Bountiful High School, again, headed out onto that 3rd and final lap.
So pretty solid top 5 there. But I mean, certainly still see some shakeup between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And, you know, like you said, anything goes in these conditions. It's pretty easy to have kind of even a race-ending mechanical.
Yeah, no, in fact, in last week in Price with a couple of my my JVA riders, our top 2 riders just had inexplicable things happen. Like, this is racing, and so, you know, you shear off a derailleur hanger and your day's kind of done, or your bike grabs a tree unexpectedly and you end up in the mud, and you know, things get twisted and out of shape, and all of a sudden people are making up ground on you. So lots can happen in racing. That's Caden Lyman from Morgan making his way through, currently in 6th place. Again, one more lap for Caden. Yeah, we never want to focus on bad things that can happen, but again, this is racing and we're in some tough conditions, and so, you know, by no stretch of the imagination is this race going to hold in the way that it is currently right now. That was Matthias Huber from Green Canyon, headed out onto his final lap.
Payson Norman, Isaac Horton, Caleb Gardner, Martin Olds, and Noah Israelson.
Martin Olds last race was one of our JVA riders and absolutely put a whooping on that JVA crowd, and so he decided that he was going to jump up into the varsity group. He is a sophomore, like, huge effort from that kid. Lots of potential, lots of talent. We love seeing Martin out here crushing it. It was Carson Bohm from Ridgeline, Reese Peterson from South Summit. Also, Martin's proud mom is one of our race crew. We love having her as well. I'm sure she's over there somewhere nervously pacing around waiting for Martin to come back out on that 3rd lap.
Carter Moyer, Charlie Malding. Tyler Matheson.
One of our Weber riders. Again, these lap times are not significantly slower. They are slower than last year, but last year was completely dry. We had ideal conditions. That's Nick Kalin from Ogden headed out on his 3rd and final lap. We also have Striker Melejes from Box Elder. Group of 3 here. We got Caden Wright, Blake Jacobson, Brock Helslip, Bennett Yeager tight on them as well. So in addition to individual honors today, our riders here are racing for their team as well. There's team points, there's series overall points. Obviously, every one of these kids wants to get on that podium, which goes 5 deep. But every point scored could go towards their team total. So these kids are fighting hard to get as far up that line as they can.
So I've got Brock Heslop, who's out there racing for Fremont. He gave us a little bit of a story on his last year. He trained really hard, and in his words, I was at the top of my game when race season started. My first JVA race at Powder Mountain, I'd almost secured the second place spot on the podium when I got a flat tire. After using the supplies I had and still not being able to get to the finish, I had to accept outside assistance and finished 5th. I remembered being taught NICA's core value of strong character and self-reported myself taking the 5-minute penalty, which took me back to 22nd place. I figured I could make those spots back at the next race, but unfortunately, I spent the next race under quarantine for COVID exposure at school. The third race was a one-lap wonder at Beaver Mountain. I'm sure some of you remember that race. Tommy and I were there.
Absolutely. Tyler Thompson, real quick, coming across the line. Get back at it.
So, picking up for Brock, he moved up 12 places to finish 10th in just one lap. I was able to show what I had worked so hard for at Eagle Mountain and climbed even further, finishing 2nd place. At the state championships, my seating wasn't great because of my earlier challenges. I didn't let that deter me, and I cut my placement in half again, finishing 20th after starting 46th. Unfortunately, I was just short of my goal of qualifying to ride varsity for the 2021 season. I didn't let that stop me. I continued working hard all winter and rode some I-Cup races, doing well enough to petition to and qualify to move into the varsity field for this race season. I didn't let the bumps in the road last year get me down. I used those setbacks as fuel to motivate me to work even harder. I'm excited to race this year with all these amazing varsity riders. Let's race.
You should have done that. I'm an emotional little fella. That's awesome. I love hearing about these kids working so hard to achieve their goals.
And currently sitting in 22nd place in the varsity field.
So good.
We should see our girls winner.
You know, racing varsity for a lot of these kids is such a huge honor, and it's such a big achievement to even be considered to race. And the league doesn't just put anyone and everyone into the varsity categories. They have to earn it. They take into account lap times for previous races. They take into account racing outside of NICA, and it's a big deal to be able to be one of these varsity racers. They've absolutely earned that, and we hope that you guys cheer them on because they worked really, really hard to be here.
Rockwell Hansen coming through for Fremont there.
So at least it's not raining as much as it was, but still really challenging conditions. Isaac Miller making his way through for Bountiful, looking strong, headed on to one more lap. To see Ryan Hillam from Fremont headed out on one more lap for his two. While we have a second, I want to remind you that Adobe is reimagining customer experience management, or CXM, with Adobe Experience Cloud, the industry's only end-to-end solution for experience creation, marketing, advertising, and analytics and commerce. So we want to thank Adobe, one of our brand new sponsors. Love having them here and supporting our rider. We also want to thank Grip It. They are here today, and owing to the fact that it's a little bit chilly, If you didn't bring gloves, now is a good time to go get yourself a really, really good-looking set. Grip It is based in Salt Lake City, and they make the lightest, most comfortable all-around bike gloves on the planet. Their minimalist and bunch-free design combined with unique and rad styles will make you send higher, ride faster, and climb further. Try a pair at 10% off all Nike riders and coaches. So their tent is right over here near the announcer's booth, and we love having them as one of our sponsors. Please drop by and say hello to Grip It. Not to mention they just came out with some new styles that are swanky.
Velocirax, a patent-pending bike rack system. Vertical tire-mounted bike racks with roll-in, roll-out loading. Dampered hinging for easy loading and backdoor vehicle access. Thick rubber straps for securing bikes with wheels of all sizes. Fat bike tire baskets available. Built-in proprietary anti-rattle mechanism keeps your bikes from taking a beating. All Velocirax racks come with a hitch lock, bike lock, securing points, and all the needed hardware to mount the rack in your garage for bike storage. Jorgensen's is family-owned and operated and conveniently located in Richfield, Utah. Jorgensen's can provide you with the latest and best in power sports products to make your outdoor living more enjoyable. From the most recent in ATV technology to the hottest new snowmobiles, they can help you find the recreational vehicle that's made for you. Combine this wide array of selections with their friendly and knowledgeable staff, and they're convinced Jorgensen's will become your only stop for all of your power sports needs. USA Cycling identifies, develops, and selects cyclists to represent the United States in international competition and supports amateur bike racing through grassroots development programs. I think we may have our girls' winner on her way to the finish. That is Addie Dutson coming through. This is Ashley Hogue for Morgan with a big win for Ashley.
What
Strong
a
ride.
Strong finish from her. Well done.
Negative split that ride. I'm sorry. Almost negative split that ride.
That's pretty rare to see your second lap that close to your first lap. Well done. That's a hard-charging Ashley Hogue. There may be two leaders' jerseys at the start of the next race. So well done. I think we have a tied situation as it stands right now. Again, lots can happen out there on the course, but we'll see how things shake out.
If I remember correctly, Ashley had also a really strong race last year at Beaver, so I think it's safe to say she likes these sloppy conditions. And I see Abigail Prine making her way across the meadow there on her way. She was in second place. I don't see any other riders, so I suspect she's held on to that. Ruby, they know it can be hard to eat enough fruits and vegetables. They take time to prep their messy and don't always taste good, but without them you lack energy and vitality. Ruby is an easier, tastier way to get your fruits and veggies. Simply pour the freeze-dried powder into a shaker bottle with water, shake and drink. Saris believes in the power of bicycles to make the world a better place. That's why their bicycle racks are designed to make it easier to simply get out and go. Their products have been on the market since 1989 and are built to last. As they celebrate their 25th year anniversary, they've shown that just like their racks, they can withstand the test of time. First Endurance offers innovative nutrition that meets the unparalleled demands and requirements of serious endurance athletes so they can train harder than ever before without compromise. With First Endurance, you don't need anything else. They designed the line to work as a system so there's no more guesswork. The result, breakthrough nutrition that's second to none. Here comes Abigail making her way to the finish. Abigail Prine, strong second place finish. Park City rider. There is Asa Hart coming through for Ogden. Here comes third place rider Samantha Naylor from Davis. Strong ride for Samantha.
These riders are coming back a mess. It is clearly sloppy out there. Fighting hard. Again, super fast lap times despite the weather. This is Park City's
Mira Terry.
We've got one more Park City rider, and this should round out our unofficial top five. That's Summer McGuire. Well done. Again, unofficial top five there. So huge results for our ladies. Again, unofficially in first place, Ashley Hogue, followed by Abigail Prine in second place from Park City. We also had Samantha Naylor in third place from Davis, Mira Terry close on her heels from Park City, and then Summer McGuire. So that's our unofficial top five for our varsity women. Great ride for those ladies in some really challenging conditions. Super fast lap times, despite the conditions for sure.
Yeah, big gaps now opening up.
So according to our fuzzy math, we are about 10 minutes out from our varsity boys leaders. Just a quick reminder to coaches, to parents, these racers are producing a ton of heat while they're out there riding. But as soon as they stop, it is going to cool down significantly for them. So make sure that you have, some rain jackets and sweatshirts. As we have a Park City rider,
Jessica Sutherland, strong finish for Jessica, just off the podium there.
with a super rad fist bump across the line. I love it. But make sure these kids get some warmth really quick,
Lulu Georgie, strong ride for South Summit.
because they will cool off rather quickly as soon as they come through that finish line. So do be mindful of that. Make sure that they can stay warm, get them down into the tents, get them into some new clothes, get them out of their kits so that they can warm up in a hurry. So our math may be off because I see our leader, Mitt Niederhauser, on the third switchback up there, still absolutely flying towards the finish. He's about a minute and 63 seconds off from finishing. So that's 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Folks, you might as well gather around the finish line. We're going to have our varsity men's winner here in just a minute or so. Big ride. It looks like he's got a significant gap on second place. We're anticipating a negative split on this. Really big ride from Mitt. Again, not wanting anything to do with giving up that points leader jersey. So looks like he's got several gentlemen on his tail, but he should be making his way across around that last corner here.
He's third, Andrew's third.
We have one of our box elder ladies making her way towards the finish. Let's get her into that finish line. Super strong finish by Rachel Sparks. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, still your points leader. That's Mitt Niederhauser with a strong finish. Well done. Yeah, he went negative splits on that last lap. He was just a little bit over. 24-23 versus a 23-55 lap. So again, probably playing it a little bit safe, making sure that he gets home on two wheels. And well done by Mitt Niederhauser. Holy cow, I can't speak anymore. Mitt Niederhauser.
Yeah, really just doing what he needed to hold the front those first couple laps, and then kind of opening it up on the last lap once he knew he was safe. Here, this looks like Bryce Egley on his way home.
Giving it the sneaky look behind to make sure he's safe.
I don't know, hard charging third.
Charging third place. Oh dearie me.
Bryce Egley, Andrew Hogue for Morgan, Green Canyon.
Well done. Giving it his all to try to snag that second place spot, but Bryce was able to hold on tight to that. So that's 1, 2, and 3. Mitt Niederhauser, Bryce Edgley, Andrew Hogue, and welcome back Brooke Douglas there, one of our varsity girls. Great strong finish from her. So it looks like out on that third lap, we had a little bit of a shakeup. When they came through, we had Mitt in first, Bryce Edgley in second. Andrew Hogue was in second. It looks like Bryce was able to steal a spot from Andrew. Still really, really strong effort from all of those guys. All three of those guys will have a front row start for their next race. We got finishers up on the hill, absolutely laying down huge watts to keep those positions. Again, every place matters, right? Like, this is a team competition. Welcome back, one of our Davis riders. That's Nita Nieder from Davis High School. Well done. Top 10 finish for Nina. Great result no matter what. Out of the saddle and with a smile on his face, that is Joe Cochran from Bountiful High School. Great finish. That's a fourth place finish. Oh, just an absolute gut fest in the finish. We had Layla Walker coming across the line. Caden Lyman, unofficially fifth place with the gentleman. We had Matthias Huber in sixth. Then Sierra Yerman, so like big strong finish for those riders there. Again, we have guys out of the saddle and pushing absolutely everything they have out of them. Holding position, well done, gentlemen. It was Noah Israelson, Payson Norman, and Caleb Gardner. So unofficially your top 5 for the men's varsity. We've got Mitt Niederhauser. We have Bryce Edgley in second, Andrew Hogue in third, Joe Cochran in fourth, and Cayman Lyman in fifth. So really strong effort from those gentlemen in some really tough conditions today. We also had, coming across the line, Matthias Huber. We had Noah Israelson, Payson Norman, Caleb Gardner. That's our top 9. We should see number 10 coming. There he is right there. From Davis, that's Martin Olds. Again, first varsity race for him. Strong effort. That's a sophomore, ladies and gentlemen. Great lap times from all of these guys. All of them sub 26-minute laps. Gritting his teeth and out of the saddle, that there was one of our Weber riders, whose plate is not refreshing, so I don't know who he is. Isaac Horton is who that was. So the Marlins wrapping up that top 10. We got Isaac Horton, Charlie Malding, strong finish, enthusiastically getting across that line. Well done, Charlie. Motoring on this finishing stretch is Reese Peterson from South Summit. Really strong finish. Great race from him. Again, all of these riders have earned a hearty congratulations. This is a tough race, and it's rare that we in the Utah League get a race in sloppy conditions like this. And so far, these guys are making it look like they are seasoned veterans making it happen. We got a sprint finish on our hands. Super tight at the end. Just holding their positions. That was Carson Bohm, Porter Wilkins, and Tyler Matheson raging towards that finish line. Again, most of these kids have worked all year long for this. You know, once racing wraps up in November, some of them will take a little bit of a break, but a lot of them are racing and we're working hard starting in January. They'll race all through the summer, but this is kind of the big leagues of high school biking here at the NICA League, right? So we love seeing these efforts. We love seeing the skill of these riders. They work so hard. Give them a huge round of applause. Make sure that they know how big a rock star they are. Coming across the line, that's Carter Moyer from North Davis Comp. We got one of our Ogden riders scorching towards the finish. That was Nick Kalin, followed closely by a charging Caden Wright from Davis. So again, real quick, I want to recap our varsity finishers for the girls. Our top 5, we've got Ashley Hogue, who will be getting a new jersey tonight to share with Abigail Prine. They will be their points leader. Abigail came in 2nd. Samantha Naylor in 3rd. Summer McGuire in 4th. And Mira Terry rounding out that podium. We got finishers charging hard. Box Elder rider, that's Striker Melez, followed right by a Park City rider, that is Trace Wallen. And running across the line is Bennett Yeager. Great finish. Did I read? So my apologies. Samantha Naylor 3rd, Mira Terry 4th, and Summer McGuire is our 5th. And again, unofficial times, we'll have those run official here pretty quickly. Right now, out on course, we will have our JVA boys. Now, with the JV boys, we've split them into Division 1 and Division 2. At today's race, Division 2 will be going off first. And then they'll have a 5-minute gap before Division 1 goes by. But in the meantime, while I was telling you all that, Blake Jacobson from Davis High School just came across the line looking strong. Killing it. So these varsity boy or JVA boys are going to be doing 2 laps. One of our Weber riders, that's Brooke Mortensen, finishing strong, followed by one of our varsity boys, Brock Heslop from Fremont. So again, our JVA boys, D2 is currently out. About 5 minutes from now, we will have our JVA boys D1. And as is typical, what happens is that first group from the D1 group will eventually catch up with the D2 group, but we always swap it up so that the JVA or the D1 and D2 groups swap who's in first. So at the next race, the D1 group will be headed out first. And one of our course marshals making his way through, looking good. Sweeping it up, doing a good job. Thank you so much for all you do, volunteers. By the way, we do have, I'm sure, several volunteer possibilities available. We would love it. I know that you are inspired by watching these riders come through, all the hard work of these kids. You know how much time your coaches and ride leaders put into making sure that your kids have a quality time at practice and that they can show up at these races and have a good time. Your race crew also is a bunch of savages. They work so hard all day long, and we just need a little bit of help from volunteers to pick up a couple of spots that we can't do ourselves. But in the meantime, we want to welcome back a charging Peyton Cox from South Summit, as well as Tyler Thompson from Farmington and Skylar Barnes from Fremont. So if you are having a good day and you want to make a difference, head on over to our volunteer tent. It's right near the NV van. It's a big old kind of four-legged spider situation. Drop on by, say hello to Miss Sherry. She will put you to work doing something important and meaningful, and we deeply appreciate you helping out with that.
Another broken plate, another called off date. We never seem to get it right. Another heart attack, words that we can't take back. We are the reason opposites attract. Once you slam the door on the second floor, I regret it all. When I think it through, I can't help the way I feel for you. You make me lose my mind like all the time. It still feels right.
out of the saddle and making his way towards a warm beverage, I'm hoping. That's Ward Phelps. Well done, one of our North Davis riders. We are 60 seconds away from our D1 JVA group heading out on course. Again, these JVA riders are so fast. And one of the things that I've noticed is when you're comparing their lap times to those of the varsity riders, they're pretty similar. It's just that they're maybe a little bit younger, or maybe not quite as experienced and not quite ready to go up into that varsity riders group. But super fast lap times, really good bike skills. These JVA riders are quick. We want to welcome home some of our other varsity riders. That's Bodie Marska from Park City, followed closely by someone else. There we go, Ryan Hillman. I do apologize for the delay in the update of our feed. And our JVA boys D1 is out on course. 2-lap contest from these guys. We've got Rockwell Hanson out of the saddle and cranking away to get home. One of our Fremont riders finishing up his day. I also want to thank Crash Pads, one of our newest sponsors. Crash Pads would like to offer 15% off the best bandages on the market. They're engineered specifically for athletes. Crash Pads cushion, protect, and heal insanely fast. Get them now on Amazon.com. Crash Pads are a local Utah company. Thank you, Course Marshall, for all you do, sir. We got another rider coming all the way home, out of the saddle and cranking away. Looking for some dry clothes and a warm beverage. That, my friends, is one of our Bonneville riders. That's Isaac Miller. Well done. Again, moms and dads, get some dry clothes for these kids. Get them out of their race kit so that they can start to warm up. They're going to be a little bit chilled in a hurry, so please be careful to make sure that those kids get warm as quickly as possible. Get it back to the team tents, maybe get it back into your car and start the engine to warm things up. We also want to thank Pearl Izumi. They are a worldwide leader in cycling apparel. They are a proud sponsor of the 2021 Utah High School Cycling League. They have a factory store in Park City. You should drop by, say hello, and shop their extensive collection of road, mountain, and lifestyle cycling apparel and footwear. Pearl Izumi, here we go.
Ascend Sportswear is continuing to support and grow youth cycling by becoming a bronze sponsor level for the 2021 season. Ascend specializes in high-performance custom team apparel and prides themselves on family-style customer service and support. They've specifically designed a program for Nike teams that helps take the burden off getting them gear and allows you to get back to having fun and making memories. Nick Marcosian Auto prides themselves on helping you find a car you love at the most competitive pricing and financing available. Whether your credit score is over 700 or under 550, they will arrange the best financing out there or finance you themselves. Choose any one of their 80-point checked, fully certified and warranted vehicles. I know you're going to find a car you love.
We also want to recognize our official league photographer with Selective Visions. I've lost all control over here. We want to thank Karen with Selective Visions. She has been the league photographer for years and years and has taken literally hundreds of thousands of photos at these races. We deeply appreciate all she does. You can find her photos. They are sensibly priced and they make wonderful memories. You can find them via the league's website at utahmtb.org. Feel free to go support her. We love all that she does to give us these beautiful memories of our kids. We were able to purchase a couple last year of our son racing. We love it. We also want you to follow us on social media. Our Instagram handle is at UtahHSMTB, and we would love it if all of the photos that you take today, you linked or you what do you call it on the book face and the Insta thing. If you just tagged us so that we can see what you guys are doing. We're pretty active. We'll probably repost some of your stuff, make it cool. You can also use the hashtag MyNikaY and hashtag MoreKidsOnBikes. And hashtag UtahHSMTB. Show off all of your camera skills, show off your race day results. We'd love to see what you guys are up to. We also want to offer a huge applause to our new streaming partner, Game On Live Studio. I have lost all ability to talk today. Game On Live Studio. They are streaming this race, the rain, shine, or hail, whatever it takes. And what's nice is you get able to see several parts of the course. If grandma and grandpa are out of town, they can't make it, they're able to slide it. It's all free. You can be able to, like, if you're sitting here at the finish line, you can't see your son or daughter out racing, there's a pretty good chance you'll be able to sneak a peek out on course. So again, we passed out a bunch of different QR codes with your coaches. Please scan that. Support these guys. We want to give them a ton of traffic. We deeply appreciate them helping us to make this more accessible for you guys to watch. And it's really cool that they stepped up the way that they did. So thank you to them. We are still missing 4 course marshals, and here's the sketchy thing. If we don't get them very, very soon, we are going to have to put a hold on racing while we arrange that. So please, for the love of all that is holy, if you have some time and a rain jacket, please go over to the volunteer tent. It's right near the NV tent, right near like with the start-finish line. Again, we need 4 course marshals to help out with the race, just to be able to make sure that these kids are safe out on course. It would mean a lot to us if you could please go volunteer for a shift in the length of 4 hours. So please head on over see the volunteer tent. Yeah, and we'll make sure that you guys are taken care of. We do appreciate our volunteers. We love what you guys do. We couldn't do this without you. We just need a few more of you today, please. So again, please, if you are available to hang out as a course marshal, it would be a huge favor. We do need those course marshals out on course to make sure that our riders are safe, and we really can't hold these races without them. So please, we need 4 more course marshals. You can go to the volunteer tent that's up here near the start-finish line. The kind of, the Utah branded, the Utah League branded tent with the strike logo on it. That's where you need to go to volunteer. Please, we need 4 more of those ASAP.
So I'm guessing we are right about 10 minutes away from our leaders in the JVA category. These guys tend to be just about as fast as the varsity riders. They're usually just a little bit younger. They maybe don't have quite the endurance, but we're going to see really similar lap times.
It is fun to see these JVA riders scorching these lap times, and then next year being able to show up and be super competitive in that varsity group. So love to see these guys here again. It's a 2-lap race for these JVA riders.
It is definitely a bit sloppier. Like when the varsity riders started, it was kind of damp, and now you can actually see puddles, and there's definitely kind of wetness. I'm guessing there's kind of some mud smeared over the top of those rocks out there. So a bit treacherous. Slower might be faster on some sections of the course.
Yeah, certainly you need to be a little bit more judicious with your line choice. You need to be a little bit more on the brakes earlier because these corners are going to be wet and slippery. And even though some of the berms are well supported, it's still imperative that these riders are smart with the way that they attack these corners. So yeah, this is very, very different than what these riders are used to. As an organization, we do everything that we can to make sure that we don't destroy trails, and when you ride in the rain, it typically does a number on these trails. So Snowbasin is being very cool and allow us to race today, and we're going to monitor the situation to make sure that everything is copacetic and happy. But again, very different conditions than what these kids are used to, because they are used to getting practice canceled as soon as the rain starts to fly. These trails, by the way, handle water beautifully, so they actually run really well no matter what the conditions.
Yeah, there's so much rock out there. It's pretty tough trails. I would also say these kind of conditions make next practice really interesting, because a lot of times when you forget to clean your bike or clean off all the mud and water and grime that gets on your bike today, and you show up at practice on Monday or Tuesday or whenever it is, your bike might just word to the wise, check your bike before your next practice.
Yeah, for sure. You don't want to leave your bike wet in the garage after this. Like, take it home, clean out your headset, like blow out your bottom bracket, because that dries out and rusts and things get a little bit gnarly, and the next time you go ride, it could be a little bit of a crunchy sounding ride. Again, my bold prediction of no rain. I'd like to apologize for that. I lied. I didn't mean to lie. It didn't mean to be this way. So as we make our way through this apocalypse, I see leaders of our JVA boys D2 making their way down the slope. I mean, if you can get past the moisture that is now collecting in your shoes, that is a spectacular image. Like, this is a beautiful day to be up here if you brought the right equipment. But again, we've got our leaders of our JVA boys D2 on the slope, moving really quickly. It looks like this trail is running beautifully right now.
And don't forget, if you do have an issue with your bike, we've got Guthrie Bicycles here to help you out in our neutral support area.
Accurate statement. So neutral support is here. Guthrie is here. By the way, Guthrie is doing a very, very cool program. If you happen to have a bike that is not being used right now and you want to find a new home for it, if you take it into Guthrie, they actually take that bike and rehab it and give it to somebody that might be able to get, that needs a bike more than you. Let's just put it that way. So very cool program that Guthrie's got. You can stop by any of their locations. We love what they do. That's such a cool program. Not to mention, we love how they support our riders here at the Utah League. So drop by Neutral Support, say thank you to Guthrie, and while you're at it, go buy a bike from them. We've got a good-sized group here. Looks like we got a group of 5 riders and then another group of about 10 right behind them that are making their way around towards that final bend that leads onto the finishing straight. So it's anyone's race right now. We'll give you names of these riders as they come through. But again, I'm guessing they've got lap times of about 24 minutes is my guesstimation. We'll see how that works out. But again, moms and dads and coaches, please make sure that as your riders are finishing, that they are greeted with something warm to put on. Get them back to the tent, get them out of their race gear and into something dry. We don't want them to get super chilled. That is no way to spend your afternoon feeling hypothermic. So please get them back to the tent, get them dry and happy.
Here we go. Here's this group of 5 charging towards the finish. They'll be heading out for their second and final lap.
Look at these guys will drop by the feed zone where they can grab us a quick, swig of water. A lot of times at hot races, they've got, we call them dumpers, like open bottles that they can use to just cool themselves off. I doubt they're going to be doing that today, but hopefully they'll take a little bit of a swig, get the grit out of their mouth, maybe just get a little hydration in them, and then hammer that climb again. This is one of the most climby courses on the circuit, and they've got a doozy of a climb right in front of them.
So TJ Eck, Micah Wallace, Trevor Marriott, Nathan Patterson, Thomas Cosgrove, Oliver Mansfield, Jurgen Cox, Sam Leichman, Jacob Royal, Aaron Lee, bunch of Morgan here. And some Skyview. I think it was Skyview. It looked like there were some teammates kind of working together in that front group.
So again, if you missed our earlier description of the course, this thing is a savage. There's over 600 feet of climbing, as Abram Dow will tell you all about when he comes back. He's headed out on his second lap, followed by this Morgan rider, who is Jackson Palmer, looking fast as he goes through onto his second lap. But these riders are about to go up a pretty savage road climb. It's about 15% grade. It's unforgiving. It's not very much fun. These 2 bountiful riders here, Peyton Anderton and Peter Bayer, about to head out on their second lap. But then they're going to get to a little bit of single traffic. It kind of goes back to normal for a little bit, and then it turns right back up a huge road climb. So we've also got here Jacob Lavin, Crew McIntyre, Grant Davis, Drew Derrick coming through. And again, 2-lap race for these guys. So they'll hit that feed zone and head out onto one more lap. In just a few minutes, we anticipate seeing the D1 crew. Again, we've got 2 different races. There's the D2, which we're seeing right now, and then there's going to be D1 following them.
The nice thing in these conditions, if your fingers and toes get cold on the descent, you actually start to enjoy the climb because it's at least it's an opportunity to warm up.
You slow up and you don't get all the cold air rushing against it, right? We had Grant Davis, Thomas Palfreman. We had Sam Brady, Aiden Cohn, Kai McAfee, or McKee. Lucas Staton, Cameron Best making his way out onto the course again. One more lap for these gents.
Oh, big group headed this way. Looks like group of 5 coming off the single track.
So a big part of racing is being able to get to the single track first so you can control the pace. And so I anticipate that these gentlemen are going to kind of tear themselves inside out. You can already see them jockeying for position there, but they're going to want to get to that single track so that they can control the pace and control what's happening.
Jace Reber, Boston Graves, Marcus Hollingsworth, August Burton, and Stockton Smith all coming through there. Landon DeRoche. So our top 5 after 1 lap for JVA D2. TJ Eck, Michael Wallace, Trevor Marriott, Nathan Patterson, and Thomas Cosgrove. That's Jack Deem, Max Baird, Porter Thurer, Jake Behunen, Sam Perry, and we're looking for our leaders in the JVA D1 category. Blake Strand coming through there.
By the way, if you're hiding in your car, good for you. You can stream this on Game On Live Studio. We do appreciate these guys coming out and battling the elements with us today. It looks like we got a couple of Park City riders. This may be D1. Yep, in fact, that's Hale Nickel and Derek Santoro, 1 and 2, as part of that D1 group.
Working together. It's hard to make your way through another field, especially as teammates, but maybe they kind of help each other out, call out to coming by. Tanner Underhill, Ethan Christick, also D1 riders coming through. Kyler Jenkins and Mark Eilertson also through there. Yeah, and on that live stream, they have a QR code. If you want to swing by at the finish line, you can scan their code and get to live streaming. Isaac Staton, Chase Chesley, Clay Henderson, and Brian Gray also through there.
So again, some spicy racing happening out there today. Despite the weather, these kids are charging hard. Just so you know, our next wave will be starting at 1 o'clock. We'll be having our JVB boys. But in the meantime, we got Elijah White from Davis. We have Dallin Painter from Mountain Crest and Brock Nixon headed out onto their second laps.
This is so good for electronic equipment.
Oh, yeah.
He's all got Barrett Petty headed out. Cole Bradley from Weaver looking strong, headed out into his second lap as well.
That's actually Cole Bradley, who I get to coach.
My apologies to Cole for the mispronunciation. We got Jake Atwater as well. We got Max Gerard. Also Riker Curl, Ben Anderson, and Ty Harris. Bunch more of our D1 guys. You're seeing the majority of them coming through. Just so you know, for the JV Boys D2, there are 58 riders. In D1, there are 60. So we got about 112 riders out on course right now, approximately. See a couple of them from Fremont here. That's Andrew Bigelow and Dalton Weston from Fremont. won't tell you who's doing the math over here, but we're struggling to try to figure out when the next lap will happen, but that's okay. It'll be a fun surprise if we don't get it right. Adam Anderson from Davis. Got Joshua Allen from Davis. Taylor Earp. We've also got Jace Montano and Peyton Jousey. All of these JVA brethren are going to be headed out, going out on one more lap. I dig the hot pink jersey, well chosen. Smartly staying warm and out of that, you know, that it is, by the way, it is totally legal to race with the jacket on. A lot of these kids choose not to because you do get pretty hot out there. But again, that mix of getting hot and then cold and then descending, it's kind of a mess. So tough clothing choices to be made today. Charlie Sims, Parker Connors, Andrew Evans, Hunter Taylor, Stockton Niebaker. Raymond Jordan from Davis High School headed out. Also being chased down by one of the Fremont Raiders. That's Keaton Hansen looking strong. Taben Atcher, Dawson Dimmick. We got Ethan Larson, Tyler Budge, Dason Johnson. Bunch of dudes coming through in a big old pack. A couple of Park City riders coming through. This is Emmett Edio, I believe.
Nathan Drury, Caleb Tibbetts. Everybody headed out on their second of 2 laps.
That's Dawson Wainsgard and Justin Luce headed out. Brock Hansen, sorry, that's Jace Neal from Weaver High School.
Christopher Malding.
You may be curious as to whether that's Ty English. Yes, it is, from Farmington High School. Headed out again, one more lap for him. The Park City riders making friends along the way. Oh, got one of our Farmington. That's Lewis Pruce. Jonas Watkins with with a lot of style.
High-fiving the fans.
Just making fans wherever he goes is Jonas Watkins. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Chris Clark from Farmington. It's also Rockwell Bradley from Fremont. Bandley. Bandley is the last name. I do apologize. Getting chased down. I think he's going to bridge that gap. That was Samuel Butterfield from Farmington, doing his best to get back on that wheel. So you guys are gathered around wondering what you should do with your life. I'll tell you what you should do. You should go over to the Hyperthread tent. Not only will you be able to find respite from the rain, but you'll be able to buy a hoodie to warm yourself back up. They have t-shirts aplenty. They even have arm warmers. If you're just wanting to flex the arm warmers, you're welcome to do so. Knee warmers, yep, they got them. They also have the best. I mean, we love Hyperthreads. They are a huge sponsor of the league. If your team is looking for a brand new kit, go talk to Spencer, who is probably shivering. He just swept the varsity race, but he's over there shivering. But he'd love to talk to you about, getting your kit set up for next year. They could customize anything that you want. Like if you're looking for your company, if you guys want some company race kits or jackets or whatever you want, go see Spencer at Hyperthread. We do appreciate all that they do for the league, and they've got some really good looking year 10 gear to celebrate 10 years of the Utah League being in existence. So drop on by, say hello, and everything that Spencer does, a little bit of that some of that gets kicked back to the league. Again, we deeply appreciate all that they do for us. So we're anticipating that we're going to see the D2 leaders here in 2 minutes and 79 seconds. We're anticipating. But again, we're going to be able to see them for a few minutes as they negotiate these switchbacks. This course really is brutal. There's about 600 feet of climbing total, but it's only 5 miles long. It's a little bit longer than Beaver, where we were last week. And I can't decide which one is meaner, this one or the Beaver course. But again, these riders went through. Oh, we got a walker. That, my friends, is Easton McGrew. Give that young man a huge round of applause. Way to gut it out. That is a tough race.
So he may be able to get fixed up by Guthrie and get out and complete his second lap.
Yeah, and again, just so you guys know, this is a new rule for this year. We have placed Guthrie bikes right near our finish line so that if you do have a mechanical, instead of you just not being able to finish the race, you can head on over to Guthrie. They'll fix you up as much as they can, and then you can get back onto course. So you don't necessarily have to drop a race just because you have a little boo-boo on the bike. So we do appreciate them being here. We love Guthrie for the support that they give our kids. And Easton, head on over, get some help.
Sometimes it's worse news than better to be told that lucky you get to go out and finish your race. But if you want to help your team, if you can get your bike fixed up and get back out there.
Absolutely. And sometimes, man, like, you're right, it is tough news to hear that you can actually go ride, but these kids are tough. They can do it. And again, that is an option that you do have this year. You no longer have to take a 5-minute penalty for receiving support as long as it comes from our neutral support sponsor, which today is Guthrie. So thank you again to Guthrie for being here and helping our athletes throughout the day. Let's spend a minute talking about Pivot Cycles. They are raced around the globe to top finishes by the world's fastest athletes at races such as the Olympics, World Cups, Pan American Games, and national championships. Head on over to pivotcycles.com to see the amazing bikes that they have. We also want to thank I Got Poop. They are one of our newest platinum members. If you've had to use the restroom today, you'd like to thank I Got Poop as well. So they handle all of your waste disposal needs, including portable toilets, septic tank pumping and service, sewer inspection cameras, roll-off dumpsters, drain cleaning, video pipe locating, septic system repair and install, and many more services. If you have septic or portable toilet needs, they have several locations throughout the state. Give them a call. Heck, if you order enough toilets, they'll give you a really snazzy hat that's kind of fun to wear around. We also want to thank Trek. Trek is the world leader in mountain bike technology. No surprise that their mountain bikes are the most technologically advanced on the planet. Here, innovations are not limited to the highest end mountain bike models. Every Trek mountain bike is loaded with features and details that make any ride on any trail better. Again, huge shout out to Envy. They are here in their tent. They have some goodies that you can take a look at. They also have their tire pressure system. So huge part of gaining tractions out on this sloppy muck and on these beautiful trails here is making sure that your tire pressure is dialed in. They've got a system over there that you can use to just make sure that you're right where you need to be. And in addition to that, they are located right near us here in Ogden. MB manufactures carbon fiber cycling rims and components. MB's wheels and components are chosen by the best cyclists in the world, including Cannondale's Factory Racing and the Santa Cruz Syndicate. MB is one of the only companies in the bicycle industry to manufacture here in the United States, and all NB wheels are assembled here by hand in Ogden, Utah. So we just interviewed them earlier. They've been a sponsor of the league since the league came into existence. We love having them as a sponsor, and more than that, we love having them here to support our riders at this race here at Snowbasin. We also want to thank Strike Visuals. They are proud to continue its sponsorship at the Utah League at the gold level. Strike Visuals has built numerous strategic partnerships which allow the ability to offer the best pricing on the highest quality equipment and everything that you need, from tents canopies, inflatables, or truss archways for a finish line, promotional flags and banners, or a wide range of custom and specialty race and event products. So with Strike, everything comes with a lifetime warranty. We love their sponsorship. Go see Strike. Get your team set up with some brand new tents. I see riders coming down. I'm not sure if that's our leader over there, but we should have riders coming through here very shortly. Again, right now on course, we've got our JVA D2 and our JVA D1 riders. Again, if you're still new to the league, that's like 5A and 4A when it comes to football team sizes and stuff like that. So D1, bigger, D2, smaller. You get the idea. Again, we are making reference to the number of student riders. No other references are made. So it is, and I don't know if you guys are still as excited about this as I am, but I love seeing people at the races. I love seeing people without masks. So let's keep this alive. Let's keep this rolling. Make sure that you leave today with little to no voice available to you because you've been screaming kids in and cheering every kid that came through. We love these races. We love you guys being part of it. We love when you support our athletes as well. So also, we want to thank Snowbasin. They offer us a lot of support while we're here. We love this beautiful setting. We appreciate what they do for us. So we just got word that the entire top 5 of D2 is in a group. So we may have some high-level drama coming up. So you might want to gather around. In fact, I can see them right there. We got a leader with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, dearie me, we got a race on our hands, folks. Let's get to the finish line.
Yeah, that looks like it could be a 6-up sprint.
I have been waiting for this all day long.
There's not 6 wide on this finishing stretch.
Yeah, there's going to be, hoping these riders stay under control, that they stay in their line. But the good money is on just inside of the inside corner. It's a little bit more stable. If you go any further inside, it's going to get pretty rocky, pretty rowdy, and so I wouldn't pick that line, but good grief, it's going to be fast. So here they come. They got one more corner to go down there, then they'll be on that finishing straight. And we got 5 right within punching distance of that podium. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're hoping for some high drama. At least I am, because I have no dog in the fight, but this should be a pretty fun finish for these riders coming right up. We've seen several flats happen back in this wooded area today. Like, riders go in there and then they come out with flats. So hopefully everybody comes out. They've chosen a wise line, and we have a brawl at the finish line of a sprint. So here they come.
Here we go, lone leader. We're going to see a fight for the rest of the podium spots, but I think this leader has it locked up.
Going to be a battle, sir. Here we go. We do have that lone leader off the front. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a winner here. That, my friends, is Oliver Mansfield from Morgan. Let's see what happens here at the finish. Let's get going. Huge finish from these gentlemen. We had Trevor Marriott, TJ Eck, Thomas Cosgrove, Noah Patterson, and Jacob Royal. Again, those are unofficial results, but we also had Michael Wallace jump in there as well. So, again, really quick finish. We don't know exactly how that panned out, but we'll get you those results as quickly as we can. But
So Oliver Mansfield, who took the win, was in 6th place after their first lap. So riding just like killing the second lap.
So much fun seeing these kids pouring it all out towards that finish line. One more rider coming in here. That's Sam Leishman from Box Elder Comp. JVB D2 boys giving the ladies and gentlemen what they came for. Another finisher coming in strong out of the saddle. This looks like one of our Bonneville riders. Huge finish that was.
Peyton Anderton. And Jurgen Cox rounding out the top 10 in JVA D2.
So we're anticipating in about 5 to 6 minutes. Again, we got a sprint on our hands here today. They're coming in hot and fast.
Abram Dow from Box Elder and Jackson Palmer from Morgan. Aaron Lee, also Morgan.
I'm seeing a lot of displaced equipment on the bike. They got Garmin computers pointing north or like skyward. Like things are getting rowdy out there. So clearly these conditions are tough, but these riders are handling it really well. Again, mom and dad, get these kids out of their race gear quick and into something warm so that they can get back that core temperature that they need. They don't get all chilled and hypothermic on us.
I bet we're gonna see the leaders in our D1 race come in here pretty soon too.
We got more finishers coming in. One of our Bonneville riders,
Peter Bayer.
We got a sprint right here on our hands. Who's picking the right line?
2 Woods Cross teammates. That was Jacob Lavin and Drew Derrick.
Oh, this course, it just keeps punching you right in the mouth. And this finish is maybe my least favorite finish on the NICA circuit because you get this big old head of steam and then it all leaves you the second you hit the bottom of this little punchy climb. So you got to be in the right gear. You got to hit it hard. And these JVA B riders are absolutely flying up it. Right there, that was Derek Santoro, our winner of our D1 JVA boys race, followed by his teammate, that was
Grant Davis, Hill Nickel in there from Park City. So Derek Santoro winning the D1 race, Hale Nickel, his teammate in second, and Sam Brady and Grant Davis also in there as well. So those Park City teammates came through together after one lap and kind of sprinted it out there to finish it off.
You know, the JV or JVA category that leaves second always has that disadvantage of having to pick their way through the tail end of the group in front of it. So those two teammates fought really hard. They picked off a lot of guys out of that first group and were able to make that separation. Looks like we've got a third Park City rider. We may have the top 3 steps of the podium covered by Park City here.
Yeah, that's Turner Underhill. Ethan Christick and Crew McIntyre in there too. Ethan getting on that D1 podium. One more spot there. Lucas Staton finishing up.
Battle towards the finish. That was a Viewmont rider. That was Kai McKee and Aiden Cohn from South Summit right on his tail.
Thomas Palfreyman also in there.
Absolutely. These riders look like they're racing cyclocross in Europe as opposed to mountain bike riding over here in the highlands of Utah. So fun stuff happening again. Really unique race conditions. We do love seeing these riders giving it all out here in these kind of challenging conditions. Like this Morgan rider here. This is a guy that we don't know the name of. Cameron Bess. Well done, sir, from Morgan High School. Strong finish from that rider.
Marcus Hollingsworth from Box Elder there. Here comes South Summit rider Jace Reber. Still looking for that last D1 podium spot. Might be right here. This is Ogden rider August Burton. So Elijah White from Davis snagging that last podium spot. I'm sorry. Brock Nixon taking it over Elijah White. That might be a photo finish, so please remember these are unofficial results. Stockton Smith in there, Barrett Petty, Boston Graves. Big sprint. Barrett Petty, Ben Anderson, Jake Atwater, Jake Behunin, Sam Perry, Max Baird, Blake Strand, Porter Thurer. Jack Deem there sounded like a mechanical, but making it happen. Cole Bradley, strong ride for Cole. Andrew Bigelow, Fremont. Kyler Jenkins, Riker Curl, Joshua Allen. Taylor Earp. Ty Harris. Adam Anderson. Peyton Yossi. Joshua Hacking. And Andrew Evans. Dallin Painter. Jace Montano. And we got a sprint here. Clay Henderson and Isaac Staton. So unofficial JVA D2, Oliver Mansfield, Trevor Marriott, TJ Eck, Thomas Cosgrove, and Nathan Patterson, your podium. JVA D1, Derek Santoro, Hale Nickel, Turner Underhill, Ethan Christick, and Brock Nixon. That was Dalton Weston finishing up. And we got a big sprint here. I'm not going to... Mark Eilertson, Stockton Neviker, Parker Connors, Raymond Jordan, Hunter Taylor, Carter Christensen, Chase Chesley, and Brian Gray. Big group. Caden Hansen. Here we go. We got another sprint. Oh, Ryder down, but he is back up. Caden Hansen, Tyler Budge, Connor Browning. Taven Actor. Caleb Tibbetts. So JV, B, D2, and D1 are in staging now. They are going to be heading out in 15 and 20 minutes. This Park City rider, Nathan Drury, finishing up. Dawson Dimmick there. Group of four here, charging towards the finish. Bright pink on the front. Charlie Sims from Park City. Jace Neal, Emmett Itoy, Dawson Wangsgard. And Fremont rider Carson Stoker.
So these riders are making their way through, making it look easy, but it is a challenging day to be out on course.
Yeah, and I would kind of caution these JVB riders getting ready to start. The course is probably starting to dry out, but there's still going to be kind of a smear of mud over the rocks that can be pretty unnerving when your tires touch it.
Yeah, I know we're racing, but sometimes a little caution goes a long way into making sure that you actually make it back to the the finish line with your bike in one piece. Strong finish from this rider. That was Ty English from Farmington. I'm just curious if you have any chiropractors in the house. We also want to thank Intermountain Healthcare. They have come up here. The McCady Hospital's come up and set up a booth. Sports medicine care is provided by Intermountain Healthcare. Don't let an injury keep you out of the competition. Stop by their booth and receive receive quality assurance that you can enjoy the race. So again, they've got their tent set up over by our first aid tent, just as another little backup. We love having them here. And we want to thank them for their support of the Utah High School Mountain Biking League.
One thing I was looking for, I posted yesterday, we would love to have more stories of riders, coaches, anyone that's affiliated with the league. If you have any kind of story about anything you've overcome or maybe someone you know, anything, we would love to share those kinds of stories. Message the league, shoot us an email, just come tell us.
Yeah, in fact, I think the league director, Christine Peterson, sent out an email to all of the coaches. As an announcer, we love being able to read these stories about these riders, like the one that we read earlier, Brock Heslop, one of our varsity riders. And so just respond to Christine. She'd love to hear about them and forward them along to us so that we can tell the stories of your kids. We know a lot of these kids have overcome a lot, and they work so hard to be able to race at a high level, and we love seeing them. But more than that, we love to hear their stories. They're inspiring, and your kids are pretty amazing. Just like this guy here, this is Rockwell Bandley from Fremont, finishing up his day looking really strong. As I continue to entertain a nation, I'd like to welcome back Louis Pruce from Farmington. Well done, sir. Just as a reminder, moms and dads, your kids have just been through a big old bike race, and the tendency is to get home and fully just drop the bike in the corner until next practice. Please, for the love of all that is holy, wash your bike off, lube the parts that need to be lubed, take care of it so that you don't wake up to a rust bucket in a couple of days. I accidentally made that mistake once. And speaking of lube, Squirt is a unique chain lubricant. It contains waxes and water in emulsion form that stays clean, lasts long, and extends the lifetime of your drivetrain. It is 100% biodegradable and was rated by Bike Groomer as one of the top lubricants on the market. Hey, everybody.
Is Samuel Butterfield's strong finish for that Farmington rider. Jonas Watkins.
Jonas came through with the wheelie. I ain't turning him in for any 5-minute penalties. That was good looking right there. Well done, Jonas. Sweet creamery buttery. That was a beautiful wheelie across that finish line. You know, one of these days we're going to need to stop one of our Park City coaches. They tend to cruise around in tutus. Guys, girls, doesn't matter. They're all in tutus. I appreciate it. We need to figure out how this started. you to throw in the catchphrase, sweet creamery butter. So I just had to. I just did. We'd like to welcome Berta Steele to the broadcasting segment of this. We appreciate Berta, who's at home. I think he's got his feet kicked up. He's got a beverage in his hands, and he's watching the live stream of your riders.
We are 4 minutes away from our next group. Going to be JVB D2, boys on course at 1, and JVB D1 at 1:05.
Again, moms and dads, if you got granny and grandpa out of town, or you maybe have family members that would love to see your offspring racing but just can't make it here to the venue, we now have a streaming partner that is completely free. They came out of nowhere to save the day for us. We love having them here. It is Game On Live Studio, and we over here at the announcer's booth that's right by the finish line, they're set up. They've got a QR code that you can scan so that you can actually watch the live feed. It's pretty cool because you're able to see here what's happening at the finish line, but you also can see what's happening on course. I believe they have 6 different cameras. They're working on getting a drone so that we can have that view. So essentially this really just broadens the number of people that can see the race, and not to mention at a race like this where we have pretty decent cell service, we can be seeing more than just what we see here at the finish line. So again, huge thank you to Game On Live Studio. Drop by the timing tent and you can scan that QR code so that you can join the feed. We also have Chris Clark from Farmington finishing up a strong ride, one of our JVA boys, D1. Well done, sir.
Thank you, Sweep.
Are we out of music? Is that what's going on? Oh, how funny. Yeah, we flat out ran out of batteries here. You know, Sarah, I was just realizing it's weirdly, awkwardly quiet around here, and realized that Sarah, A, has run out of batteries on her microphone, and B, the iPod ran out of juice too. So we're getting that back online, but we also want to welcome back Easton McGrew from Weber High School, finishing up his day. Easton, one of the lucky ones, able to finish in a little bit of sunshine to warm that up. So hopefully things keep trending in this direction. I'm looking over to our north, and I see blue sky, which is weird. I'm not used to that today, and I'm not saying whether it's coming this way or not, but I'm just appreciative of that blue sky right now.
I know, I actually feel, dare I say, warm right now. So JVB D2 boys are on course, getting ready to send off our JVB D1.
I've got power here. And then we could just, does that have a, yeah, so just go from here, like we'll just want the 3.5 in there, and then we'll plug the power in here. Just plug that in there. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's even better. We all win today. All right, so just as a quick reminder, out on course right now, we do have our JV boys. Again, we've got D1 with D2 hot on their tail. Next up, after that, we're going to have a little bit of a, it's girls' night. We're going to have all of the JV A girls, the freshman girls, JV B girls, and single lap girls coming up. That will be all of Wave 7. Our JV A girls will head out at 2:10. So about an hour and 8 minutes from now, we'll have all of those girls starting. Currently out on course, we've got our JV B boys D2. And we are about 3 weeks away, or 3 minutes away from D1 leaving. Just as a quick reminder, unfortunately, we cannot use the hoses that our friends here at Snowbasin have set up. So, yeah, we don't really have a wash station for your bikes or your person. So, do be cognizant of that. We don't have permission from Snowbasin to use their water. We also want to thank Bora Teamwear. There is nothing better than New Kit Day. At Bora Teamwear, we make it easy to order beautiful US-made custom cycling apparel for your team. Our customer service is the best in the biz, and we walk you through the entire process from free design to our unique fit guarantee. We ensure that you get amazing kits on time. Bora is proud to be an official NICA sponsor. Look Pro, ride strong. Bora. Also, another huge shout out to our friends here at Guthrie Bikes. Hey, all you parents out there that are buying your kids' bikes, bike parts, bike accessories, get them from Guthrie's. They are here supporting you, and they donate a ton of time and money to the league. So show them some appreciation by giving them your business. Again, if your bike is a little bit off today, it's maybe not shifting the way it should, maybe you accidentally tweaked your derailleur hanger, head on over to neutral support here. Hang out with our guy from Guthrie, just get it all tidied up and you'll be good to go. Sounds like right now, D1, so JVB Boys D1 is out on course. We're anticipating fast things from these gentlemen. We're more than likely going to be seeing somewhere around a 25-minute lap is my guesstimation.
Yeah, I bet you're right.
So just a little bit of history about the Utah League. It is our 10th year in existence. Started in 2011 and under the National Interscholastic Cycling Association, or NICA. The goal is to enable every Utah team to strengthen body, mind, and character, and promote lifelong health and fitness through cycling. The league facilitates the development of high school cycling teams, clubs for grades 7 through 12. And they provide education, training, licensing, and insurance for coaches and volunteers. With the cooperation of local race organizers, our partners, and our sponsors, we are able to provide a high-quality mountain bike racing experience. In accordance to NICA's 5 core principles, which are fun, inclusivity, equity, respect, and community, our program emphasizes the value of each participant and places camaraderie, positive behavior, respect, and the cultivation of health over competition. Regardless of the ability level, the Utah League is committed to providing a positive and safe experience for our student athletes. The league held its first race in 2012, and that same year because it became the largest first-year league in NICA history. By 2014, the Utah League grew to become the largest league in NICA, and in 2015, the league became the first league to develop an Elevate program. In 2016, due to the continued exponential growth, the Utah League split into 2 regions, North and South. The league hosted a record of 9 races, and in 2018, the league actually split into 3 regions and hosted 13 races. Even through the coronavirus, last year the league grew in 2020 and once again needed to expand to a 4th region, hosting a record of 17 races. You probably have noticed by now the league growth has expanded again in 2020, and we have a record of 6,300 registered students racing across the state. So as you might imagine, growth is not something that's slowing down with the league, and we anticipate that there will be yet more regions created next year. So really excited to be able to see how the league expands, but more importantly, it's so impressive with what our league director, Dallin Atack, has done with his crew to make sure that with the growth, we still have high quality races with that are well organized and put on in a way where these student athletes have a wonderful experience. Just as a quick reminder, we want to thank our friends at Hyperthread. They do have their trailer up here. They've got a tent with a bunch of merch in it. They have they love looking. One of the cool things that I get to do as an announcer is I get to see all of these different kits rolling through. Their race gear, their casual gear. I love seeing these kids all dressed in the same uniforms. They look super sharp. And since 2015, Hyperthreads has been a huge supporter of the league and customizing team kits to provide this unity among all the athletes, coaches, and give them a chance to produce items for your team. So your business or your personal kit order. So they produce custom jerseys, bibs, hoodies, hats, and more. Hyperthreads creates custom apparel inspired by you. So they are here today. Feel free to drop by the tent, say hello to Spencer, and see if we might be able to start on next year's race kit for your team or your company. But we love having Hyperthreads here, and we love the support that they give to the league. We also want to thank Pivot, one of our platinum sponsors. They build the highest performance mountain bikes, and they pay painstaking attention to every last detail so you don't have to. Go to pivotcycles.com to see all of the bikes that they have to offer. They've got everything from a hardtail single speed all the way up to a full sketchy downhill rig. Whatever you need, go visit pivotcycles.com. Again, Adobe is one of our new sponsors that we're thrilled to have. One of the best things they did this year was they wanted to encourage teams to get out and help with trail maintenance. And so what they've done is they've donated $1 for every hour of trail work provided by our student athletes, coaches, or volunteers. So the fund will be given to the Trail Association or land manager of the team's choice. So again, huge thank you to Adobe for helping us to maintain our trails and being a great sponsor of the league. In fact, our team, Westlake, is down doing trail maintenance today to make the race course down at Eagle Mountain just a little bit better. Also, Grippet Sports is here. They're based in Salt Lake. They make the lightest, most comfortable all-around bike gloves on the planet. Their minimalist and punch-free design combined with unique and rad styles will make you send higher, ride faster, and climb further. try a pair at 10% off for all of you NICA riders and coaches. In fact, they are here today, and you don't even have to do the math. They just give you the discount and just send you on your way with this brand new, wonderful pair of good-looking and functional gloves. In fact, I just bought some earlier today myself. I'm stoked on it. Again, right out on course right now, we got our JDB boys D2 and D1. We're guesstimating around a 25 to 27 minute lap. Those JD boys D2 left at 11:40, which means, 11:40, which means that they'll probably be, no, I'm reading wrong. Sorry, 1 o'clock. So it's been 12 minutes. We're anticipating that they'll be here in another 12 to 15 minutes. Again, it looks like things are improving. I'm guessing that those trail conditions have somewhat stabilized, and as more and more rider goes over them and kind of blow out those puddles, it should provide a nicer, faster surface for them to ride on. Again, it seems like for the most part, the trail conditions have held together pretty well. I mean, yes, there's going to be mud splatter. Yes, there's going to be dirty bikes, but ultimately, I haven't seen that many people come back with, huge amounts of mud on their chains. Like, it's holding together pretty well. These conditions are they're very acceptable for bike racing.
These riders are so tough and adaptable. They don't get thrown off by these kind of conditions.
It's so thankful to have this beautiful venue here at Snowbasin. We do appreciate them accommodating us. A lot goes on to make these races happen. Your race directors have to get insurance and permits, and there's a list about a mile long of things that have to happen in order for this to go off. And so we do appreciate the assistance of Snowbasin with getting us here and all of the hard work that went into making this race super successful. So again, we got lots more racing happening today. We're going to be having our afternoon wave of women going off at approximately 2:10. Following them, we're going to have our JVC boys, our single lap boys, and then the freshman boys take the stage with both D1 and D2.
Tommy, I can't imagine the amount of work that goes into putting these races on when you have Christine running the North Region, you coaching Westlake, so every other weekend you've got your team that you're coaching or Christine's putting on a race. Yeah. What is the fall must just be kind of a whirlwind in your household.
We just know that we will have no friends during the fall, and family is completely out. So yeah, we drag the trailer to a race every single weekend. We come up on Thursday, we stay till everything is cleaned up and head home on Saturday night. But yeah, we survive on a lot of caffeine and a lot of takeout. So, but it's so much fun. These races are such a big part of our family. And, we've got 2 kids that race. We have a 3rd that graduated through the program. And we just love what it's done for their confidence, what it's done for their, friendships. And they've got a sport that they can do for the rest of their lives.
That's so cool. Thank you so much. All of your hard work.
Oh, I don't do any hard work. I spent the day typing on a computer while these guys were out smashing pins and poles and setting up tape and stuff like that. But yeah, we had been a part of the league for 3 years prior to my wife working for the league, and it's pretty, we always knew that it was hard work to put on an event, but once we became a little bit more entwined, you realize it is a full-time job. And during maybe a little bit of December and January, the league takes a tiny bit of a hiatus, but they are back in the office and grinding away in January to get permits and get, you know, merchandise ordered, to get, you know, venues scouted out. It's a genuine full-time job.
It's pretty incredible how big these races have become and how well organized they are. I mean, everything kind of goes off without a hitch. I've done a fair amount of racing over 15 years, and these races are pretty well run compared to quite a number of others.
I mean, there are no porta potties opening into the course. You know, it's well marked. Like, there really is. These are, I mean, if you guys want to have a good time, go to like a weekly race series and find out just how organized a NICA race is. I'm not trying to disparage anything, but they put on a premium event, and it's a lot of fun. And I promise you that trying to get 1,500 plus kids through a starting line and finishing through a finish line is an enormous undertaking. Just a couple of other sponsors that we want to thank. I want to thank Velocirax. They are a patent-pending bike rack system. They have a vertical tire-mounted bike rack that rolls in and rolls out for loading. They have a dampened hinge for easy loading on the back of your vehicle. And they also have really nice thick rubber straps for securing your bikes and wheels. And really, they fit bikes of all sizes. So whether you have a fat tire, road bike, mountain bike, whatever you want, they will fit it. They're built in with a proprietary anti-rattle mechanism that keeps your bike from getting beat up on the road. And all Velocirocks come with a hitch lock, a bike lock securing point, and then they give you a bunch of hardware that allow you to put that rack up in your garage so that you can actually use it for bike storage when you're not out on the road. So check out Velociracks when you're ready to look at something to get all those bikes around with. We also want to thank Jorgensen's. Go to Jorgensen's, where the variety of power sports products is second to none. In all of Richfield, Utah, there isn't a friendlier or more knowledgeable staff than theirs. They're happy to help you find either the perfect recreational vehicle or the parts that you've been looking for. Check out their catalog and see what they have. If you need help making your selection, call or stop in. They're always ready to help down at Jorgensen's in Richfield. So I just looked up by the ski lifts over there and I saw some really, really fast moving bikers. So I'm anticipating seeing them in the trees here in the next minute or so. Again, anticipating around a 24 to 25 minute lap time. I've changed that every single time I've told you, but we're anticipating around a 24 to 25 minute lap time. Again, these JVB boys will be putting in 2 laps. 10 miles of racing, over 1,200 feet of vertical gain. This course is unrelenting. You've got huge climbs. Although when you get back in the trees, once you get off of the first 2 big climbs, it is spectacular. Like, it's super flowy, despite a bunch of rock gardens and baby heads just rolling around on the ground. It's a pretty great place to ride. Once you reach the apex and start making your way back down, it is a lot of fun, but you can't relax on the downhill. There's tight turns, there's rocks and roots you got to contend with. This is one of the gem race courses of our series here in Utah, and we're so pleased to be able to have you guys here in Snowbasin to enjoy this today.
Yeah, I feel like Snowbasin was like one of the original courses. I think I remember sweeping races here back, I don't know, 8 years ago maybe?
Yeah, I do believe that they are one of the original courses that came on board with NICA. So I do see one of our leaders, and it looks like that is a young man in a leader's jersey holding that front spot. Again, another probably 3/4 of a mile of racing before he gets to this finish line, the start-finish area. He'll head through that feed zone and then hit it all over again. Again, we've got that big road climb waiting for him at about 12 to 15% grade to get up to the top of it. He'll jump onto some single track, and then almost immediately out of that single track, he'll pitch upward again to probably a 15 to 17% grade up, and it just feels like it never stops. And then you'll jump onto some single track. You get a little bit of a respite from the climbing, but then things start to turn up again and again and again until you're on another road climb. You'll hit the apex and turn your way down. But that leader does look like he has a pretty sizable gap on second place. It's looking like maybe a 20 to 30 second gap. So clearly making some moves on the early part of this race. I believe this is an Ogden rider. Maybe I'm wrong. My eyes have deceived me a couple of times today.
It's kind of tough to tell with the leader's jersey. You're only going by shorts.
We are about 73% sure that next race for you guys will be another climb-heavy course down in Heber at the Soldier Hollow. I'll check that and verify that, but it's going to be another climby course. The thing about the course in Midway, though, is that it is very spectator-friendly, so bring your binoculars. It's a great place to watch a race.
It's also not quite as technical as this one.
Correct.
A little more, there's like a lot of grassy double track. More passing opportunities too. If you don't have a great call up there, you can get away with it a little easier.
Absolutely. You really can, burn those double track sections and hold your own on the single track. It's not quite as technical, but absolutely this is an Ogden rider in that leader's jersey, currently holding that first place position. That, my friends, is Jordan Forsgren. Again, one of our D2 boys riding for Ogden. And I don't see second place. He's doing a phenomenal job out there on front.
Yeah, solid position there.
Yeah, he'll be heading into that feed zone. He'll grab a quick swig of water, maybe a gel, and he'll be off on that big climb to get that second lap started.
I mean, in a lot of ways, the Beaver course and the Soldier Holler course are kind of similar. They're both pretty challenging climbing, both pretty technical. The Soldier Hollow course, maybe we would see some shakeups in some of the, at the front of these races as like a different skill set is required.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, the The Soldier Hollow course is a lot of fun, but it is certainly less challenging as far as the technicality goes, although there is, like you said, a healthy amount of climbing available to you. So right now we've got Zaxton Wood from Woods Cross burning his way into his second lap. We've also got Austin Bayer from Woods Cross right on his tail.
Yeah, so can these Woods Cross teammates kind of work together and chase down that leader? They've got just about a minute if they're going to close on the second lap.
So when you're talking about team tactics, Sarah, what do you mean by that? How can they help each other out? As we see Tommy Bowden coming through from Bonneville.
You know, maybe one rider is a better climber, so that one kind of sets the pace on the climb, and then maybe the other kind of knows the lines in the woods, and he can kind of lead them through those rocky sections, so they kind of take turns and elevate each other that way.
Right now we've got Matthew Cosgrove from Skyview. We also have Ridger Schneck from North Davis making their way through out on the second lap.
Lots of twos coming through here, because here's another two riders, Trey Munn and Jaden Knight, North Davis and Ridgeline working together.
Yeah, and you're right. Sometimes it is just, it is kind of nice to be able to turn your brain off and just follow somebody's wheel and just hold on tight. When you're having to pick lines and when you're having to set the pace, it is a little bit more challenging on you with your brain.
Yeah, especially if it's your teammate that you know, that you ride with all the time. Here's Caden Bundy from Mountain Crest. Somebody that you really trust is nice too. And it's kind of more fun when you have someone to ride with.
No, most certainly. Yeah, you can encourage each other, yell each other on. We got one of our Morgan riders making our way through. This is Joshua Anderson. So, Sarah, you obviously coach kids on the side. What would you say, like, as these JVB kids, a lot of them are still relatively new, what's the best thing they can do to improve?
Gosh, at this point, I think just learning, just racing more start lines, like dealing with those pre-race nerves and how do you manage that, and really figuring out your pre-race routine and what does it feel like in the hours before the race, and then lining up, and how are you going to pace yourself in the race so you don't explode after one lap? All these things. I mean, the biggest thing for these kids, I think, is just getting experience, learning. I would put the results aside, to be totally honest.
Yeah, and that's something we've tried to kind of build on our team is go race. Like, racing is hard. It's the best workout there is. Kids will get fast. Just like this Jesse Holm from Bountiful. But those at-bats to get your nerves under control, to figure out your nutrition, all of that is really valuable. This is Eli Weber from Woods Cross making his way through.
And Morgan Ryder coming through here. This is going to be Dexter Wallen. Yeah, it's just about getting experience, and I think, in some ways, the kind of the higher quality experience of the league creates this pressure to perform that I think is... I think focus on getting races and having fun at this point.
This is Trevin Nielsen with Box Elder Comp. Yeah, there's a lot of kids on my team that this is kind of their Super Bowl, right? And so they do get nervous. They get more amped up for a NICA race. I was Cooper Lowe from Bountiful. We got Keegan Taylor from Woods Cross, Chad Van Tassel from Ogden. And so they do get overly nervous, and I think a big way to handle that is just to race during the off season, right? Like, go out and race your local, Wednesday night race or whatever it is.
For sure, just accumulate those race starts.
It's probably my fault that you feel pressure. My apologies, kids. All I want you guys to do is to have a good time. We got Silas Lucy from Ogden making his way through.
Huge group chasing behind. I bet we might see some of our D1 leaders coming through in this group.
Right. So we're looking for that D1 leader in this group more than likely. I'm not seeing a leader's jersey, but that doesn't tell us everything, does it? So we got a rider coming in again. Rider, just so you know, you can go to neutral support. There is no penalty for getting help at neutral support.
Yeah, this Green Canyon rider can head to Guthrie and carry on with their race.
Yeah, jump right through the coach's zone. Head on over to Guthrie, get help, and get back on the road, my man. You got it, man. Big group, we had Jacob Schmidt, Connor Pearson, Owen O'Neill, Benjamin Mehmet, Tate Walker. Chase Burton as well from Beaumont. We also have Jordan Chesley from Logan. We had Nathan Stoker from Woods Cross, Aaron Dennis, Beaumont rider. Lest my eyes deceive me, that is James White II from Tooele Valley Composite, as well as Connor Youngberg from North Davis and Sam Welker from Ridgeline. Another group of three here. We've got our Ogden rider, that's Oliver Lucy. Also Dylan Sorensen from South Summit and Jake Bowen from Ridgeline High School. One of our Beaumont riders here, that's Jake Davidson. Box Elders Nixon Stromberg. Ammon Adams from Ridgeline making his way through out on his second lap. I see a leader's jersey right here. That, my friends, is Park City's Eric Jacks.
And Charlie Smith from Fremont with them. So our D1 leaders are riding together.
I love seeing those lead riders getting together. And I'm so excited to have a streaming service where we might be able to actually see what happens out on the course and how this race shakes out today.
That's true. Going to be an exciting finish. Here comes Braden Moss from Box Elder.
Jaden Jones from Ridgeline, Quinn Paulson from Woods Cross, Braxton Sykes from Fremont, as well as Race, who didn't have a choice as to what he was going to do in high school. Race Rivera from Fremont and Robbie Reed from Tooele Valley. Zach Worthland, Woods Cross High School. That's Angel Fernandez from Davis, looking strong and composed, set it out in his second lap. That's Wyatt Stewart from Fremont. We also have our Beaumont rider here. This is Austin Campbell. Justin Palmer from Tooele, hot on his heels. Yeah, we got a good group of riders making their way through. Enthusiastic people screaming in these riders. Keep it up.
Jimmy Letchford, Sam Taylor, Jake Desmond, all coming through here. James Boehm from Ridgeline, Lucas Rice.
We've got a gaggle of dudes making their way down that start-finish road.
First is Ogden's Noah Mitchell, but yes, here comes a really big group. Gonna race things out up this double track.
And this is a contest for us, Sarah, to see how many of these names we can read.
I'm not competing in this contest.
Yeah, we're not going to join this contest. We got a big group of dudes making their way through. Davis rider, a couple of Fremont riders.
We also have a rider running his bike. Guthrie, get ready. There's a rider headed to you with a mechanical.
Again, rider, if you can hear me, run over to Guthrie Cycles. Go through the finish line. Get yourself to Guthrie. Get fixed up and out on the road. It's such a hard day out. I've seen so many kids that have prepared for months, and they show up on race day and their bike fails them. And so we're so pleased to have Guthrie here to be able to help them get back out on course and salvage part of their day. So
Edward Reich, Andrew Hancock, Henry Whittison.
was Henry Woodison, I believe, going to go over and utilize the help of our friends at Guthrie. So, get Andrew Hadcock coming through, Edward Reich, Tyson Condi, Jordan Hill. You know, so let me ask you this. What are the benefits? I see lots of different bikes out there today. I see some full suspension rigs. I see some hardtail rigs. What are the benefits of running a hardtail bike on a race like this, Sarah?
I mean, a hardtail is nice because it's a bit lighter. I guess on the steep climbs, the lighter weight is nice. But I think I would always choose a full suspension on this course. There's so much pedaling over rough terrain that you can, on a hardtail, you kind of have to stand and pedal over the rocks, but on a dually, you can sit down.
For sure. And you know, most of the race courses that NICA puts together for these athletes are pretty smooth. This one is this is the exception. This really is a bruiser of a course. And so a little bit of a penalty, but again, if you're a good rider, you are going to save some weight on that hardtail, but the full squish does give you a little bit more control when things get rowdy. Get a huge group of riders. Not even going to try to read their names. Mom and Dad, you know who they are. Cheer these kids through. Headed out on one more big lap of this spectacular course today.
Awesome racing. I would love to see those guys just barreling down the trail in a huge group like that. It's so cool.
Again, right now we have, really close to 200 riders out on course. Just out there crushing.
Jackson Bankston, Andrew Nielsen, Dane Dickman, and Joseph Nielsen coming through. Everybody headed out on their second and final lap. Here comes a couple of Farmington teammates, Daniel Tucker and Preston Henry. Isaac Barrowman, Mason Wright, Carter Bladen, and Finn Mathewson. Scott Schmutz from Woods Cross. And Park City rider Eric Myers. Max Colton, Austin Erdley, Caden Briggs, Harvey Robbins, Kyler Rouser, Trevin Bedell, Charlie Nelson. The nice thing about 2 laps, or the nice thing about right now, you only have to do this climb one more time. Just get up it one more time.
You know, yesterday I was strongly thinking about pre-riding the course, and I came up, I was all geared up, ready to go, and then they stopped me and asked me a question, and all of my momentum just left. Like I couldn't emotionally get up that hill yesterday. So props to these little guys. Like they're out crushing this hill at race speed, and they've got plenty more to go after that. I have climbed the hill before many times. It's just yesterday was not my day.
Well, it's deceptive because it's like it kind of rolls along here by the finish, and then you get up, it gets steep, it makes a right, it gets loose, and then it makes another right, and it gets really steep. Yep. It's pretty demoralizing when you see that wall in front of you.
Yeah, and I've got a 52 tooth, big. It wasn't even happening. It's not happening. I didn't want to spend the day rolling eagle, so Yeah, tough day on the bike for me yesterday, but these guys are making it look easy. That's Blake Taylor and Jared Jardine from Farmington. Headed out on lap number 2 of 2. Next time we see those gentlemen, they'll be finishing up strong. Headed to the coach zone to get a nice beverage and then go get out of their clothes and get something warm on. Although it is warming up, which I appreciate.
Yeah, I feel like they're not going to be freezing when they cross the finish line now.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, obviously, well, I'm looking around before I speak too much, but
yeah, I would be cautious.
At least for the time being, I'm stoked for what we're experiencing weather-wise. So at 1:42, we are looking at our next wave starting in about 20 minutes from now, as we have one of our Weber riders headed out. That's Caleb Taylor from Farmington. We had Alex Jewett from Weber. Again, if you've raced here before, we are so excited to be able to move that start to a different location. It used to be that we'd have to pause racers when we were starting our next wave just so that we could avoid having, huge pileups. And so by moving that start over there, we're able to have those starts uninhibited, and we don't have to hold up racers. So really good venue, just got better.
Yeah, it's really flowing quite seamlessly with this setup, I have to say.
Yeah, whoever had that idea, they deserve a sticker. I know a lot of you are excited about this football game that I've heard rumor of happening tonight, but I don't know that there's a better way to spend a Saturday than up in the hills watching kids give it their all. It's a beautiful day to be racing bikes, ladies and gentlemen.
This is probably blasphemy, but I didn't even know there was a football game tonight.
Yeah, it's BYU Utah, Sarah. You've lived in Utah for how long now and you don't have this on your calendar?
12 years.
It's quite all right. I think that it's okay. It's okay that we don't remember that all the time sometimes, especially if you're a BYU fan like myself. Let's play sports ball. That, my friends, is James Bush, one of our high school guys from Park City, working his way into the lap number 2. We're anticipating another 8 minutes before we see the leaders, but in the meantime, we get to see Weber's Michael Smith as well as Alec McMurray from Weber. Those gentlemen ought to link up, kind of take turns pulling, see if they can make up a little bit of a gap that's in front of them. We also have our friend Aiden Christensen from Davis High School. Love hearing me some cowbell. Looks like Caleb Rollins from Farmington making his way out on the course. So it does look like we have riders staging right now. Some of our ladies getting staged. Again, starting at 2:10, we'll have our JVA girls. We got 37 of those riders registered today. Our freshman girls will take off next. There's 63 of them. JVB follows the freshmen. There are 69 riders in that group, and then our single lap girls are 15. They will head off out of that group. They'll be last taking out of the starting group. So we'll have a large number of ladies out on course at one time. Again, 2 laps for each one of those groups, except for the single lap riders, who clearly will be doing a single lap. By the way, my favorite group of riders of the entire day. Like they know exactly how to do it. Go out and bust out one fast lap, go home and have a good day. It's so much fun. I love that the league decided to do that single lap category.
I also feel like those riders usually have the biggest smile.
Oh, easily. Yeah, our single lap boys and girls have the best smiles of the day. And quite honestly, they're the most fun to hang out with, if I'm being honest. Again, we would invite you, if you're here today, come visit some of our sponsors. We have several of these tents up. We got Grip It Sports, the purveyors of fine gloves. They have a really great assortment of really attractive and functional gloves. We also have Envy here. Go visit Envy. Super cool sponsor. We love having them here. They've got a couple of their wheels, some of their bars to check out. Not only that, but they have their tire pressure gauge out. If you still haven't raced, go over and just make sure your tire pressure is dialed in so you can have as much traction as is humanly possible. We also have Intermountain Healthcare here. If you fall down, go boom boom, and you need to get put back together again, head on over to their tent. They're there to help you out. We also have our friends from Hyperthreads here with tons of merch to commemorate the 10 years of the Utah League. Go drop by there, get a new hoodie, get yourself a new t-shirt. They've got a bunch of great stuff over there. We do appreciate these sponsors when they come out to support our league and our racers. We also have Guthrie again. Drop by Guthrie if your bike's a little bit sick. Head on over. Also, let's cheer on this course marshal as she heads out on lap number 37 for her day. That may be an exaggeration, but she's put in a ton of miles on this course. Again, huge shout out to our new friends at Game On Live Studio. If you guys drop by the announcers booth, the white tent, right, the Speed Zone tent, we have our friends over here from Game On Live Studio who have a QR code that you can scan, and you'll be able to stream the happenings of this here race. So they've got several different cameras placed out on course, so you can kind of see what's going on. It's way better than just being able to sit down here. Plus, you can sit down here and watch what your Raiders are doing and see what they're doing out on course. It does look like we just have some leaders coming through over there. I think I saw the white jersey of our leader coming through. I may be wrong. Let's keep an eye out, see what we can find out. But again, huge thank you to Game On Live Studio. Again, drop by the over by the timing tent, over by the announcers tent, and they've got a QR code that you can scan so that you can start streaming this live. That way grandma and grandpa can stream it as well, aunts and uncles, brothers and sisters, whatever.
Yeah, send that link around, and then, you know, if you can't make the next race, now you know where to go.
I'm learning too that this is on demand, so if you want to go back and relive your greatness, go back over, check it out. You can pull your race up and be able to stream it again and see where it went well, see what you can improve on. Super cool. Again, we don't have full coverage of the course. We're going to ask them to do that next week, right? Just kidding. But again, they've got some really cool camera angles. They're working on getting some drones out so that we can get aerial footage. We do see our leader here. Again, out on course, we've got our JV B-boys. And this looks like our D2 leader coming through. One more corner. And again, this will be the finish. So again, that leader's jersey looks like it's firmly planted on his shoulder. He'll be able to carry that into next race at Soldier Hollow. So
yeah, that was the Ogden rider with a pretty substantial lead, and he, line to line, whole
100%.
thing.
Ton of confidence coming down those berms. Like, that kid looks like a rider. Let's get ready to cheer this guy in. He's probably just about rounding that last corner, jumping onto the road here shortly. In fact, there he is. Ladies and gentlemen, let's cheer him in. Great day in the saddle for this rider from Ogden. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Jordan Forsgren from Ogden. Huge win. Well done, sir. You'll keep that jersey and be able to carry that into the next race. Again, for those of you who are new to the Utah League, there is a points race going on, and the points leader does get to wear that fancy jersey and paint a little bit of a target on their back, right? So he'll be able to carry that into next race. Great ride by that Jordan from Ogden. And
it's also why we keep saying, if you have a mechanical on course, get it fixed out by Guthrie so you can carry on, because every rider that finishes is getting points for their team. It's
100%.
not just about the pride of finishing.
No doubt about it. And so there is a team race going on, and not to mention too, if you finish your race, your spot is better than the person that didn't. So every time we race, we seat these kids according to their previous race results. So they'll fight tooth and nail to move up a couple of spots, because that means that they're closer to the front at the next race. And in mountain biking, placement is a big deal. So looks like we have second place coming in. This, my friends, is Austin Byer. Again, unofficially second place from Woods Cross High School for our JVB boys D2. Well done there, Austin. We're guessing that the D1 winner is probably no more than 3 to 4 minutes out, so we will be looking for that leader to be coming in here not too far from now. We should have a few more D2 riders in front of them prior to them arriving there. Looks like we've got riders coming in again, making their way down that long finishing stretch. It's probably a relief that he was able to look behind him and not see another rider for a little bit. He could just kind of cruise on home. That, my friends, is that's Saxton Wood, our unofficial third place rider. Bailing on the bike and running it home from Woods Cross. Well done. Unofficially third place for Saxton Wood there. This finishing little punchy hill is just the absolute worst.
We're going to have a sprint now.
Oh boy. We got bar-to-bar racing, folks. Here we go. Cheer them in. What do we got, gentlemen? Give them a show. Well done by those riders. That looks to be Jaden Knight from Ridgeline, followed very closely by Tommy Bodden. That right there is our unofficial podium. Again, we have in first place Jordan Forsgren. In second place, Austin Byer. In third place, Zaxton Wood. Fourth place, Jaden Knight. And in fifth place, Tommy Thon. And those are unofficial podiums for this boys D2 JVB. Also looking really strong was Matthew Cosgrove from Skyview as he just came across the line. And this sweep here is weighing in at 175 pounds from Ogden, Utah. He's on lap 37 of 40. Well done, course marshal. We've got riders coming in. Looks like that's a Viewmont rider, I believe, trying to hold off a charging Oregon rider. Oh, sorry, North Davis was who that was. Trey Munn from North Davis, strong finish. Good thing he was moving fast because Caden Bundy was doing everything in his power to catch him.
It's crazy how much of a difference going hard to finish up this climb is versus absolutely destroying yourself if somebody's coming up behind you. Yeah, there's a very thin line between those two scenarios. Checking behind him, that Morgan rider sees nobody. That was Joshua Anderson. We've got more riders. Again, we're going to be looking for that JVB D1 leader here fairly shortly. There's a lot of acronyms and numbers and letters, so I'll say it again. Well, in the meantime, though, say hello to Jesse Hone from Bountiful High School. Nice smile across his face, finishing strong. Realizing he's about 30 feet away from a cold beverage and a warm sweatshirt. I do believe I see a leader's jersey. Again, not indicative of the leader, but usually they're in with the front of the pack. But before that happens, let's welcome this North Davis rider. That there is Brock Woodall, grinding home really well done, sir. Yep, there's a leader's jersey. We got guys moving quick. I can't tell if we're going to have a sprint on our hands here, but I do anticipate some good stuff happening. Just like this North Davis rider, that's Robert Schneck, or Richard Schneck. There is one of our, let's see, that was Keegan Taylor. And 3 up sprint here. Micah Anderson, Chad Van Tassel, and Eli Weber. We got sprinters coming out of their seats all the way home. That's Liam Bird, Carter Dahl. We also have a rider from, let's see, that was Box Elders, Trevin Nielsen, and North Davis Comps, David Klinger. Out of his saddle all the way home is Morgan's Dexter Wallen, followed up by James Evans from South Summit and Silas Lucy from Ogden. I believe we have our winner right here, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up
That right there is Eric Jacks from Park City High School, unofficially first place in that boys JVB D1 contest. Well done. Followed right up by Braden Raymond, one of the D2 guys. So again, different categories. So first place is in. We're waiting for 2nd through 5. We'll keep you updated as that happens. But in the meantime, let's welcome back Braden Raymond. Sorry, Riley Wood from Battle High School. One of our North Davis riders, deftly avoiding the puddle there at the end. That right there is Porter Barrett from North Davis Comp. That was Benjamin Clayton. We got Oliver Lucy. We got another bountiful rider here. And for those of you watching at home, my apologies. James
D1 JVB podium. Jordan. I'm sorry. This is JVB D2. Jordan Forsgren, Austin Bayer, Zaxton Wood, Jaden Knight, and Tommy Bodden.
Oh, I love seeing these racers just giving it all as they come in. That was Aaron Dennis from Beaumont. We had James White II from Tooele. We also had Jake Desmond from Davis. We have a proud Kinda mom here cheering on Connor Pearson and Aaron Dennis. It is pretty cool how these teams become borderline families. Like, we love our kids on our team and we love supporting them. So much fun to watch them race and give it their all. That was Benjamin Memmott from North Davis. We had Sam Taylor from Fremont as well. We got bar-to-bar racing right here, folks. We got a sprint off. What's going to happen? Please stay upright, gentlemen. We got Benjamin Memmott, Nixon Stromberg. Oh, we got a photo right there, folks. That will genuinely go to the photo finish. I have no idea how that ended up, but we had Connor Youngsberg, Robbie Reed, Ethan Rohn, Kobe Strump, and Jordan Scott all in there pushing for that front position. I'm not even going to guess. We'll just wait for the timing officials to tell us what happened there. Also, quick reminder, please, for the love of a good beverage, do not cross except for at the crossing guard
Big
area.
sprint now. Here comes a group of 6 or 7.
Absolutely. We got a group of 6 here. They are rushing. Oh, choosing the wrong line and getting sniped at the end. We saw Tate Walker, Alex Goodrich, Hayden Larson, Benyon Snow, and Jake Bowen there. This last sprint is savage. It's so difficult to choose the right gear, to choose the right line. And when you're going bar to bar, you're kind of limited. So these kids are absolutely crushing. We're seeing, let's see, the Ridgeline, Jake Bowen, Devin Harris, Jonas Stewart, Dylan Sorensen. We got another sprint on our hands. They are 3 wide and throwing those bars for everything they've got. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. That was Jordan Hill, Tanner Johnson, and Braden Moss giving the people a show. Finishing up a great day. That there is Benjamin Olson from Weber High School. Oh, it is so difficult at this last section of the track. They've been through a heap of climbing. The descent is no fun at all, except for it really is. But we just saw Maxwell Jenkins, we saw Edward Reich, we saw Sam Weller, Again, those gentlemen coming back from a long day in the saddle. I believe that was Sam Welker from Ridgeline that just finished up his day. So ladies and gentlemen, we got more riders coming in. Please, just cheer on every single one of their riders. They have worked hard today to face some not super ideal conditions, but they're making this thing look easy. Well done. This here is Connor Griffin from Farmington. Finishing hard is Davis's Henry Whittison, followed right up by Farmington's Kenan Jones. One of our other Tooele Valley riders, that was Justin Palmer, Austin Campbell from Beaumont, Quinn Paulson from Woods Cross, followed right by Lucas Rice, and a whole bunch of dudes coming in really fast. I'm doing my best here, folks. Weaver High's Gabriel Olson, Bradley Carter from Fremont, Quinn Franchina from Green Canyon coming in, Ethan Carter from Woods Cross finishing up his day. Again, if some point during the race you fell down and went boom boom and you got a hurt, you can head on over to the Intermountain booth over there. They've got their sports medicine doctors. We've also got our first aid tent over there. Feel free to head on over if you need some assistance. We got more sprint finishes here. Kids are out of the saddle, giving every last ounce of energy that they had. We just saw Ammon Davis from Ridgeline, James Bohm from Ridgeline, Peter Merriman from Logan as well. I think Ethan Carter snuck in right before those guys. And after negotiating a tricky downhill and climbing what seems like a forever long hill, these racers are greeted with a savage little uphill pump right before they get to that finish line. That's Jake Thompson from Davis and Charlie Johnson from Beaumont. Get more riders coming in. Park City is bringing us Elias Wilson, as well as Fremont's Aiden McCormick. We also saw Jackson Lee from Davis come through. You may wonder if that was Jonathan Shelley. Yup, sure was. Aiden McCormick from Fremont as well. Eli Curl from Fremont making his way home. Again, these kids are sprinting it out. I love seeing this huge effort at the end of a race. Those lungs and legs are on fire, and you can see it in their faces as they give it all. So cheer them on, make sure they feel like rock stars. We love watching these kids come through. Kids like McKay Roundy, Jackson Bengtson. We had Cole Starkey and Wyatt Crump come through. That there is Declan Davis from North Davis, followed closely by Julian Cannon from Farmington. We got a sprint off, folks. These guys are giving you what they came for. You're getting your money's worth out of these guys today. That was that was Bennett Hogan, Tyson Condi, and Daniel Tucker coming through. Also Weber's Owen Mia. Was Trey Hustad from Ridgeline, finishing up his day. Followed closely by this Farmington rider. That, my friends, was Preston Henry. By the way, we do want to send out a hearty thank you to our race crew. They've spent literal days here setting up shop for you guys. We love all the work they do for us. Let's welcome back Park City's Eric Myers. We got a sprint out right at the end there. We saw Isaac Barrowman and Andrew Hancock making their way through. As our race crew have been here since Thursday, setting things up, and long before that, making sure that we had everything that we need in order to put this race on. I'm going to ask a huge favor. If you folks have it in your hearts to stick around and help us out, as soon as our last rider goes through, we're going to spend 15 to 20 minutes. We can get this place torn down and put away in a hurry. But in the meantime, we need to see these riders come through. We are about to see Logan Ramage, Mason Wright. We also saw Andrew Nielsen and Max Stromberg finishing up strong for their day. So again, after our very last rider has made their way through the finish line, if you guys could stick around, truly many hands makes light work. We'd love a little bit of assistance to just get our start area and our finish area torn down. Genuinely, I think we can set a record today. I think the record is they had everything put away in the trailer at 6:45. I think if all y'all helped us out, I think it's 6:30. I think it's 6:40, maybe no later than 6:40. So let's set a record today and earn some moral superiority.
Harvey Robbins finishing up there for Davis.
Sure did. What a dang good job. What? We have more riders coming in. We have Davis and Farmington just duking it out. That was Cole Shepard from Davis. Just barely getting sniped by Caden Briggs. Good finish by both of those gentlemen. Well done.
And our JVA freshman, JVB, and single lap girls are about to be on course right now.
Again, if you want to see the live stream, they are streaming the starts of all of these races. Feel free to head on over to the the announcer's booth and come talk to the kind folks over here at Game On Live Studio. Max Colton, Zarin Robertson, Corbin Kilgore, and Trevin Bodell all making their way home, followed right closely by Noah Mitchell from Ogden. So again, we have a live stream of significant portions of this race. We're so stoked to be able to have Game On live stream here. Again, drop by. They've got a QR code you can scan. Then you can join the future. Start streaming this thing. They also did mention that you can access this race after. So if you get home, you want to kind of give a look at it, you're welcome to do so. It's free, and we deeply appreciate these kind folks being here to help us out.
This rider making moves. He made 2 passes in the last 100 yards. That's
That was Tyler Tippett from Weber. No?
Blake Taylor from Farmington.
There we go. Followed up by Tyler Tippett from Weber. A couple more Weber riders making their way up. But first, we're going to see bobsledders Jensen Bragu. We had Bo Thompson, Briggs Handsaker. This is Charlie Nelson and Austin Eardley from Farmington. Morgan's Carter Bladen. So again, out on course, we have the remainder of our JVB boys, but we also have our JVA girls. We also have our freshman girls just about to head off. Rider 8062. Coming through that, my friends, is Adrian Van Vosen, followed by Dane Dykeman. So we are 10 seconds out from our single lap ladies hitting the course as we watch Jackson Gates finishing up. Again, if you want to watch these starts, head on over to the announcer's booth. You can scan the QR code so you can watch the feed from Game On Live Studio.
That's pretty cool. You could be up on the hill watching, waiting for him to come into the single track, but still getting to see the start.
And you could also be in your hot tub, far, far away from here. But then you wouldn't be able to see live our friends Scott Schmutz and Bodie Parkinson finishing up super strong. Caleb Taylor from Farmington, followed by his teammate Nathan Morrison as they finish up their day. While you're here at Snowbasin, you might as well head on down, buy yourself a pass to jump on the gondola, head up to the top of the mountain. It is a spectacular day for racing. The dirt is perfect at this point. It's a little bit cool. Oh, it's Easton Schwabach making his way towards the finish line. But that gondola has a spectacular view from the top. You might as well live stream your race as you go up the gondola. That is Alex Jewett from Weber High School. Again, riders, if you are still yet to race and your bike's feeling a little bit funky, head on over to Guthrie Bicycles. They're right by the exit where you would get out of the coaches zone after finishing. We'll get your derailleur adjusted, maybe make sure your shifting's right. Joseph Nielsen from Woods Cross just came across the line, as well as Farmington's Jared Jardine and Marcus Farrell. Also, drop by Envy if you haven't raced yet. Grab yourself quick tire pressure adjustment from our friends over at Envy. They've got a really cool system for making sure that your tire is right where it needs to be. If you didn't bring it with you, you can drop on by to Grip It. Buy yourself a brand new pair of gloves. They are not only stylish, but actually really functional. And their new gloves look like Atari, and they are touchscreen compatible. Our boy Hudson Ma finishing up a strong day in the saddle. Davis's Cooper Sitaway is done right about now, headed towards that coach's zone so he can grab himself a beverage and cool off. Welcome back, this Davis rider. This, my friends, is Seth Painter from Davis. Hooping and hollering his way across the finish line.
Rouser from South Summit there.
We're over here having a discussion as to how fast our JVA girls are going to be going. Our varsity riders came through in 27 minutes and 6 seconds through a little bit rougher conditions. I'm saying 28 minutes on the nose is my guesstimation. But first and foremost, Cameron Rudd from Farmington just finished. James Bush from Park City also finished. Weber's Michael Smith just wrapped up his day. Again, drop on by Hyperthreads. They've got a bunch of Season X gear. Also a bunch of other really cool gear that they've made for the league. While you're there, if you're thinking about next year's kits, you might as well talk to Spencer. See if he can help you out, start designing something amazing for you and your team. This, my friends, is Farmington's Caleb Rollins. Taking that neon green helmet home. Always a smart move as a parent to buy a brighter colored helmet so you can find your kid on the mountain.
Looks like another neon green helmet headed for the finish. It's going to be a Davis rider. Aiden Christensen finishing there.
We're over here having a thorough discussion about race fuel. And we do want to thank one of our sponsors, First Endurance. They actually make quality stuff. But if you're looking for a lower version, you've always got the Rice Krispie Treats, Gummy Bears,
Sour Patch Kids.
Sour Patch Kids. And those are kind of the go-to. I've actually seen quite a few pros out there racing with a bag full of Gummy Bears. What's your go-to, Sarah?
I like the Sour Patch Kids because they're a little bit salty, and somehow I crave salt when I'm sweating.
Weirdly enough, if you can't decide between Sour Patch Kids or Gummy Bears or, you know, as I'm eating right now, a Rice Krispie Treats, you can always rely on First Endurance. They offer innovative nutrition that meets the unparalleled demands and requirements of serious endurance athletes, so you can train harder than ever before without compromise. With First Endurance, you don't need anything else. They've designed a line that works as a system, so there really isn't any more guesswork.
These guys are battling. They went back and forth in the single track. Now they're bar to bar.
This is the best. Let's go, gentlemen. Fighting hard all the way to the end is Phineas Haley and Alec McMurray.
Yeah, I watched one. They were going back and forth in the single track, and then one of them was not letting the other one go on the double track. That was an awesome finish.
You know, the best part about that is I guarantee that those dudes are fist bumping at this finish line. I love NICA racing. It's just the best. So again, out on course right now, we've got our JV boys, we've got our JVA girls, our freshman girls, our JVB girls. And then our party lappers, those single lap girls, are out there on course right now. We've got, I'm guessing, in the neighborhood of about 175 ladies out on course right now doing battle. Again, we just absolutely love seeing more girls on bike, and the number of girls that we see year over year, it really is increasing as far as the proportion of guys to girls, and it's so much fun to see that happening. And I mean, Sarah, as a coach for a Nike League, how do you go about recruiting girl riders? Like, how do you get more girls out on bikes? That was so embarrassing, Sarah. She's just talking into a mic that's not working. But no, how do you go about getting more girls on bikes?
I think once you get a few girls out there, they tell their friends, and then it starts to become more of a thing. But it's hard. I think probably to start, maybe the girls who aren't really afraid to ride with the boys, and then they tell their friends who might be a little bit more timid, and you kind of snowball like that.
As a coaching staff, we decided to do some cool combined rides. So we'll have a couple of different schools, and they'll all bring out their grit riders. And it's been a lot of fun. Every Wednesday morning over the summer, we had pretty good-sized groups of girls, and I love seeing the camaraderie happening. And we've been trying to get a couple of pro riders to come out and hang out with them. So it's been kind of fun to see our team growing, but it's something we're constantly looking to do to get more girls out on bikes and to just get it closer to a 50-50 split. That would make us very happy as a coaching staff.
That's awesome. I love that idea to combine the schools, get them riding together.
Yeah, and it's been really fun because I feel like kids get faster when they ride with faster kids, and so with these girls, they're all out there like just hammering and driving each other to go faster and to ride more, aggressively and to gain more skills. It's been fun as a coaching staff to watch that happen, and we're hoping that translates into more girls on bikes. But
yeah, sometimes you don't realize kind of how hard you can go until somebody goes just a little bit faster. Like if there's someone significantly faster, you may be demoralized to chase them. But if you get someone who's just a bit faster, you kind of find a little bit more inside yourself to chase them down.
Absolutely. Well, that's the type of peer pressure I like to see. Speaking of peer pressure, I'd like to pressure every single one of you to cheer on this rider as he's running that bike in. Make the kid feel like a rock star, folks. Let's unleash some hot fury as far as applause go. Looks like he blew a chain out there. He's got himself some pretty sweet looking bling. That, my friends, is Woodcross Nathan Stoker. Great effort. Keep it up. One of our other clothing sponsors is Pearl Izumi. They are a worldwide leader in cycling apparel. They are a proud sponsor for the first time ever in 2021. And we'd love it if you went up and visited Pearl Izumi at their factory store up yonder to Park City over at the outlets. You can shop their extensive collection of road, mountain, and lifestyle cycling apparel and footwear. Pearl Izumi. Here we go. Again, you've seen her before. Karen from Select Division. She's not at this race, but our girl Karen fires off tens of thousands of photos every weekend at one of these Utah League races. She goes through and edits them and has some remarkably beautiful photos of your kids. And you can access those via the web or the league website, utahmtb.org. It's pretty easy to find the pictures. They're all compiled in they basically follow the course of the day. So it starts off with your JV or your junior TiVo rider, works into the varsity riders, and just basically you can find your rider pretty simply. There's some spectacular photos. They're all very reasonably priced. Again, Selective Vision has been with us forever as a league. We appreciate all that they do for us, and we'd love it if you go and support her and her business. Also, please follow us on social media. We want to be popular. So we are at Utah MTB. What is it? Yeah, on the Instagram, we are at Utah HSMTB. We would love it if you fired off a bunch of photos of you guys just murdering it out here, and then tag us. We'd like to see what you guys are doing. We'll probably repost a bunch of your photos. It's a good time on the Instagram, so help us out, tag us. Also use the hashtag MoreKidsOnBikes, MyNikeY, and Utah HSMTB.
And again, send us those stories. Send them to us on social media so we can talk about you.
Speaking of stories, we had one more that was submitted. I'll read it in his voice, but he says, my name is Cayman Lopez. I started riding with the Fremont High School mountain bike team because my uncle and cousins told me it would be fun and a good experience. I started my junior year and was not in condition for XC racing. Our team does 3 2.5-mile time trials throughout the year, which are all uphill. This was the hardest part of mountain biking for me, seeing a hill and telling myself I would have to walk. During the year, I improved my time trial from 45 minutes, and now when I see a hill, I just think, you can do it. Mountain biking has been mentally and physically hard for me, but I have seen myself grow through this different type of team experience. I never thought this would be something that I enjoyed, but it has become a passion that I will follow for the rest of my life. So, Cayman, join the team, dude. We love having you here racing, and we hope you have a lifetime love of cycling. That's what we're here to do. And in the meantime, we got racers coming. It looks like we've got a lead rider out there. I believe this is our JVA girls leader, lest my eyes deceive me, which I don't think they do right now.
Yeah, it looks like she's going to be heading through here in just a minute, and she'll be headed out on her second and final lap. She's by herself at the moment, so solid lock on the lead right now.
Right now, we're at about 26 minutes. So again, super fast lap by these JVA girls.
Well, and again, we said it with the boys, right? Like they can turn the same fast lap. They might not be able to do it for the same number of laps as the varsity riders, but these JVA riders are smoking fast, and this leader certainly proving that to be the case.
Yeah, and it is interesting to watch the matriculation process as these kids started Devo, and they may be fast, but they can do a lap and then 2 and 3, and it's so much fun to watch these riders grow and develop. Working those pit vipers is Haley Britton from Davis High School with a sizable gap on place number 2. It looks like she's from Park City. We're looking at about a 20-minute or 20-second gap. We got a 28-minute flat lap, followed up right by Kaya Patterson from Park City, also with a very fast time, just over 28 minutes. Looks like Haley's got just about 23 seconds of a gap on Kaya. So, again, anything can happen. Look at these JVA girls. like most of these races, we're able to give the JV8 girls three laps, but here at Snowbasin, just because of the amount of climbing, we have to lessen it to 2. That was Hannah Remington from Davis. But again, these times, normally the varsity girls would normally do 3 and the JV8 girls would do 2. But just because of the climbing scenario here, we're having to do 2 laps for each group. And again, super competitive times with these leaders compared to the varsity riders.
Yeah, it's a slightly shorter race for the varsity girls, slightly longer race for the JV8 girls, but it gives the JV8 girls an opportunity to kind of show us what they're made of and show us that they are ready to race in varsity pretty dang soon.
This is Sydney Blair, one of our riders from North Davis Comp. Currently, she was yelling something at us. Didn't quite understand, but Sydney Blair from North Davis, currently sitting in 4th place, headed out onto her 2nd lap. Oh, Bear. Thank you, Sydney. I mispronounced her last name. Ada Georgie, didn't mispronounce that one. She's from South Summit, chasing down Sydney. That makes me happy that Sydney, going out onto her 2nd lap, has the wherewithal to tell me that I'm an idiot and to tell me how to pronounce it. Yeah, to tell me how to pronounce her name. I just now have a favorite part of my day. Kennedy Stewart from Fremont headed out onto her 2nd lap, currently sitting in 6th. Strong effort from her. Michaela Mellett from Morgan.
Her Morgan teammate, Gwendolyn Hadley. These 2 girls can get together, chase down some of those riders in front, Fremont and South Summit right in front of them.
Just getting out of the saddle there for a few pedal strokes to try to change up the position, get a little bit more comfortable right before they hit that feed zone and then tackle that big climb that's sitting in front of them. One of our Lakers making her way towards the start-finish line. This is Amanda Davies from Bonneville, looking determined to get up that hill. Maddie Croft, that was Morgan, headed through. One of our minors headed out here from Park City. That was Bridget Lane. Stephen Richards to the announcer's tent, please. Stephen Richards to the announcing's tent.
Sierra Mon from Mountain Crest coming through. So we might see our freshman leader soon.
In fact, there is a chance we see at least the points leader coming through. Those white jerseys are kind of a tell-all. And typically those points leaders' jerseys are near the front of the fight.
But we've seen our leader, India Jackson from Davis, is our freshman leader. Carly Erickson from Bountiful coming through also. So India Jackson.
Yep. So India Jackson right now has a little bit of a lead on Carly Erickson, who's our current points leader. So
maybe a shakeup in this category.
Oh, I do love racing. Hopefully we can have some fun stuff happen. No matter what, it looked like Carly was right off of India's back wheel by maybe just a second or two. So obviously tons can happen in the next 5 miles.
But yeah, if these girls can get together, maybe they can kind of work through some traffic together and then fight it out at the end.
We just saw Kate Quayle, one of our JVA riders, rolling through from Farmington. See what our Viewmont riders as well, making her way up the little punchy climb right below the start line. That's Julia Baird from Viewmont. And a couple of other riders, one of them Morgan rider from, that's Chloe Clark, and Presley Voth from Mountain Crest.
"63 riders in this freshman field. That's pretty wild.
So, again, this is unofficial, but we were just looking at times here. India Jackson just threw down a 26:55 lap time, which we think is the fastest lap of the day, and she was followed very closely by Carly Erickson, who was at 27:04. So those two freshman girls are absolutely showing off.
Yeah, they're flying. They also had to work their way through some traffic, so that's pretty incredible.
I think the future of mountain biking in Utah is fairly safe in the hands of these young ladies. They are crushing it out there.
Hope Blazard, Selah Actor, Anna Potter, and Isabel Blackburn all coming through.
Looks like we had Emma Shepard, Kay Munn, and Amelia Pinchek all come through third, fourth, and fifth with those freshman girls. So not far off. Again, a really scorchingly fast time. They're sub 29-minute laps as freshmen. Selah Atcher from Fremont also right off the front there. Isabel Blackburn. We had Tage Christensen. All making their way through. So again, these freshman girls are putting down, they're showing off. They're showing these upperclassmen that they are not to be messed with. So,
well, it's kind of like we were saying, like when you are placed with riders who are faster than you, it really elevates your performance. So you get one or two really fast freshmen, and all of a sudden they're all really fast because they have these really fast rabbits to chase.
Absolutely. Again, if you want your kid to be faster, have them ride with faster kids. It's science, weirdly enough. We also have Ellie Adderton, who just came through. We had Maya Lucy, Oakley Dalebout from Box Elder came through. Looks like we got one of our Park City riders. This is Madeline Limback, one of our freshman girls, making her way out on lap number 2, looking composed and fully capable of making mincemeat out of that second lap.
This Weaver rider is hammering. Brinley Marriott. I coach Brinley. She is flying. That is so cool.
I thought that she gave you a look like, hey, look what I'm doing. We also just saw Estella Sailors from Park City roll through. One of our JV8 girls. Emma Miller from North Summit. Say hi as she rolls on by. Scarlett Cole Ray from Park City just came by. We also are seeing Maddie Woolenhume. Mira McLean and Hazel Walker are also making their way through. Natalie Ballard from Green Canyon headed out. One more lap for her. Yeah, these ladies will kind of fly through that feed zone area. Coach will be there with a bottle. They'll take a quick swig, kind of just get the grit out of your teeth. Maybe take a swallow or two, and then they will tackle that wall of a climb that's right in front of them. Again, they've got 2 big road climbs in the first mile and a half that make your legs feel a lot like Jell-O, would you say?
Yeah, and it is warming up now, so when you take that bottle, hang on to it, because it also opens up top on that fire road up top. You could grab some more hydration up there too.
Yeah, nutrition is a tricky thing with bicycling. Like, there's really, like, all the damage needs to be done early on. That's Bea Chatelain from Davis High School. Yeah, you've got to do all your work as far as hydration and nutrition long before your race start. But it is nice to be able to have a drink of water to just cool you off and make you feel at least human for a few seconds while you're trying to grind up that hill. Looks like one of our Davis riders is making her way towards the start-finish area. That is Audrey Young. Weber High, give it up for Ali Sather. Park City, you got Molly Mae Sims making her way through as well. We just saw a points leader for Molly Mae Sims for Park City. That's our JVB girls leader making her way through. We haven't seen second place yet, but Molly Mae looking like she's confident, ready to tackle that next climb. Ellie Malaro and Macy Rasmussen making their way out onto the second lap. There is Ava Higby and Maggie Sorensen. Maggie currently wearing the leader's jersey for that South Summit team in the JVB girls category. They'll be chasing down Molly Mae Sims as much as they can to see if they can make a race out of that. But again, maybe a 20-second gap between first, second, and that group of second and third are right there together. This is Park City's Sophia Junik. We also saw Winter Probert and Olivia Wild come through as well. Oh, that sunshine is wonderful. It's probably drying out a few of the puddles that are out there. I'm anticipating that the track conditions right now are phenomenal. It's Abigail Pexton from Viewmont High School making her way out.
Emma Roan, Olivia Fotek. Brielle Sill, Sadie Parrish, Annesley Gosland, Ellie Taji, Penelope Miller. Big groups here. Ruby Chamberlain, Farmington.
Ladies and gentlemen, that, my friends, is Blakely Ashton. Give that girl a huge round of applause. One of our Elevate riders.
Blakely's been with the league for quite a while. It's awesome to see her out here again.
So good. Now, if you guys are not familiar with our Elevate program, if there are kids that have, what's the best way to put this, kids that have troubles riding bikes, that maybe have some disabilities, we have the ability to get a rider out on course with them and give them a phenomenal experience. If you ever see a rider being followed with somebody in a blue vest, come unglued and cheer as loud as you can. Those are the best kids there are. Just going by, we just saw Ruby Chamberlain. In fact, hold on, our single lap girls. Blakely Ashton just came through, just snuck underneath our radar. Our single lap girls winner. Well done, Blakely. No.
Mikkel Burton, Montana Wilson, Winry Richardson, London Federico, Riley Coates, JC Williams, and Hannah Metters all through, headed out for their second lap. Izzy Bryson through there for Bountiful. Leah Smock, Phoebe Myers, Margot Silverstein, and Claire Dolly all through there. I remember Leah Smock racing cyclocross. It's really cool to see her out here racing her mountain bike too. That's a all-around rider. Vivian Widmeyer, Ellie Ivy. Leanne Walkiwak. Sasha Watkins and Esther Evans. Lily Nilsson and Cambry Youngberg.
We got a whole crew of ladies making their way towards the line. I think we just saw, let's see, Cambry Youngberg, we got Sylvie Traden, Olivia Nilsson, Jessica Hacking. We also have Josie Higley, Sadie Caldwell, Ava Andrell, Destry Williamson, and Michaela Horn.
That was the race within the race, too. to announce all those names.
Not gonna lie to you, I felt really good about that. We also just saw Hannah Smith.
That is our single lap.
I do believe that's gonna be our single lap girls winner right there, Hannah Smith from North Davis Comp. Really well done by her. She will maintain that leader's jersey.
Ashley Berkeley from Box Elder and Taylor Worm Weaver. Mikkel Wilcock and Brighton Beyer. So Brighton with the second place single lap. Leah Youngs, Ryan Buchanan, Alyssa Hanks. Emily Lavelle and Brianne Brady, Addison Harvey. Bryn Patterson also through there. Natalie Romano. So I think we're about, I'm going to guess, 5 minutes away from our leaders in the JVA category. And then those freshman girls were flying. They will not be far behind. Nautica Colvin. That will update though, I think. There, Nautica with third place in the single lap race.
Talladega Nights.
Brielle Hustad.
Okay. That's a classic. So,
oh yeah.
Okay. So if you want to start writing down like on the top, I'll write down like the team. I'll just put in parentheses how many laps they're doing, and then I put how many are in writing in it, like so you can see, you know, so the name, the laps, and that's how many riders.
Okay.
And so obviously if there's 2 laps, then I'll put, you know, first lap, the first 5, and then the final.
Genesis Munoz, Park City Minor, going to be 4th place single lap.
And so, if you want to go ahead, you can start.
So is it just these three?
So you're going to do the rest of them. So you can start.
But these are in a different.
Those are in a different wave.
Different wave.
But
Okay.
eventually, yes, you will.
Okay.
Catherine Cooley from Green Canyon.
We just had Jocelyn Gwynn, one of our independent riders, come on through. That is currently 5th place unofficially. Well done, Jocelyn. So again, in 4th place was Genesis Munoz. We had Nautica Colvin in 3rd place. We also had Brighton Meyer in 2nd. So again, unofficial for those single lap girls. Britton again, our points leader. She will keep that jersey. Well done, Haley, one of our Davis riders. Get under an hour for 2 laps. Really well done. 58 minutes and change. Just barely over 58 minutes. And again, not a one-to-one comparison, but like super comparable to our varsity leaders times. Varsity having a bit of a rougher day out on the track. They had some weather. Caitlin Aposian from Farmington just finishing up, and Jasmine Spence as well. I believe we may have our JVA 2nd place rider. There's another Davis rider. Again, we'll confirm that. All right, that was Hannah Remington again. That's one of our Davis riders showing up 2nd place unofficially. Right behind her is Park City's Kaya Patterson.
So that was a shakeup. Those girls, Kaya was in front on lap 1, Hannah making a move on the 2nd lap, kind of mixing things up. Always fun to see a battle going on. That's really cool.
So we got unofficially 1 through 3. We've got Haley Britton from Davis, Caitlin Aposian from Farmington, and then, nope, that's not right. Sorry, Hannah Remington from Davis. My apologies, 2nd place. And then Kaya Patterson from Park City unofficially in 3rd place. Well done by those ladies. We've got more ladies finishing. Let it loose. Let's cheer these ladies on. Smile on her face. That was Sydney Bear. I will not make that mistake twice. Bear, Sydney Bear. Unofficially 4th place from North Davis. I still can't believe she corrected me as she was racing. We also just saw, Marley Fitlow come on through.
Oh, that was our single lap.
Single lap 7th place.
Let's see, where did 6 go then? Oh, Leah. I missed Leah.
Who's music again?
Which one is it?
The one that's plugged in.
It is?
And we had some really fast freshman leader times. We're anticipating seeing them in approximately 2 minutes and 14 seconds. checking behind her, making sure she's safe. Looks like she is. That, my friends, is Ada Georgie. Unofficially 5th place for those JV8 girls. Really well done. Hard-fought battle for Ada.
I'm not. This one does not have the music on it. Did he tell you the password, Tommy?
No, he did not. He just took off somewhere.
Coming across the line is Gwendolyn Hadley from Morgan and Cameron Barrett from Farmington. Cameron, one of our JVB girls. We've also got Gwendolyn Hadley. She's one of our JV8 girls. Unofficially 6th place for her. Melanie Shelton, one of our single lap girls, finishing up her day. Well done.
MMA single lap, and Mikkel Mellett finishing up also. Big cheers for that Morgan rider and Farmington. Looking for our freshman winner here any minute. Kennedy Stork coming through.
It was Amanda Davies from Bonneville.
Well, let's get the tunes rocking. I know, man. Seriously, what the heck?
It's like we've got one of our Davis riders.
There's our freshman winner, India Jackson. Line to line. Awesome ride.
India Jackson with a huge win, right on 1 hour.
Maddie Croft and Bridget Lane duking it out to the end.
So congratulations to India Jackson, unofficially 1st place in that freshman girls race.
And that was a really tight race. 2nd place was pretty close behind her when they came through after 1 lap. We'll see how much time before we see 2nd place now.
So depending on how things shake out, I do believe India is going to be getting a new jersey at the end of the day. We will see if she's the only one wearing that jersey at the start of next race. So that was Courtney Woods from Farmington finalizing her effort. I do believe I see that points leader jersey for the freshman category making that final push towards the fire road. One of our North Davis riders coming in strong, negotiating the last few pedal strokes before that punchy little hill at the end. That, my friends, is Kay Munn. Again, one of our freshman girls.
Yeah, unofficial 2nd place for Kay. Kay Munn was actually in 4th when she came through after 1 lap, so she really made up some places there.
Huge move for Kay. Well done.
Ariane Fells.
Sorry, that was Ariane Fells from Logan.
Carly Erickson, unofficial 3rd. Izzy Felix finishing up Malin Fiddler. So 2 more podium spots in our freshman girls category. And we've seen a bit of a shakeup there. Pretty cool.
Yeah, looks like Kay Munn making big moves on that second lap to put herself on that second podium spot. We just saw Caitlin Speechley from Farmington finish up, one of our JVA girls.
Sierra Mon from Mountain Crest.
So quick unofficial results for our JVA girls. We'll go through this really quickly. In first place, Haley Britton. In second place, Hannah Remington. In third place, Kaya Patterson. Fourth place, Sydney Bayer. Fifth place, Ada Georgie. We'll round out that podium there.
Emma Shepard taking fourth place freshman girls. So still looking for fifth. Natalie Best from Park City finishing up there.
Huge shout out to Gwendolyn Hadley, who came in sixth place in that JVA girls. Michaela Mellett was in seventh. Kennedy Stewart in eighth. Amanda Davies in ninth. And then Maddie Kropp rounding out that top 10. So congratulations to all of you racers. Well done. Okay, we're still waiting for our freshman girls podium. It looks like we had, let's see, Carly Erickson just came in just a few seconds ago with Bountiful High School unofficially third place, and then Emma Shepard unofficially fourth from Davis High School. So those freshmen putting in big efforts. Those are fast lap times for those ladies.
Chloe Clark. Oh, here we go. Big sprints. Amelia Pinchak, Alexandra Hansen. So Amelia with the unofficial final podium spot, fifth place freshman girls from St. Joe's. Marissa Jacobson, Lily Lathan, Isabel Blackburn. Hannah Bruce. Julia Baird, Presley Both, and Selah Actor. I just want to give a shout out just to point out India Jackson, who won the freshman category, actually had our fastest female lap of the day, which is pretty wild. This freshman smoking it. So cool, 26:55 on her first lap.
Those are some wild times, and obviously she had to pick her way through traffic too to help get that time. So really impressive effort.
Ellie Anderton.
We got the cheering squad here getting one of our course marshals out. Well done. Finishing up super strong, one of our Morgan riders, that was Avery Cardall. Avery Cardall. I do want to announce the top 10 in our girls single lap. In first place unofficially, Hannah Smith. Second place, Brighton Bayer. Third place, Nautica Colvin. Fourth place, Genesis Munoz. Fifth place, Jocelyn Glynn. So there's our podium for our single lap girls. We'll wait for this rider to make it across the finish line. Well done. That's one of our Weaver riders. That's Brinley Marriott. Also, huge shout out to our single lap riders. In sixth place, Leah Rudis. Seventh place, Marley Fitlow. Eighth place, Melanie Shelton. Ninth place, Emma May. And rounded out that top 10 is Courtney Woods. Well done, ladies. Got another Viewmont rider making her way across that finish line. That final hill is a bear. She is off and running. I love the effort. That, my friends, is Abby McBride. Well done. Sprint finisher. Davis just sniping that Park City rider. That was Audrey Powell just sniping Anna Potter. Tage Christensen mixed in there too. Oh, and Scarlett Cole Ray from Park City wrapping up her day as well. We are 1 minute away from our JVC boys taking off. This, my friends, is Lauren Rudis from Farmington and Estella Saylor wrapping up their day. She's from Park City. So again, 2 laps of effort from our JVC boys. Again, we got D2 going off first, and then D1 will follow that up. So at 3:25, we'll have our D2 gentlemen hang out, and then at 3:30, we'll have our boys D1. One of our Park City riders making her way towards that finish line. That's Mira McLean. Making her way towards the finish. That there is Callie Lininger. One of our single lap riders. Love seeing them finishing up. That's Hadley Baird and Holly Mae Sims. Right there, Holly Mae Sims is our points leader, I believe. Yep, that right there is our first place JVB girls. Congratulations to Molly Mae Sims from Park City. Well done. And really fast lap time there. Having to pick her way through all sorts of traffic. And following up just a few seconds behind is this Weaver rider. That's Hazel Walker, one of our freshman girls, finishing up her days. Hark, here comes the Davis rider. That right there is Ava Higley. Second place in our JVB girls, followed really closely by Maggie Sorensen, powering her way to the finish. Another one of our JVB girls. So unofficially, we've got Molly Mae Sims from Park City as our winner of that JVB girls contest. Ava Higley from Davis in second. We've got Maggie Sorensen in third. And Payman from North Davis Comp just came across the line. We got Maya Lucy from Box Elder Comp that just came across the line. And Emma Deem. So again, we just had our JVC Boys D2 riders take off. In about just about a minute or 2 minutes, we'll have our JVC Boys D1 take off as well. Then our party lappers, our single lap boys, will take off at 3:35. Look at one of our Park City riders making her way towards that finish line. Big effort. She gets out of that saddle. The final few pedal strokes. That there is Madeline Limback, one of our freshman ladies, followed by her teammate. That's Sophia Junik. She's one of our JVB girls. That is unofficially 4th place for Sophia. Well done. She'll be on that podium getting some hardware later this afternoon. These two Davis riders just crushing that final climb, getting towards the finish. That was Emma Roan, one of our JVB girls, and Audrey Young, one of our freshman girls. So Emma there is unofficially 5th place. She will round out that podium for the JVB girls contest. And right behind her was Audrey Young, one of the freshman girls, one of her teammates, but also finishing strong for her day. Ruby Young from Davis with her personal cheering squad hauling her through. Our JVB girls 6th place. So strong effort from Ruby today. And behold, yet another Davis rider. That's Bea Chatelain. One of our freshman girls. Well done. Lest my eyes deceive me, that's Lily Kirkland from Ogden, one of our freshman girls wrapping up her day. Followed by a Fremont rider, that's Ellie Mellett. One of our Park City riders making her way home, that's Winter Probert. Our JVB girls, number 7 unofficially. Well done. That's
Maddie Wostenhume.
Thank you.
Mountain Crest. Allie Sather, Weber.
This is one of our JVB girls. That's Morgan High School's Brielle Sill. Strong effort, number 8 unofficially for that JVB girls contest. That's Adeline Gardner from Farmington, one of our JVB girls, number 9 unofficially. Great effort from her today. You know, moms and dads, you're pretty lucky that you get to see your kids on the downhill section where they're a little bit recovered. I promise you they don't look this fresh up at the top of that climb. That is a hard climb to get up on. Chloe Chambers from Greek Canyon. Sadie Parrish from Fremont. Got more riders coming. It looks like a Morgan rider and a Bonneville rider duking it out at that finish. It was Olivia Wild from Morgan. Olivia Fojek. So the battle of the Olivias rages on. Was that Winry Richardson, one of our Tooele Valley comp riders, finishing up strong. That's Eliza Waters, one of our Bonneville riders, wrapping up her day. Welcome
Big
back,
sprint
Eliza.
here. Viewmont and Ogden.
That's London Federico and Jem Gardner. Out of her saddle, they're making her way towards the finish line. That's Annecy Gosland, one of our Davis riders. Gem. Yeah, Gem and the holograms. One of the worst 80s cartoons. I love hearing you guys cheering these riders in. That was Penelope Miller, one of our Weber riders, right behind JC Williams from North Davis. Also, Leah Smock from Viewmont and Ellie Tajay from Davis were just wrapped up in that group there. Sarah, if I'm being honest, I think the hardest part of this day is deciding how many layers you should have on.
I've taken my sweatshirt on and off like over 20 times today.
Yeah, I think I'm right behind you. Although the beanie has stayed true. And that's basically because I have really bad hair going on. So again, out on course right now. We do have a few of our ladies left out there, but we also have our JVC boys D2, JVC boys D1, and then our single lap boys are also out on course. After this wave, we have one more good-sized wave to go. That's our freshman boys. But in the meantime, let's welcome this Viewmont rider back. That is
Abigail Pexton finishing up. And we got another sprint here. These girls battling. Park City and Bountiful. Riley Coates and Margot Silverstein. And we're thinking we're going to see our leaders in the JVC D2 race at about 3:53. There is Macy Rasmussen.
Yeah, we do have the a lost and found situation. We just did have an item turned in. So if you're missing something, come and see us. You have to tell me what it is to earn it. One of our Park City riders out of the saddle, cranking away right towards the finish.
Montana Wilson, strong finish for Montana. And we got a Morgan rider hammering up the last pitch here. Leanne Wakiwak.
I love seeing the smiles on these girls as they finish up strong. Good job.
Vivian Widmeyer.
Looks like we got another Viewmont rider making her way towards the finish.
Audrey Holman.
I am seeing a lot less of the track on our riders right now than there was earlier today.
I was just going to say it turned out to be a beautiful day.
Yeah, for sure. Although, if you were to ask our varsity riders, they may not agree fully with you, but at least everyone has got out and raced so far. So excited that the weather turned in our direction. I see people needing umbrellas for different reasons now to get some shade.
One of my favorite traditions is the umbrella start line. The umbrella at the start line.
Oh, yes.
To protect delicate racers from the bright glare of the sun.
You got to keep those delicate racers all cooled off right before they start.
Someone tried to put an umbrella over me at the start line once, and I was too embarrassed. I made him stop.
Looks like we got a couple of racers speeding towards the finish. That's a Davis rider giving it her all.
Josie Higley just holding off Jane Washburn, and Farmington, Jessica Hacking right behind.
Just a quick reminder, we have several of our sponsors here today, starting with Intermountain Healthcare. If you need to get put back together, maybe you had a little bit of a spill out there, some road rash, drop by their tent. It's over by the first aid tent. They've got some doctors over there today to help us out. Before we talk about the rest of them, let's talk for just a second about Michaela Burton from Skyview finishing up her day. We also have Hyper Threads. They've got their trailer up there with a ton of Utah high school mountain biking gear. I know they had some umbrellas, which you may not need now, but you may want them in the future. But they've got all sorts of gear over there with the league logo all over it. Drop by, visit them. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a runner. Let's get these ladies in. This right here is Sylvie Traden. Get her in. But let's cheer in this broken bicycle. I love the effort. Give it up, girl. Looks like her chain blew off. Run it, girl, run it. You're doing amazing.
That's Hannah Metters from Fremont. Solid, Hannah. Oakley Daleboot from Box Elder. Izzy Bryson from Bountiful. And strong finish. Park City Minor, Phoebe Myers, Ava Andrew, Lily Nilsson from Bountiful.
We got one of our Davis riders looking super pro as she makes her way towards that finish line. That is Claire Dahl from Davis. Well done. We're thinking about 9 minutes is our guesstimation as to the first finishers with our JVC boys D2. It's a 2-lap race for those gentlemen. Well done. That there is Fremont's Destry Williamson. I think I've seen the cowbell of the day by this gentleman over here in the Real t-shirt. That, my friend, is a very serious cowbell. Avery Prowse from Farmington.
Sprint here. This Box Elder rider is hammering.
Out of the saddle and giving it everything she's got. That's Ashley Berkeley from Box Elder. Ellie Ivy chasing her down, just missing her at the finish line. Well done, ladies. With a quick check behind her, that's Callie Draper. Well done, Callie. Just holding off Farmington's Leah Youngs. We also see Brianne Brady coming through from Bountiful. We just had one of the league's op manager, Jason, drop by, and that reminds me, we had a really interesting conversation last night. Again, out on course, we've got our JVC boys D1 and D2. We got just a few more of our ladies out there. And then our single lap boys are out on course.
Strong finish for these girls. This is Park City. Olivia Nelson, Emmy Lovo, Mikkel Wilcock, Cambry Youngberg, Taylor Worm, Sasha Watkins, Michaela Horn.
again, the tradition of these Park City riders with their tutus, we got to get to the bottom of that. When did that start? If you're a Park City rider and you have information for me, I do need to know. Also, my co-announcer, Sarah, is running low on blood sugar. If you have a candy bar, she would deeply appreciate it. In the meantime, we've got Sadie Caldwell from Davis finishing up super strong. Started mentioning some of our sponsors. We also want to thank MTB Composites. They're here today. They've got a couple of wheels and handlebars. All of their stuff is made here in Utah, in Ogden. Right now over there, they've got a really cool setup so you can go and check your tire pressure and get it exactly where you need it to be. So if you are one of those freshman boys that is not yet out on course, drop on by, say hello to MTB, and get your tire pressure dialed in, and then run right next door over there to Grip It. Grab yourself a new set of gloves, but no matter where you are, let's get this Laker through the line. This, my friends, is Josie Packard. Well done, lady. Just had our one of our course officials out on lap 38 of 40.
Here comes our JV C D2 leaders headed down the ski slope. We should see them coming through here pretty soon.
So as our day gets ever closer to being wrapped up, we want to thank all of our coaches. I don't know if you guys knew this, but the coaches that coach these kids don't get paid a whole lot to do so. They may get a side perk, and then they get to spend hundreds of hours with your children riding bikes, which isn't bad, but I hope that you guys tell your coaches thank you. They do a tremendous job in teaching our kids bike skills, teaching them life skills, and helping them fall in love with the sport that they can do for the rest of their lives. So thank a coach today, thank a ride leader today. We also want to thank our league officials who have tirelessly prepped for today. We got riders coming in.
Here's our leaders, JVC D2 coming through, lapping through. Looks like a pair of Morgan riders. Jace Martinson and Jackson Mueller. These guys gonna work together maybe a little longer before they decide to start hurting each other.
Pretty quick lap times, 26:45 for those guys. And it looks like our boy Jace hit that feed zone and stepped on the accelerator to see if he could make a little bit of a gap up there. So things are getting spicy at the front of that JVC boys race.
We got some ladies finishing up here. Ryan Buchanan and Alyssa Hanks. Nice job, ladies. This Ogden Tiger out of the saddle. Colin Draper.
One of our Ogden riders making her way towards the finish.
Esther Evans, awesome ride. Weston Agnew coming through for Viewmont. Anders Powell. Brandon Allgaier, Ethan Smith. Allgaier's a race name. Any NASCAR fans out there?
So these JVC boys will run through that feed zone, grab a quick drink, and then they're in for it. They're going to hit that wall hard.
Bryn Patterson coming through. Jace Wilson. Cameron Larson. So these guys all finishing their first lap. They got one more to go. Milo Peterson, one more time up this brutal start climb.
So for those of you who didn't have a chance to pre-ride the course, it is a doozy. Well over 600 feet of climbing. It's just 5 miles in length, but they're going to be doing 2 laps, so the 1,200 feet of climbing, 10 miles.
Natalie Romano. Yeah, it's a tough one. You kind of got to fight for every inch out here. If it's not steep, then it's really rocky. James Lee, Box Elder.
Now, there really isn't anywhere where you can just find the flow and grind away at it. It's always kind of sniping at you. There's always a tough corner, always a rocky little garden that you have to work your way through, or just savage climbs that you got to work through the whole day. So, again, tough course, beautiful as can be, though. But I guarantee that not one of these riders has noticed how pretty it is out today.
James Lee and Racer Bishop. Braden Brisky, Chance Roberts, Perrin Evans. Addison Harvey, Carson Hartman, Chad Middleton Jr. Hudson Mosier and Gabe Hutchinson.
I'd like to introduce you to Austin Broken Knee Peterson making his way to the finish line.
Braxton Greenwald also through there. Hank Price Hush.
Wounded knee, sorry. I guess it's pretty gnarly.
James Asling. Christian Rees, Ammon Bowers, Carson Nelson, Duncan Vueg, Tannen Ashton, Adam Rust, Cole Kemp.
We got a big old group making their way. Hopefully these gents decide to give us a little bit of show, a little sprint finish. Or if they're headed out, a sprint lap. It's a preem lap, as they call it in the criterion world. But we just saw Trent Mercado, Damian Carter, Parker Tennant, William Moyes Morby, Hadley Odenbach, and Evan Jenkins. Sorry, Evan. One of our Bountiful riders, that was Jensen Freeman making his way through. One more lap for him. We also have Fletcher Hubble, uno más, por favor. We have a Morgan rider. This, my friends, is Evan Irizarry, followed by Elijah Rust. Freddie Weber from North Davis is hot on their heels, headed out for his second lap. Then we got a bunch of riders coming through. Again, we're keeping our eye out for the JVC D2 winner. They should be making their way here pretty quick. We got riders sprinting. I think that indicates we may have our leader right here. That, my friends, was Blake Robbins from Fremont.
Jake Arnold also in there, Davis. So a couple of D1 riders making their way through.
So JVC D1 riders, that was Blake Robbins unofficially in first place, followed by Jake Arnold from Davis. So those D1 riders picking their way through and getting in front of the D2 lead pack.
Hayden Clark coming through. Bryson McMillan. Tanner Nelson. Gavin Holt, the points leader in D1, riding in fourth. So now it starts to get a little strategic when you're kind of working your way at the front of your group, making your way through some other riders. You might start to think about putting some other riders between you and your competition as you head up this fire road and get back on the single track. Spencer Freebairn, Ethan Jolly, Brock Fitton. Cade Thompson. Colton Holmes, Mason Murray. So everybody lapping through.
It looks like we've got
here.
a leader's jersey running his way in. Tough way to spend your day. So big, hard day for that rider. That, my friends, was Ryan Lefebvre from Bountiful High School, I believe.
So Ryan could get help from Guthrie and carry on, and he may not be able to hold on to that leader's jersey, but he'll be able to finish his race and get some points for his team.
We had Caden Halverson, Ethan George, and Ian McNeely come on through. It's so tough to see bikes failing kids, but that's racing, and sometimes that happens. We're going to TJ May from Farmington, headed out onto lap number 2. Kyler Whitaker, one of our JVC boys, D2, headed out. This music doesn't make you want to dance. I just don't know if you're willing to dance. Bountiful's Braden Anderson headed out. This, my friends, is Joseph Petty from Farmington, as well as Anderson McMullen. Joshua Kern headed out onto lap number 2, one of our Bobcats. As well as Matthew Bennett and Jack Pierce. Weaver's Chase Reed is headed out on the lap number 2.
Dayton Fry, Prosper Gross, big group coming through here. Brian Horspool, Jamin Flinders, Gabe Sorensen, Porter Montgomery, Jason Siemens, Waylon Fweet. Butte.
Thank you.
Honestly, I
Cooper
don't
Franzen.
know. I don't know if there's anything better than a writer hollering the correct pronunciation of their name at us. It makes me so happy, sir.
Peyton Hunt, Porter Dabb. Usually it's the parents that come correct us, but sometimes the racers take it upon themselves.
That's 2 riders today. Makes me very happy.
I wonder how many more we've screwed up that nobody has told us.
They are legion, the number that we have butchered.
Hiram Hales, Ryder Stott, Ari Thomas.
Again, just a quick reminder, I do have a couple of lost and found items. If you're missing something that's important to you, kindly do drop by the announcer's booth and tell me what it is. We'll see if we can help you out. Ladies and gentlemen, Tim Beasley. We got riders coming in fast and furious. Just like the movie, I think I just saw Nathan Jukes, Joshua Morrison, and Camden Charles come through. I'm also fairly certain that I just saw Ashton Soker, and Andrew Decker.
Ryan Bergsjoe, big cheering squad for that Logan rider. And here comes another big group. Crew Hogan from Fremont. Anderson Briner, Preston Carter, John Neese, Grant Packer.
We also had Steve English, Drew Perry, Braxton Tippett, and Tyler Smith roll on through. We might be seeing some of our single lap riders making their way to the finish line. But first, we're going to look at Tyler Smith from North Davis, Nathaniel Zawalski from Bonneville, Heyman Lopez from Fremont, and Matthew Iverson, one of our Davis riders. Again, if you're not familiar with this course, it starts off mean and gets meaner as it goes. There's about a mile, feels like 20, but it's about a mile's worth of climbing right off the bat. There's a steep road climb that leads to a little bit of flatter single track, and then it punches you right in the mouth with about a 17% grade where it meets up with some single track. Daniel Wolford from Ogden's making his way through. Oh, it looks like Daniel Wolford, one of our single lap riders, just came through, unofficially first place. Well done, Daniel. Huge effort, really quick lap time. That's unofficially our boys' single lap race winner. That's Daniel Wolford. We also saw Austin Taylor and Braden Tubbs head on through. Also, Thomas Ball from Weber. Ian Jank from North Summit just rolled through. One of our Park City riders, that's Max Goldberg. One of our D1 riders in this JVC contest. Ryan Pohl from Fremont. Andrew Farnsworth from Oregon's rolling on through. One more lap for him. That's Nathan Pusho from Park City. Sorry, Nathan, I'm pretty sure I did that wrong, but I got your first name right. I do believe I see a leader's jersey. This, my friends, is Caleb McIntyre, one of our single lap boys, unofficially second place in that single lap contest. So Caleb there wearing that points jersey. He may have to share the honor of wearing one of those jerseys at the next race, but well done, Caleb, second place for him. Right behind Daniel Wolford. That's Porter Means, Weaver High School, headed out onto his second lap. We also have Ogden's Sam Southern, one of our single lap riders there.
Scothern, I know that family. I know Sam Scothern. I know his big sister, too, who is also smoking fast.
Unofficially third place is Sam. Well done, sir. I love our single lap race. If you're brand new to racing and maybe you're not confident enough to go out and hit 2 laps, or you just love to be part of the team, but you don't want to go and hurt for 2 laps, it's the perfect race. Also, kids that are rehabbing injuries and maybe shouldn't be out there all that long. And so the single lap race really is the perfect landing spot for so many of these athletes, and we love having them here. It's an important part of what the league does. You just saw Joseph Prince come through from Weber, as well as Porter Sweat from Tooele Valley. So we're about 20 minutes away from our final wave of riders heading out. That's going to be our freshman boys. We've got an entire legion of dudes out there racing today. There's going to be 50 freshman A boys in D2, 55 in D1, 90 in freshman B boys D2, and another 81 in D1. But in the meantime, we want to welcome back Xander Wilcock, Tate Hansen, and Dylan Gallant. They better hold their position or it's not as cool of a story, man. Oh, that's amazing. And they had training wheels on. And one of them had an eye covering, so it was only. Oh, that's awesome. We're not sandbagging. We're trying to give you a little bit of color. Oh, that's awesome. 3 months. And that which category? Okay. So again, staging for that freshman A boys D2 should be happening here at 4:20. And so if you're one of those freshman boys, you might want to head on over here pretty quickly so they can get you in the chute and taking off. Looks like I see one of our Park City riders coming on through. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Wesley Sargent, one of our D1 boys, part of that JVC contest there. Headed out into one more lap for him. Adam Smith from Farmington. Sorry, that is not Adam. That's Ethan McFarland, and he's from Davis. I've done my research. Headed on by is Farmington's Jack Summers, and right in front of him was, South Summit's Jack Summers. Following him was Caleb Barrowman from Farmington. Look at it, Taylor Morris from Davis. And Matthew Stoddard, one of our JVC boys from Farmington.
I just watched them pull two riders.
I think that one of them was single lap and the other one just followed him.
Which I've seen happen way too frequently. We got Cooper Peters and Braxton Johnson. Cooper from Davis, Braxton from Tooele. So good, staging for the freshman A boys D2 should be happening in about 4 minutes. We're anticipating a 4:23 arrival of our JVC boys D2. Little background, evidently the leaders, both 1 and 2. In fact, there they are right there. Maybe. But it turns out the riders in first and second position just jumped on a mountain bike for the first time 3 months ago.
So their coaches assure us they're not sandbagging, even though they are destroying the field at the moment.
Ty Madsen from Farmington. I choose to believe that not a single one of these kids has ever sandbagged anything in their life. But these two riders are absolutely taking to this like a duck to water. So really moving well. If that's who we think it is, that leader is moving beautifully towards the finish line. One more U-turn. We'll see who it is again. I'm not super well sighted, but we're going to see if we can see. It looks like we got a bunch of Morgan people running down, so we're anticipating that is, in fact, a Morgan rider. So Jace Martinson is in front right now. And again, he picked up his bike, we're calling it 3.5 months ago.
It's pretty wild,
absolutely
pretty impressive.
Crushing it. Well done, sir. He had one more turn to go. In fact, I think I see him on that finishing straight. Folks, warm up those vocal cords. Let's get this guy in here. Also, Ryan Pulsifer, welcome back. One of our Farmington riders. Moving super well. This is Morgan's Jace Martinson unofficially first place for that JVC Boys D2. And
Brand
hot
new
on
rider.
his heels is
Here
a
comes his
second one rider.
teammate.
That's Jackson Mueller, unofficially second place.
And here comes Farmington rider William Moss. So Jace Martinson, Jackson Mueller, brand new riders, first and second in JVC D2. We talked earlier about how cool it is when these brand new riders get on and they have such a high learning curve. Well, it's even wilder when they start at this level and they're still gonna have such a high learning curve. Pretty exciting for these guys.
Kind of fun when your kid finds something that they love and they're good at all at the same time. Again, if you are missing some important items in your life, you can try either the announcer's booth or the Strike Utah tent over there, or our what do they call that? Volunteer tent. We do have a couple of items that we would love to give back to the rightful owner, so drop by, see if we can help you out.
We have a little construction project going on right outside the announcer booth here, these Viewmont Construction Company. So I think this is going to be Alex Owens from Farmington.
I see myself a Viewmont rider rushing his way towards that finish line. That, my friends, is Carson Reed, one of our Viewmont riders, working his way towards that finish line, doing well. One of our single lap riders, unofficially coming in hot. We've got Aiden McFarland from Davis and Weston Ignu from Viewmont. That's Ezra Youngberg and Brandon Algier from Morgan.
Jackson Stanford.
Woo!
Awesome. We also saw Weston Agnew, unofficial third in JVC D2, Brandon Algier fourth. So we got one more podium spot in that JVC D2 race.
That, my friends, is Viewmont's, Viewmont, but North Davis's Cameron Larson finishing up a strong effort.
And that's your podium, unofficial JVC D2. Colin Draper, Ogden, strong ride for Colin.
There's nothing that makes me happier than a solid fist pump as they cross the finish line. I love it.
Anders Powell. Anders Powell. Jace Wilson. Ethan Smith and Finn Silver. Milo Peterson from Ridgeline. That is Brody Sawyer. Here comes James Lee from Box Elder running a flat in. Awesome job for James. That is Chance Roberts. Brady Blazer finishing strong from Woods Cross.
That, my friends, is Perrin Evans, one of our Skyview riders. Also, Racer Bishop to Willow Valley Comp. Yeah, we are creeping towards the last races of the day. We'll have our freshman boys take off here very shortly. But in the meantime, we've got Gabe Hutchison, one of our Ogden riders, as well as Hudson Mosier from Ridgeline, making their way towards that finish line. Hank Price Hewish just made his way through. And folks, there are many of us. It would behoove us to cheer these riders in. It's been a long day in the saddle for these guys. A bunch of heavy-duty climbing they've done. We got James Astling from Viewmont, and then Jake Arnold and Gavin Holt absolutely neck and neck. That's a photo finish for first place and second place for that boys JVC D1 category. It was super close there. We'll see how that turns out, but it looks like as of right now, Jake Arnold just edged out Gavin Holt. We'll have to see how that turns out, but that's our unofficially first and second. And then we just had Blake Robbins from Fremont come through third. So again, JVC boys D1 for that first, second, and third there.
Somebody was wearing their bids over their jersey there, real style points. Ryder Bishop for Ridgeline.
That's Morgan's Chad Middleton Jr. We got ourselves a sprint on our hands. These guys are bar to bar. Looks like that Bountiful rider jumped a little bit. We'll see if he can hold off the oncoming Ridgeline rider. So much fun seeing these guys give it all to finish. That was Carson Nelson from Bountiful. Duncan Buhig, I guess, from Ridgeline. And Christian Reese from Woods Cross. You got bar to bar racing. Sam Alton making his way across. We also have Trenton Mercado just finishing up, trying to hold off a couple of Davis riders. That was Hayden Clark from Davis and Ammon Bowers from Morgan. Viewmont's Adam Rust just holding off. See, it was Adam Rust just holding off Jensen Freeman, Cole Kemp, and Spencer Freebairn from Farmington. We have Tommy Baker from Bountiful as well as Tina Ashton from North Davis. Dude, I said it before, but I'll say it again. These riders are fighting for every single place because next time they race, they get placed in the exact same position where they ended today. So they want to make sure they can get as close to the front as possible so that there's less traffic towards the front. In the meantime, we have Austin Peterson. Well done, Austin. Proud dad in here cheering him on. We got Tanner Richardson and Jacob Christensen. So Hayden Clark, just a few seconds ago, snuck in underneath our radar as fourth place in that JVC Boys D1. And then Spencer Freebairn was in fifth place. So unofficial top five podium there. We just had Evan Jenkins and Parker Tennant come in. So while we have a quick break, we'll just go through that. Our D2, so JVC Boys D2. Jacob Martinson unofficially first place. Jackson Mueller in second. Weston Agnew in third. Brandon Algier in fourth. Fifth place was Cameron Larson. That's our unofficial podium. Also, huge congratulations to Colin Draper, Andrews Powell, Jace Wilson, Ethan Smith, and Milo Peterson, who round out that top 10. Great race by those gentlemen. So far in the JVC Boys D1, we've had Jake Arnold. We've got Jake Arnold, Gavin Holt, Blake Robbins, Hayden Clark, and Spencer Freebairn. That's our top five of that JVC Boys D1 group. We just had North Davis's Damian Carter finish up right in front of right behind Jack Jensen. Ian McNeely also snuck in it from Park City and Parker Tennant. I don't know if it could get any better weather than what we got right now, but we got guys finishing hard. I was Fletcher Hubble and Brock Britton, followed by Mason Murray and Jace Lewis. Again, unofficial results, we have a timing mat down lower, and sometimes those kids will pass right when they go past that timing mat. Like just about now. Mason Murray, Jace Lewis, Thomas Greenwood, and Kai Zienerberg, Elijah Rust, Colton Holmes, and Nash Brown. So in there, Mason Murray is unofficially, I'm sorry, let's start at Brock Britton, unofficially 7th place in that JVC Boys D1. Mason Murray in 8th place. We had Colton Holmes sneak in 9th. And then Nash Brown was one of the other finishers in there. But we also have more dudes coming in fast and furious. I believe that's Nash Brown, Matthew Bennett. We had Caden Cross and Carson Weaver. Bunch of our JVC Boys D2 riders. By the way, Matthew Bennett is one of our D1 riders. He rounds out our top 10. We got Caden Halverson, Will Tanner. Yeah, these racers are going full gas at the finish line. TJ May, Mason Allen, Charlie Tate, Hadley Odenbach. That's Evan Arizari. Cooper Porges from Park City. And we have our freshman boys, A, D2, headed out right now. We got the start of our last group is out on course. Welcome back to North Davis's Brody Weber. Carson Aston. Well, we got a second again. This is our unofficial JVC Boys D1. Jake Arnold in 1st, Gavin Holt in 2nd, Blake Robbins in 3rd, Hayden Clark in 4th, Spencer Freebaron in 5th. Then the rounding out that top 10 is Ian McNeely, Brock Britton, Mason Murray, Colton Holmes, and Matthew Bennett. Well done to all of you gentlemen and everybody else out on course today. We just saw Stephen Bradford finish from Logan. Welcome back, Stephen. Go grab a bag of donuts and enjoy the rest of your day. We got Bryson McMillan from South Summit as well, and Brock Myers from Oregon. Looks like we may have a mechanical issue from this Park City rider, which means we're going to need to get a little bit more rowdy than you currently are, guys. Nobody should walk their bike in silence. So let's get this Park City rider in. Helped him to feel like a little bit of a rock star. He's had a rough day out on the trails. We also got other riders screaming in on that finishing chute, trying to hold position. Park City, that's Prosper Gross just sniping out Joseph Petty from Farmington. Well done, gentlemen. We've also got Dave Sorensen, Andrew Anderson McMullen coming in as well. We got this Weaver rider. This is Jace Reed, but folks, give it up for our Park City rider. It's a bad day when you got to walk your bike in. Let's make it a little bit better by cheering him in. Well done, sir. Way to finish. We also have Jesus Gatteral, Deegan Povey, Ethan George, way to go, Jesus. Way to finish strong, my man. Couple more riders going by. That's Ethan Jolly. We also saw Jason Siemens, one of our Farmington riders. Again, both JVC Boys D2 and D1 under an hour for those top riders. Really quick times. Let's go to boys single. First off, let's go and welcome back Jamin Flinders, one of our Weaver riders. And then while we got you here, let's go with Daniel Woodford, unofficially the winner of our boys single lap, followed by Caleb McIntyre, Sam Southern in 3rd, Tate Hansen in 4th, and Jack Summers. That's our unofficial podium for our boys single lap. Talking about Porter Dabb as well for Fremont as he finishes up his day. And just give a little bit of pub to these other guys. Caleb Barrowman. We have Cooper Peters, Braxton Johnson, Carson Reed, and Aiden McFarland who round out that top 10. Really well done, gentlemen. We have other guys finishing. There's Jason Simmons, Jamin Flinders, Porter Dabb, Ari Thomas, Hiram Hales, Tanner Nielsen, and Mason Merrill. Yeah, we've got freshman boys out right now. We should have our freshman B. So our freshman A groups, both D1 and D2, are both out. So we'll trade those guys for Ryder Scott, just finishing up his day. We also had Kyler Whitaker. We also had Connor Long and Riley LaFavre. Making that final few meters, that's Decker Hagerman, Adam McDonough, as well as Landon Tucker finishing up their days. We've got a 3-wide sprint brewing, folks. This is going to get spicy. Cheer them on. These guys are giving us a show here. Well done, gentlemen. That's our leader. That, my friends, you just saw Cohen Michelson, Brian Horspool, Asher Gagestein, and Benjamin Hardy. If I believe that was Asher Gagestein. If you're not you, then please come and correct me. But when he came through on that first lap, something had clearly gone wrong with his bike. He had a little bit of a dirty jersey, which indicates that he'd gone down. And homeboy went over to neutral support, got it fixed, and finished like a boss. So well done. That leader's jersey may not be yours to wear next race, but really well done. I love that effort. It's so good to see these kids trying to give it the best that they got. That's Corbin Hepworth from Fremont, all the way to the finish, giving it his all. We also have Tommy Phillips, one of our Farmington riders. William Moyes Morby from North Davis out of that saddle, cranking away, just a few meters left of his day. Then another one of our Bountiful High gentlemen, that's Braden Anderson. Fremont's, didn't update fast to me for me to make that sound cool. That was Fremont's Gage Olson. We just had Viewmont's Jack Pierce come through as well. Davis has one of their riders coming through. That is Peyton Hunt, Camden Charles. Peyton Hunt from Farmington following him up. What's that? Tyler Peterson from Davis just snuck underneath there. Sorry, my feed updates kind of sporadically, so I miss one every once in a while, but I'm doing my best, which is about a C+ average. So we just had our freshman boys D2 head out. We have got about 2 more minutes before our D1 boys head out, and that will be our final lap of our final race of the day. Super strong finish. That, my friends, was Joshua Morrison from Farmington, followed right by Ashton Soker from Fremont. One of our Bonneville High riders, that's Sam Zimmerman. I'm just going to plant this little seed in your minds and let it germinate as soon as Kate Thompson, one of our Green Canyon riders, goes by. Folks, our crew has been here 4 days. The race is kind of tidying up. I'm going to invite you, and most importantly, to stick around till the final rider goes across that finish line, so that every single one of these kids has people cheering them on, helping them to get back to that finish line feeling like a rock star. Dudes like Cooper Franson and Waylon Foot from Bonneville making their way towards the finish. But if you guys could stick around and make sure that every single one of our riders has someone to cheer for them, we would so deeply appreciate that. But more, after that's done, if you could, stick around. If everybody pitched in and we were able to clear out this start and finish line really quickly, that allows us to get to podiums quicker, and it gives our race crew, who are right now really stinky, a chance to get to a shower quicker than they otherwise would. So if you could, if it's in your heart to help us out, we'd really appreciate it. Oh, and while we're at it, we got somebody with a bike on his shoulder walking it in. Let's help him out. Also, welcome Strider Chug. Today's race has been particularly savage to these bikes. It's a hard course to begin with, but when you're having to deal with wet rocks, it gets increasingly hard. So let's cheer in these riders. Nobody should have to run their bike in by themselves. Don't let this kid come out without a huge round of applause. Help him out, folks. Bar-to-bar racing here. We just had Dayton Fry from South Summit and Peter Derby finish up strong. This is Davis's Peter Derby. Let's get him across the line. Clearly that back wheel wasn't ready to go, but Dayton was. Well done, Sorry, Peter. Good job, Peter. Way to finish strong. Yeah, it's no good when the innards of your bike have made their way to the outers. When the innards become the outers, things have not gone your way. Matthew Bolingbrook from Weber finishing up his day strong. We also have Crew Hogan, one of our Fremont riders, cranking his way towards that finish line. Braxton Tippett, welcome back. One of our Davis riders. Isaiah Phillips, one of our Bonneville riders, just leaning down over that stem, willing his way to the finish, getting chased down by Stephen English from Farmington. That's Ryan Bergjo from Logan High School, wrapping up his day. Just had Ryland Pohl, Preston Carter, and Thomas Ball make their way across the finish line. A couple of Fremont riders and a Weber rider. Again, huge thank you to Snowbasin for letting us host these races up here. They've been a great partner of ours for years and years. We love holding these races up here. This is one of the most beautiful venues in the state. In fact, in the entire nation, this is one of the top venues for racing, and we love being able to be here. Nathan Jukes, one of our Mountain Crest riders, enjoying the environs of Snowbasin today, finishing up his day. What's up, Drew Perry, Bonneville. Joshua Richardson, welcome back, one of our Wood Cross riders. That's Bodie Christensen, one of our Fremont riders. Looking determined, making his way towards that finish line. We got Cayman Lopez. Just dipping those shoulders, trying to get back. We had a little bit of story about Cayman Lopez. Super nice to put a face to the name. Welcome back, Cayman. Andrew Farnsworth, look at our Morgan rider. You know, a lot of these riders have been standing around in the cold, in the wet, in the sun, they've been here all day long. These JVC boys and freshman boys, this is actually a long day to be here if you got up here to watch your team. Larson Rupp from Dumont High finished up his day, so you got to kind of earn your stripes as a freshman. You got to go the last race of the day. It's always a little bit hotter. These guys have been pretty lucky. It's a beautiful time to be racing. The temperature is almost as ideal as it could possibly be. That's Davis rider there. That's Matthew Iverson. Nathan Puchot from Park City right on his tail. Strong move towards that finish line. That was, I think, Max Goldberg, Porter Jones, Andrew Decker, with Anderson Feiner leading out that little group with a huge effort towards the end. Yeah, we do have some lost and found items. We do have some glasses over here. But first, let's welcome back Porter Means. Fist pump in the air. Well done, sir. Grant Packer from Davis working the big gear out of the saddle and grinding his way towards that finish line. We also had some cash turned in, just so you know. If you're missing some cash, you're going to need to tell me pretty much exactly how much it is. That, or it's just going to be turned into a donation to the league. So if you are missing some cash or some glasses, kindly do make your way on over to the announcer's booth. We would love to return that to you. We got another rider coming in. This is Matthew Anderson from Green Valley. Super strong finish. We got another runner, and he is making a play to pick up some spots. Get him in here. Cheer him on. Oh, and it's just the worst when your pedal starts attacking your shin. You got this, Bonneville. Got a North Davis rider right in front of him making his way up that hill. Let's let him hear it. That's Tyler Smith. Nice job, John. Nice from Bountiful. Well done. That is a tough way to win or to finish a race. Well done. Ben Ramirez from Woods Cross, dipping those shoulders, grinding his way towards the finish. Well done, sir. This is one of our Weaver riders. That's Joseph Prince. Well done, sir. Super strong all the way to the finish. Our hypothesis is that a lot of these riders noticed that the NV tent was here. So if they ran their bike in, they might be given a new set of wheels. I don't think it's worked thus far, but it has been a rough day out on the trail. We've seen a lot of riders running it in. Lots of broken chains, a lot of flats.
I'd give him an A for effort. I mean,
Absolutely.
I would run a bike in if I thought I was getting an NV wheel set.
Oh, for sure. And obviously I jest. I know these kids don't think that way, but super strong effort watching these kids run it in. I love the effort. I love the fact that they want to finish something hard. So good on you guys. And every one of you who have finished the race today, be proud of yourself. This is a tough course and not for the faint of heart for sure.
Yeah, really impressive riding by everybody out there today. It's so fun to watch.
You know, when I poll my team and ask them which one is their favorite race course, it is fascinating how many kids will say, actually, Snowbasin is my favorite, and then the other half are like, no, I'd rather remove a limb than race it than Snowbasin again. So
it's a very divisive course.
It really is a divisive course. Yeah, and again, for those of you parents who haven't heard my spiel about this course, it is really hard. You know, after the start, you're up probably a 12% grade for a little while until you hit some single track. It mellows out a little bit, but it's maybe 150 meters of single track, and then that road, it turns into road, and it turns uphill at probably 15 to 17%, and it just feels like it never stops. By the time you reach that single track, you are gassed. And you really do have to be careful not to keep pressing too hard because you need to have a chance to recover because you guessed it, there's going to be more climbing as that single track progresses. It'll keep climbing and then it hits another section of double track where they climb even further, a little bit more single track climbing, and then they've earned those turns down on that descent.
Yeah, I haven't gone up there today, but I'm guessing that second double track section, it sometimes ges kind of rutted.
It really does.
With the rain, I wonder what kind of condition that's in.
That's Hunter Greenhow from Fremont finishing up his day really well.
Yeah, sometimes it's like it's wide enough to be fire road, but there's really only one line or maybe kind of 1.5 lines. It's not like what we're watching them ride on right here by the finish line.
Absolutely. And again, this is just, it's a challenging course. It's 5 miles long, so it's not overly long. And it's 600 feet of climbing, which doesn't seem ridiculously, but it's long, but at the same time, the climbing is steep, it's challenging, and it just is unrelenting. So tough ride for these riders. Every single one of them should be stoked no matter how many laps they're able to get. And this is Dylan DeLong from Weaver High School. Working those Pit Viper sunglasses, getting himself across that finish line strong. Welcome back. That's Ian. Yep, with a G.
Yeah. I'm going to take a stab at it.
I think
North Summit rider.
Ian Jock. Well done, sir. We may have ourselves our freshman leader making his way across that final traverse. Moving really well, hitting that, dare I say, jump right before they head into the trees.
Yeah, I think there's like an old stream bed crossing in there, so you can try and jump it, but probably a high penalty for failure if you land on one of the rocks in the stream bed.
For sure. And then there's another little whoop right before you get to the trees that just, no matter what you do, it kind of throws you if you're moving at speed.
Yeah, that rider looked like he was moving pretty good. I bet we're going to see our leader here in a minute. Oh, we were off. We see the points leader jersey going to be here even a little bit quicker.
So again, this is our freshman A boys D2 leader with what looks to be about a 22-second gap on second place. Second place moving really well on that downhill. We'll see what happens. But that, my friends, is a rider. Oh, Mason Biner, one of our North Davis comps, out of the saddle and really moving well. Chasing him down as one of our other North Davis riders. That is someone different. Again, super sorry, we're trying to get an update on our feed here. That was William Bittner. William Bittner. And coming through with a couple of North Davis riders off the front. Got a couple of other chasers, one of our Bonneville riders. And again, we're having a hard time with the feed right now. That was Fred Philpott and also Adam Smith. Again, third and fourth unofficially with that freshman A D2 crowd.
Jack Bayer from Bountiful and Adam Smith, Xander Wilcock.
Another group of riders coming through.
Brody Erickson. I'm sorry, Bodie.
Couple of Morgan riders making their way out onto again, these freshman riders, 2 laps for them. Looking super confident headed out.
David Rich there.
Looks like we got another leader's jersey. This may be D1's leader. Again, super sorry about the feed. It's not treating us right. But again, we got a couple of Park City riders. Sorry, Park City Box Elder. And then a leader's jersey that just went by. So again, it looks like 1, 2, and 3 just went by us.
Josh Anderson was the leader there. Davis rider leading the freshman A D1. Owen Crandall coming through. Owen riding in second in that A D2 category. Matthew Brown third.
We believe we have isolated the problem. Our timing official, Anton, is going to go down and fix that problem for us. We had Matthew Stoddard, Carson Baird, Taylor Morris, William Gardner. You may wonder if Taylor Morris came by. Sure did. Ian Hoffman as well. Marco Junik. And these riders getting ready to face that hill one last time. Yet the climb on this is unrelenting. It's steep. But you only have to do it one more time, right? One last lap for these gentlemen. And these guys will head right through that feed zone, probably get a splash of water, maybe a refill on their beverage, then head out on one big lap. There aren't many places to catch a drink on this, but the feed zone's one of them, and then there's also some fire road up towards the top, where it's definitely smooth enough that they can catch one more drink prior to descending.
You do see some camelbacks out there too. I mean, it certainly makes it easier if you want to take frequent small sips.
Absolutely. Just a little pro advice. If you are working that camelback, maybe don't fill out the entire 100 ounces. Maybe we go with like 12 ounces or fewer. I like that idea. Again, so important to hydrate well before you race. We got a whole gaggle of dudes, and again, our feed is somewhat broken, but I will tell you that Nicholas Forsythe and Maxwell Stewart were part of that game. Again, a day that has had some really funky moments to it. We're so excited that the weather has cooperated this afternoon. There was talk of having to cancel the rest of the race after varsity, but the weather just cooperated enough with us so that we were able to pull it off. So excited that we didn't have to cancel any part of the race and that everybody got their full laps in. So again, we're trying to get our feed to work, that we can give you updates on riders. Hyson Schultz coming through. Also, Kobe Priest. Ty Madsen, one of our Farmington riders, making his way through. One of our other riders taking advantage of neutral support. Again, this year, we did just see a leader's jersey. Again, that was Damon White, one of our Box Elder top riders. We're anticipating he's one of the B riders. So just as a quick reminder, if you're still new, or maybe this is if you aren't new, last year and for years previous to that, if you received assistance with your bike, so if you blew a tire or a chain or something along those lines, if you got help from anyone, it was a 5-minute penalty. And that rule still applies except for neutral support. So if you are a rider and you blow a chain or you do something wacky and something breaks, if you can get your bike to neutral support, you can actually go on with the race without a time penalty. So huge advantage. We've seen that happen a couple of times today, and not finishing a race is always worse than finishing a race, even if you do lose some spots.
You do have to stay on the course. You can't exit the course to neutral support. Follow the course to neutral support, get some aid, and then enter the course back where you left.
Accurate.
And carry on.
So again, you do need to cover the same distance, but the fact that you now can get assistance from neutral support without a penalty is a good deal for you racers. That being said, it's still a really good idea to carry a CO2 on you. It's really good to have maybe a quick link or something that you can really quickly fix your bike with, just in case something happens and you're at the farthest point out from neutral support.
Also, check your bike over prior to the race. Always get in the habit of checking your bike over. Make sure the shifting's dialed, the tires are inflated, you got sealant in there, all that stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of maintenance goes a long way to making sure that your race experience is awesome. You know, the last thing you want to do is have something blow that could have been prevented. So, yeah, take a few minutes to go over your bike. Make sure your linkages are all like tight together. We've seen linkages blow out because nobody checked them for years and years. We've seen seat posts break because they got tightened too tight. So, again, spend some time prior to race day making sure that your bike is dialed in. And more than anything, make sure the chain is looped. I hate hearing sick sounding bikes. It makes me really sad. It makes America sad.
We got a box elder rider running.
Hopefully he can get himself over to neutral support, just like we've been talking about. You know, you see a lot of these riders out here with just regular flat pedals. You see a lot of riders out here with, you know, clip-in pedals. And Sarah just made the point that on a day like this, when we've seen a lot of riders running their bikes in, maybe sneakers aren't the worst thing in the world at a race course like this. I do believe our course marshal here, one of our Park City coaches, is out on lap 40 of 40. She's been at it for hours. Not really, but.
Big group of riders headed our way now.
Even though we're unable to catch their names as they roll by, I know that they would appreciate deeply you guys cheering for them. So make sure every one of these kids feels like a rock star as they go by. Cheer them on, whether they're on your team or not. If you got a cowbell, let loose. Let's hear what you got. This may be the points leader for our freshman boys freshman boys B, D1, I think. That is a leader's jersey, so again, headed out onto lap number 2. I believe that is our D, or our B, D1. And lots of letters, lots of numbers. So again, freshman B, boys D1. He had a leader's jersey on. Again, we're not able to tell if there was somebody in front of him, but typically when you see that leader's jersey, they're somewhere near the front. Looked like he was moving really well. our Fremont riders there. That was Spencer Earp. Next door neighbor to Wyatt Earp, I believe. We had some young gentlemen drop by with a birthday cake for their buddies, and then they just disappeared. So if you're the birthday cake gang, drop on by, tell us what's going on. We're curious.
Or else we might eat your cake.
There is a chance. All right, so we're going to ask a little bit of help from all y'all. We got a rider out there whose birthday is today. His name is Chance. So when I yell 1, 2, 3, you guys are going to say happy birthday, Chance. Is that cool? Can everybody agree to this? All right, it's close enough. So we get on 3, happy birthday, Chance. He's making his way around. And 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday, Chance! Just think, you get to suffer through one more lap, Chance. Go get it. Maybe for his birthday, we should just have him do the half lap, right? That doesn't happen at UCI Pro Races, does it? Look at these freshman riders. Every one of them is going to be doing 2 laps today.
Oh, we got another runner, looks like. This course really taking its toll today.
Goodness gracious. I honestly, had I known, we would have kept the tally. But this course is beating the tar out of these bikes. Let's help this runner get on through. This is a tough way to go racing. Statistically speaking, running at a bike race is less advantageous than riding, so let's make sure he feels some love as he makes his way up this hill towards the neutral support. Tough sledding for those runners. And right now on course, we have about 175 registered riders. So we got, again, this is one of our biggest groups of the day. The freshman B-Boys D2 has 90 riders in it, in and of itself. We got riders absolutely crushing that finish line. Was Griffin Gardner from Davis. So looking at about 13 more minutes before we see our first set of winners. Again, our apologies, our lead or our feed is not working. We are working on it to see if we can get it back in live so that we can see these riders as they come through and give you live results, unofficial as they may be. But in the meantime, our volunteer Dave has promised that he would sing the entire catalog of Neil Diamond songs to us to keep us entertained as we wait for our winners to come through. As we wait for all of our riders to come through, for that matter. One more huge shout out to our sponsors. There's so many of them we need to thank. I want to thank the ones that are here with us today. Thank you so much for NB for coming out. We love NB and the products that they make. We also love the support that they provide for the league. So if you're looking for a new set of wheels or a brand new, unbelievably swanky custom road bike, they got what you need. Go to nb.com. Used by pros the world over. We also want to thank Hyper Threads. They are so good to the league. They're here at the race. They've got all sorts of great booking year 10 gear for us. We also want to thank Grip It Gloves. They've been out here slinging gloves left, right, and straight. I love their gloves. We're so appreciative of them being out here and sponsoring our riders. We also have Intermountain Healthcare, who came up here today from McKay Hospital. Thank you guys for helping to patch up our riders when they come back a little bit busted up. And then really quickly, we want to thank Guthrie Bicycles, our neutral support team. They've been out here all day making sure that riders that have little boo-boos on their bike can get fixed up in a hurry and out on course as fast as they can. And then also a huge shout out to Game On Live Studio, who came up here to provide our stream for you guys today. Again, if you want to be able to see that stream, drop by the announcer's booth. They do have a really usable QR code, but they're going to be with us for the entire year. So if you guys want to be able to have grandma or grandpa or aunts and uncles that can't come out to the races to see your kids race, share that with them. We deeply appreciate them stepping up and helping us to have a streaming service this year. They've been out here since I think 4:30 in the morning setting things up. We do appreciate what they do for us. And they gave us cookies. And I don't know that it gets any better than that. We also want to thank Snowbasin Resort for letting us host this event here. It's when you're trying to find a place to run 1,500 plus riders through in a day, it's more challenging than you think. And when you try to find a venue that works for a Utah League race, you need acres upon acres of parking. You need a trail that has just the right amount of elevation gain and not too technical of a descent. And so it's hard to find those places, and Snowbasin has been a partner for ours for years and years. We love hosting our races up here, and we hope that we can have a partnership with them for many years to come.
You also need a course that is accessible for every, beginner riders and challenging enough for varsity racers to be exciting. It's not easy to find something that fits all of that.
100%. Yeah, this is really one of the jewels of our race calendar every year. And it's a lot of fun to ride, whether you're a varsity rider, and it's really challenging to these beginner riders, but it gives them something to push for. It's a great course.
It's also, as you can imagine, it's not easy on a race course to have a couple thousand people race on it in a day. So you need trails and trail system managers who are willing to kind of take that kind of abuse.
Again, we do apologize. Our our feed is still down. We anticipate this may be. Nope, that is not. The riders coming through. Our friends from who is it? Tooele Valley Comp have jerseys that are just close enough to the leaders' jerseys that my old eyes aren't working well enough, and I get confused. So deeply apologize for that. Yeah, just to make sure that we can keep our relationship with Snowbasin all where it should be, please make sure you're picking up all your trash. Please make sure your kids aren't digging into the snowbanking equipment or something weird like that. Also, as a huge favor to your league officials and for those volunteers that are here to help out, actually take a look over where the start line was. it's gone. It's like it never even existed. We're going to ask the same help from you guys. If you could stick around and help us out with cleanup, that would mean a lot to us. And as a side note, that also gets us to our podiums a lot quicker. They will not hold podiums until all of the start and finish lines have been cleaned up. But more importantly, and I mean this in all seriousness, if you guys all stuck around to help clean up, that means that every single one of these freshman rider who's out there just beating themselves up trying to get to the finish line fast has someone cheering for them. So help us out. It's in your heart. We'd love it if you could do that. And many hands truly do make light work. We've got some spotters that are telling us that we have leaders that are making their way towards that finish line. It looks like we may have a sprint finish on our hands. Again, I so apologize. I wish I knew exactly who this was. We don't have our mat working. But ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we've got our leader. That is... Mason Biner from North Davis. Again, unofficial as could possibly be, but we're guessing that that was our winner for our freshman A boys D2. We are going to try to check the live feed to see if we can find some results there. We've broken out the iPhone to see if that's going to work better than our current solution, which is... We do believe it was William Bittner from North Davis Comp in second place. So again, a nice tight finish there. Tons of fun to watch. Yeah, it's so much fun to watch these freshman riders out here. The future of bicycling is so strong here in the state of Utah. And a huge part of that is our Utah League. The Utah League as a single entity makes up approximately, I believe it's 30% of the entire ridership of all of the NICA leagues combined. So like we have a tremendously huge league, and we're growing unbelievably fast year over year. So next year they're anticipating that we will have 6, we won't call them regions because it's hard to break it up regionally, but we plan on having 6 different race groups, which means that we'll be having to buy more gear, hire more staff, and the league has done a masterful job of putting on unbelievably high quality events with the challenges of finding venues where you can race 1,500 people a day. So big shout out to our league directors and all that they do. So Sarah, as a professional cyclist, what are you going to slam after a race? What's your go-to refueling meal when you're feeling ridiculous? Come on, are you going burger? Are you going pizza? What are we doing? But actually, hold on, Sarah. It looks like we may have, no matter what, we got bar-to-bar racing. These guys coming across in a photo finish.
Bonneville teammates there.
Yeah, that was Jack Beyer and Fred Philpott, 3rd and 4th unofficially. We'll get back to food because that's my favorite topic right now, Sarah. What are you going for right after a race?
Mexicans always kind of good. A burrito, probably, tacos.
I'm having some really weird thoughts about food right now. We just had Owen Crandall from Park City. That looks like first place, I believe, in the freshman A boys D1, followed by Josh Anderson in second place. Again, My apologies, our feed is not working the way that it should, so I'm guesstimating on these. We do have a feed on the side of the timing trailer that should be posting results that are more accurate than what we've got.
So I hit them on the FaceTime. I need it all for them, so no, I cannot waste time. Facing these oceans, feel the
We got a runner. Cheer this young man in.
You can get it. Got no worries, I'm gonna make mine. Going global, I'ma get it out.
That was Scotty Morris making his way through. We got more finishers, I believe, absolutely scorching that fire road, making their way towards that finish. Cheer them in, ladies and gentlemen. Let them hear it. They're giving you a show. That was Brody Russell, unofficially 5th place from Bonneville. And Dallin Parker from Morgan High School headed out in his second lap.
We're going to have another sprint. These guys are flying.
We're going bar to bar. Stay in your lanes, gentlemen. That was Park City's Marco Dujic, 3rd place, unofficially. Ethan Young, unofficially 4th place in the freshman boys D1. Matthew Brown, unofficially 5th from Davis High School. There are several Junix here racing today. Matthew Brown, again, unofficially 5th place. We also had Trey Bailey, unofficially 7th. We don't know what went wrong with 6th. Luke Wilden, unofficially 6th, it looks like. Again, unofficially 8th, Bodie Erickson. Again, so inspiring seeing these guys crushing it across the line, giving it everything they got. These guys are breathing through their eyeballs trying to get to that finish line, tearing themselves inside out, fighting for every single placement.
Yeah, this is so impressive to watch.
I love it. They've been here all day long waiting for their chance to race, and they're giving you guys a show. Cheer them in. Make sure these kids feel like rock stars. Slade Erickson, Ocean Carl Smith. Sorry, Ocean Carlson Smith. Not certain, but I think that was William Levitt that just made his way by. Greetings, William. Cale Smith also made his way by. Unofficially 12th. Good job. This dude is giving it all he's got. Cheer him in.
Flying towards this finish.
Working that big gear towards the finish. That was Ethan Tibbetts. Sawyer Archuleta. And again, I am so sorry I can't be calling out all of these names. We're trying our best here. Colin Bankhead came in from North Davis. We also had Max Lippert from Davis High School. I smell a sprint finish. Let them hear it, folks. Let them give you a show. These kids are cranking away. William Hanley, Nicholas Forsyth, Maxwell Stewart, Eli Mangle, Jameson Rich, Jack Clifford again, somehow, William Gardner, Carson Baird. Giving it everything he's got. That was Caden Posel. Grayson Davis from Davis High going through. Chase Meter. Grayson Wallace, one of our Morgan riders, making his way through. Dylan McKellen there, making his way through from Park City, finishing up strong in 27th place. Looks like we got another leader's jersey making his way to the finish. We'll keep you updated as to where this is. Was Jacob Reed. Ian Robertson from Bountiful High School is unofficially your first place rider with freshman boys D2, so BD2. So freshman BD2. Well done, sir. Jackson Spencer finishing up.
Wanna be the first who knows all of your deepest secrets. Can I be the one who wakes you up before you miss your ride? 'Cause I wanna be close to you.
Tyler Thompson making his way through. Zachary Davis, Bountiful Highs rider there. Daxton Gardner, one of our Beaumont riders making his way by. That was Forrest Evans. I don't know that there's a better way to spend a Saturday than gathering around, screaming at kids, helping them get through that race. These kids are going full hand to get across that finish line. Brooks Bybee, one of them, Thomas Barron. And again, I'm so sorry I'm missing so many of these names. Again, we do have timing results on the side of the timing trailer, so you are absolutely welcome to come on by to see how things finished up. If you can get sufficient netwebs, you can go to utahmtb.org, find the race column, find today's race, and then you can find results through there. Jesus Hernandez, one of our Green Valley or Green Canyon riders, made his way through. We got a runner! Get rowdy, people, get rowdy. Let's get this rider in. Once again, Snowbasin has claimed another bike as its own. But these kids aren't giving up. They are running so hard to get to that finish line. Well done, young buck. Get after it. unbelievable setting for a race today. Things have got a little bit sideways during the varsity and JV races, but we are so stoked about this weather right now. It's pretty rare that the freshmen get the most ideal weather of the day. So props to you freshmen. Typically we put them in the hottest part of the day. And we do that to teach them that you need to hydrate. This race is not helping with that, but whatever. It was Tyson Schultz from Morgan High School making his way through, finishing up his day. Justice Seeley, Green Canyon rider, finishing up. Well inside the top 10. Justice is unofficially 8th in that freshman B boys D2 contest. Dagan Graham coming across the line. Baylor Davies coming across the line as well. Again, nothing official about this, but I do see a leader's jersey making his way into the woods there. So there's a probability that we have someone finishing that'll be taking a jersey or winning something today here pretty quickly. We'll try to keep you apprised as to what's going on the best that we can. We just had Jet Bowman from Fremont High School, unofficially first place in that boys freshman B D1. Peyton Welsh just finishing up. Dylan Taylor finishing up. One of our Weber riders. I'd love to tell you who that was. That was Court Blanchard.
Park City Miner out of the saddle, hammering, and looks like a Bountiful rider trying hard to chase him down.
Everything he can to chase him down. Oh, and he just sniped him. Looks like that was Jake Terry. Also Jake Broussard, the battle of the Jakes. Got this leader's jersey making his way to the finish line. Out of the saddle, cranking hard. Unless my eyes deceive me, that was Lucas Facio, unofficially second place. So again, that's Lucas Facio from Park City, unofficially second place.
Again, if you lost glasses or cash, we have it for you. We got a battle here. Weber rider and Fremont, I think. Eli Sargent and Odin Eastley. Morgan rider. Smith Wallace. Tanner Passage, Brock Bauer, and Ethan Parsons. Benjamin Worthland, Woods Cross.
Folks, we got a runner making his way in. Get that dude in here. He's got the enduro goggles bouncing around. Such a tough kid. Way to go.
Tyler Bodley, Skyview coming through, and our runner was Kobe Priest from North Summit.
Looks like Kobe may have gotten himself a little bit of a flat tire running on the rim there, so no fun. That's a tough way to finish your race. We just saw Spencer Earp coming through. Tanner Horton, Carter Green. So, again, Carter, officially 4th place in the freshman boys B D1. And again, I'm so sorry. We're trying so hard to do our best to give you the results as they come in. Just working those huge gears, trying to make that last few meters up that hill. It was Tyler Smith and Dixon Gordon. We also saw Becca Mia, one of our Beaumont riders as well, making his way across the finish line. It's Jay Remington.
And Rafe Johansson. Jackson Spencer. Weaver rider out of the saddle, Max Vogelsberg. And close finish here. Logan Warp, Ty Evertson, Kendall Stanger. Connor White, Beckham Wood. Damon White. Levi Cannon for Morgan coming through. Ryan Casabud, Gavin Johnston, Ashby Rupp, and an Ogden Tiger running his bike. Bradley Ekstrom, Kyler Harris, Milo Pruse, Kason Berry, Marcus Brewer, Chance Johnson, that's our birthday boy. Jackson Chapman, Davis Ryder, Joaquin Garcia. Weaver rider making his way to the finish. Galen Skips. Farmington's Mason Morley. Thanks to all of our course marshals and sweeps. Tight finish here. Weaver leading out. Trekker Johnson, Jacob Berkeley, Henry Peters. Corbin McDowell. Morgan and we got a sprint. Max Lathan, Alex Goodman, Ryler Ulibarri, Hunter Call, Jack Miller, Luke Bess, Preston Herman, big group finishing together there.
One of our Davis riders finishes strong. Got Griffin Gardner, Ari Kerr, Owen Wilson. Not that Owen Wilson, a different one. Lucas Ramage. These riders fighting tooth and nail to get across that finish line. Grinding those big gears up that final few meters. That was Graham Lowe. We also had Mason Ward from Green Canyon finished up strong. Also have Evan Swayze from Farmington finishing up his day. Crew Phelps, one of our Weaver riders. And riders jockeying for position on that final straight. It's so important that you choose the right gear right at the bottom of that. It turns up quick. And if you don't have the go to turn those big gears, it gets ugly in a hurry. So we just had Trey Spedlove, Cohen Drummond, Becca White, Quinn Smith. Adam Rose, Caleb Weber, Brock Jackson, Will McNeil as well. Max Bloomfield. That was Viewmont going by. McKay Ashby. Noah Levitt, you have somehow lost your mother. Noah Levitt, if you could, make your way towards the finish line. Your mom is scared and alone and needs your help. So Noah Levitt, please come to the finish line. In the meantime, Logan Stansby, Tate Archibald just finished up their days. Also Logan Stanton. Jared Jenkins and Elijah Jones just wrapped up their day. Parker Tippett. Again, folks, make sure you stick around. We want to make sure that every one of these kids has a really warm welcome. They're out there grinding as hard as they can, trying to get home, and it would be amazing if we could give them a huge welcome. This is a Weber rider out of the saddle, checking to make sure he's safe, cranking his way towards that finish line, looking good. That was Bryden Alsup from Weber High School. A couple of Fremont riders, a couple of teammates duking it out there towards the finish line. Garrett Dabb from Fremont there. Also Jamison Blazard. And huge thanks to our sponsors, Hyperthreads, Intermountain Healthcare. Completely forgot the word healthcare. We also have NB. We also have Grip It here and Guthrie Cycles. Big, huge thank you to those sponsors for being here today to support us.
Davis.
Oh, sorry about that.
Davis Dart charging to the finish. Bryson Bear. Riley Carr from Woods Cross. Here comes a Weber rider.
Who just chucking that bike anywhere he can to get to that finish line. That was Jake Bailey. Another Weber rider hot on his tail.
Out of the saddle, charging for that Davis Dart.
We just had Vincent Davis finish. Jonathan Reed from Davis. Just to be clear, Vincent Davis was not from Davis High School. Again, it's always funny when our feed goes down. We kind of have to fly by the seat of our trousers.
And our brains have gone down.
We've been out here all day talking. We're running out of comprehensible words. Unlike this Park City rider finishing up strong.
It's honestly so tough that they have to continue riding uphill after the finish line to get to the finish chute.
Cruel finish line. But it does slow them up. They're not missing the chute, right? So we just had Dirk Cardenas come through. What's up, Braden Taylor? You may wonder if Brayson Halliday just came through. Yup. Hiram Anderson. Yup. Zachary Lawrence. Absolutely.
So just a reminder, we can use some help once our last rider comes through taking down all this course tape and snow fencing. If you're standing around watching, once we get our last rider through, we could really use your help.
I am willing to bet good money, like $1.58, that if we all pitched in, we could get out of here by 6:40. What about Yuma riders absolutely shredding it towards that finish line? Welcome back. It was Noah Smith. One of these Viewmont riders giving a quick check over his shoulder, making sure he's safe, grinding his way to the finish. That was Blake Mendenhall. Josh Counter as well from Farmington, finishing up his day. Just whirling that bike towards the finish. Cheer these riders in. They need a little encouragement to get across that line. McCade Brown from Ridgeline.
Colin Pitt from Fremont and Park City Minor headed for the finish right now. Looks like a Farmington rider on his way as well. David Bradford from Park City and Lincoln Warren from Farmington.
Viewmont rider just cranking away.
Tight finish here, Tuella and Box Elder.
Cameron Dennis just went through. William Dahl as well. Caden Leishman. Also Trayson Eves.
Here comes another Viewmont rider.
It was Caden Ruth, by the way, that Viewmont rider.
Fremont.
Zane Peterson with that Fremont rider that just came through.
Thanks to all of our course marshals and sweeps out there.
So quick reminder, we do not have that many riders left on course. Please stick around. Let's make sure that every one of these riders gets a really warm welcome. Also, huge thank you to all of you coaches out there who make it possible. As somebody that's been around the league for a long time, I know how much time and effort these coaches put into making sure that your kids are ready to race. They give them a really good experience of practice so they can learn the bike skills that they need, they can get the fitness that they need to do well at these races. And we deeply appreciate all of you ride leaders and coaches that make that possible. We also want to thank all of our volunteers who spent time with us today, whether you're a course marshal or a sweep, or somebody running the crosswalk. Thank you so much for what you guys do. Again, we have a really phenomenal staff here, but we simply couldn't operate without our volunteers. So thank you guys so much for showing up race after race and helping us out in giving these kids a phenomenal race experience. If we could ask one more huge favor of you, again, stick around for all of these racers, and when we're done, if you wouldn't mind pitching in, we can get this torn down in a hurry and get the race crew a warm meal and get them back to their families. But in the meantime, we got racers coming in that need some cheering. Let them hear it. Super strong finish by these two riders. We just had McLean Wandry and Hudson Luzzard come across the line there, looking strong, finishing up their day. Again, coaches, huge plug. We want to recognize your riders. We love these kids. They're phenomenal human beings. Please submit bios to your league director, Christine. I'd love to be able to read off more bios like we had a couple of them today. It means a lot. Like, we love to get to know your kids. We want to make sure that they're recognized for their hard work. That was Beckham White from Bountiful High School, one of our freshman boys finishing up strong. Quinn McKinley as well. I think I'd have read him off. These gentlemen tearing themselves inside out. Huge effort. We just saw Brandon Dunn from Fremont. We also saw Levi Miles from Green Canyon. Also, thank you guys again. Our sponsors, Velocirax, Envy, Hyperthreads, Pivot Cycles, Trek. Want to thank Grip It, Gloves. We also want to thank Pearl Izumi. We have so many sponsors who help out the league with, like, financially and also with goods that help us to run the league smoother and more efficiently. So thank you guys for all that you do. And again, a huge shout out to Game On Live Studio. We love what they're going to be providing for the league. We're going to be with this all season long, streaming races. That way Granny and Grampy can get on the fun even though they're out of state or out of the country for that matter. One of our Farmington riders finishing up strong. Again, I'm getting weird nonsense readings. Josh Allen finishing up from Farmington. Not the quarterback for the Bills. Simon Hilton from Farmington as well. Got a couple of riders making their way towards that finish line. Thank you guys for sticking around and cheering. Zayd Nielsen from Ridgeline just finished up his day. Griffin Gardner. Benjamin O'Brien. I may have read him already. Love seeing these guys encouraging each other. We just had Trayson Evans and Tyler Caldwell finish up their day. So please, because we have such great sponsors, we ask that when you're considering purchasing goods and services that you look to them first. We do appreciate everything they do to support our league. One of the Hyperthreads, Spencer's up on the trailer right now, waving at you, calling you to go to the trailer, calling you to grab the last of the merch that he's got over there. We've got a Viewmont rider coming in. David Bradford, Jesus Hernandez is just finishing up as well. Luke Mendenhall. I don't know if I read William Farnsworth, but he's finished up his day as well. So Jackson Beam or Davis Riders. Brian Vasquez, one of our South Summit riders, making his face known, finishing up super strong. And all of a sudden, our regular feed is back. Just in time to close up shop. Again, folks, we have so few riders. Please stick around. Make every one of them feel special. We love our riders. Get them in here feeling awesome. That's Carson Hales, one of our Farmington riders, heading on by. Finishing strong. Loving it. That was Kyler Bryn, one of our Ridgeline riders, out of the saddle, cranking away. Come on down, folks. Come over to the finish line. Let's finish this party the right way. It's more better when we have more people, right? Like, that's science. I've done the research. Working that big ear. That was one of our Farmington riders. It was Sam Wheeler.
Benson Vreens from Farmington. Tight finish, getting chased down by Tuella rider Grant Bay.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce to you Miles Harrison, who on this very day 15 years ago was born. Everyone yell hi to Miles, wish him a happy birthday. Well done, my man.
Yeah, birthday boy Miles.
Happy birthday to you, brother.
And Tuella rider right behind Parker Davis. Awesome ride. So once again, we could use your help taking down this race course to speed up your podium.
Again, please stay clear of the course. We should have one more rider out.